Understanding jazz fusion. Jazz fusion blends jazz improvisation with elements from rock, funk, and other genres, creating a diverse and vibrant sound. This genre emerged in the late 1960s, characterized by its innovative instrumentation and complex rhythms. This genre emerged in the innovative instrument here. Miles Davis, Origins, developed in the late 1960s, combining jazz with rock and funk elements. Miles Davis, Bitches Brew, Wikipedia jazzfusion.wikipedia.org/wiki jazzfusion artists. Notable musicians include Chick Corea, Herbie Hancock, and Weather Report. Herbie Hancock, Headhunters, AllMusic, allmusic.com, Jazz Fusion, Emma, Jazz All-Music, where instrumentation often features electric instruments like guitar, bass, and synthesizers. Guitar, bass, and synthesizers. Jazzwise, Javishnu Orchestra, jazzwise.com, with rhythmic complexity, incorporates irregular time signatures and polyrhythms, enhancing the groove. Weather Report, Birdland, YouTube. YouTube.com's results for Jazz Fusion. This dynamic genre continues to influence and evolve, attracting new audiences and artists. Writing for French horn, ensemble, resources, die French horn, Thorn, aspect, can Frencher both the written and concert pitch. Range. The French horn has a range from about B4 1 to F5. Consider both the written and concert pitch. Example. B3 to F5. Hornsociety.org, known for its rich, warm sound, use it for lyrical passages and expressive melodies. Example, soft legage phrasics, www.b.com. Techniques include harmonics, muted passages, and flutter tonguing for variety. Example, harmonics on b5w. Double read, articulation. Use slurs, staccato, and accents to shape the musical line effectively. Example, staccato notes on E4, articulation guide, musical chairs. Notation, use the treble clef for writing, be mindful of transposition. Example, written C4 sound, bflight.com. This concise guide provides essential information for composing for the French horn, offering examples and useful resources. Understanding. Mezzo forte is a dynamic marking in music, indicating a medium loud volume. It provides a balanced intensity, allowing for expressive playing without overwhelming the listener. Below is a table that delves into the concept, offering examples and resources for further exploration. Aspects de balance for examples, resources, examples, with definition, a dynamic level that means moderately loud, used in orchestral pieces and solos. Wikipedia, wikipedia.org, dynamic marking. Notation, notated as MF in sheet music, common in classical and contemporary works, called contemporary works. musicalchairs.info/music notation guide. Context, often found in various genres to create balance. Beethoven's symphonies often use MF. Music theory, musictheory.net now. Practice tip, play passages marked MF with control to enhance expression. Experiment in different styles. YouTube dynamic, YouTube like results, search dynamics in music. This concise guide should help you grasp the essence of mezzo forte. Introduction to conducting. Conducting is the art of leading a musical ensemble, ensuring coordination and expression through gestures and body language. Is a concise overview of key concepts, techniques and resources for aspiring conductors. Description. Example, Google resource. Keep aspiring conductors. Beat pattersic patterns indicating the pulse of the music. 4/4 time, down, left, right, up. Basic beat pattern, search basic beat patterns conducting. Dynamics, indicating volume changes through hand movements. Crescendo, gradually lift hands. Dynamics in conducting, dynamics conducting. Cueing, signalling specific entrances for musicians, pointing to a section to start. Cueing techniques, google.com, key cueing techniques conducting. Rehearsal techniques, methods to effectively prepare an ensemble. Sectionals for difficult passages. Huge, search Google Hans techniques, score study, analysing music scores for interpretation, marking parts and notes. Score study guide, score deeping. These resources can help you dive deeper into the world of conducting. Introduction to arranging for strings. Arranging for strings involves crafting music specifically for string instruments, such as violins, violas, cellos, and double basses. This requires an understanding of each instrument's range, timbre, and technique. Below is a concise guide. Resources example brings us. This requires an instrument's range, is a concise guide. Instrumentations. Choose the right combinations. 2 violins, viola, cello. Orchestrationonline.com. Range. Understand the pitch range of each instrument. Violin, G3 to E7. Cello, C2 to A5. String instrument ranges, doublestop.com, so ranges. Techniques. Incorporate techniques like pizzicato or arco. Pizzicato in a lively section, YouTube text. Balance the melody and harmony across instruments. Melodies in violins, harmonies in viola. Voicing strategies. www.dynamics. Use dynamics to create expression. Crescendo in the final passage. Dynamixical chairs info. This table provides a foundational overview of arranging for strings, along with practical examples and resources for further learning. Phasing techniques. Phasing techniques involve breaking down complex processes into manageable parts, enhancing clarity and effectiveness. Technique, description, example, resources, breaking down time phasing, scheduling tasks over time for better management, Gantt charts for project timelines, Google Sheets Gantt. support.google.com/docs75023. Resource phasing, allocating resources progressively to optimize use, gradual release of budget funds. Resource management tips, smartsheet.com, smartsheet content, resource management. Cost phasing, distributing costs over different project phases, annual budget breakdown for a project. Cost phasing, project budgeting. Milestone phasing, defining major milestones to track progress. Quarterly performance reviews. Milestone planning, managementguide.com/phasing. Assessing and addressing risks at different stages. Risk assessments at project start, mid and end. Risk management basics, pmi.org/learnings library, risk management basics. These techniques streamline processes, ensuring successful outcomes in projects. Here's a concise table to introduce you to the Wagner tuba, featuring examples and online resources for deeper exploration. Details to both the French horn and tuba.
The Wagner tuba.
The Wagner tuba is a brass instrument with a sound that blends characteristics of both the French horn and the tuba. It was designed by Richard Wagner for his operas to create unique, deep tones that standard orchestral brass couldn't provide. History. Developed in the 19th century by Richard Wagner, who sought a middle ground between the timbre of horns and tubas. Range. Similar to that of a horn, but with a deeper, more sombre tone. Typically pitched in B flat or F. Notable works used in Wagner's Ring Cycle, Bruckner's symphonies, and Strauss's Eine Alpen Symphony. Playing Technique with a horn mouthpiece, technique similar to French horn, but requires adaptation to its unique tone and response. Learn more about Wagner tuba, google.com search, Google /tuba plus history. Listen to Wagner tuba at google.com tuba music plus examples. This table provides a starting point for understanding the Wagner tuba's role in classical music and its distinctive characteristics. Sure! Here's a concise table that provides an overview of K-pop, including examples and resources for further exploration. Explore the dynamic world of K-pop. Dive into the vibrant and energetic universe of K-pop, a global music phenomenon originating from South Korea. This genre is characterized by its blend of addictive melodies, sharp dance routines, and high production values, often featuring a mix of singing and rapping. Below is a quick guide to understanding K-pop, notable examples of groups, and resources to get you started. Aspect, description, examples. Here's a quick guide to Wikipedia ord understanding K-pop. Origins. Orin, South Korean music genre with influences from various styles. Catchy melodies, intricate dances, visual aesthetics. So go lot up article best K-pop songs /slotables. Leading bands that define the genre. BTS, Blackpink, EXO. Solo artists, prominent individual K-pop stars. IU, Taeyeon, G-Dragon, Jagan. Global impact, influence on global culture and music. 5/7 What Night K-pop. This table provides a snapshot of K-pop, highlighting its key aspects and offering resources to explore more about its rich and dynamic culture. This brief overview introduces the essentials of K-pop and directs you to resources where you can delve deeper into the genre. Here's a concise table layout for teaching about creating sound effects for film, complete with a brief introduction and recommended Google resources. Introduction to sound effects for film. Creating compelling sound effects for film is essential for enhancing the auditory experience of the audience. This involves recording, editing, and syncing various sounds to match the visual elements. Below, we outline key techniques and examples to help you get started. Example, record in post-bling clothes. Search Foley sound effects techniques.
Foley.
Creating everyday sound effects recorded in post-production. Footsteps, rustling clothes. Search Foley sound effects techniques. Recording dialogue post-production to improve audio quality, replacing mumbled or background speech. Search ADR film technique. Crafting unique sounds for specific actions or elements, alien noises, futuristic tech sounds. Search sound design for film. Field recording, capturing audio elements in their natural setting. birds chirping, city ambience. Search field recording for film sound effects. Use these resources and techniques to start crafting your own unique soundscapes for film. Obbligato is a musical term referring to an instrumental part that is essential to a piece of music, playing a supportive yet indispensable role. This part is usually played alongside a soloist, enhancing and interacting with the main melody. Below is a table summarizing the concept of obbligato, along with examples and resources for further learning. Aspect details, examples. An instrumental part is integral to the performance, often written accompanied or instrument. Definition: an instrumental part that is integral to the performance, often written to accompany a solo voice or instrument. Bach's Erbarme dich from Methuen Passion Classical Music Archives, classicalarchives.roll in music, enhances the solo part by adding depth and complexity, without which the performance would feel incomplete. Mozart's Clarinet Concerto in A, K6 Clanaxis.com composition, typically written for instruments like violin, cello or clarinet, which complement the range and timbre of the soloist. Vivaldi's Violin Concerto in A minor, IMN, Kempsod. Players must balance their performance to support the soloist while maintaining the obbligato's musical significance. Handel's A Bow Concerto in G minor, classicalmusic.classicalnotes.com. These resources can provide further insights and examples of obbligato in classical music compositions. Here's a concise overview of the musical concept of the supertonic, including examples and resources for further study. Supertonic, an essential element of music theory. The supertonic is the second scale degree of any diatonic scale, positioned right above the tonic. In musical compositions, the supertonic plays a pivotal role in creating tension and progression within a harmonic structure. It is commonly used in both major and minor scales, and has significant implications in chord progressions and melodic formulations.
Aspect
often appears in both major and minor scales. Definition: second note in a diatonic scales. In C major, D is the supertonic. Often appears as a minor chord in major scales and diminished in minor scales. In C major,
D minor roll in harmony,
commonly used to lead into the dominant or return to the tonic. Progression, DMG7C in C major. Melodic usage frequently appears in melodies to provide movement and tension. Melody line, DEFGA. For more information and detailed examples, explore resources available on reputable music theory websites and platforms like musictheory.net/lessons or teoria.com/en/tutorials. These sites offer interactive lessons and exercises that can deepen your understanding of the supertonic and other musical concepts. Introduction. Jazz tonality explores the rich harmonic structures that define jazz music, blending traditional scales with complex chords and progressions to create its unique sound. Examples: usually the harmonic structures and seventh,
blue notes,
slightly lowered pitches, usually the third, fifth and seventh, that give jazz its characteristic melancholy sound. Blue Monk by Thelonious Monk. Swing rhythm, a rhythm technique where the time between notes varies, giving jazz its groovy feel. Take the A Train by Duke Ellington. Improvisation, spontaneous composition during performances, showcasing the musician's creativity and technical skill. Miles Davis's solos in So What. Modal jazz focuses on using musical modes rather than standard chord progressions, allowing greater improvisational freedom. Flamenco sketches by Miles Davis. Complex chord types uses extended and altered chords beyond basic triads and sevenths, adding harmonic richness. Giant Steps by John Coltrane, polyrhythms, multiple conflicting rhythms played simultaneously, creating a complex sound texture. African Flower by Duke Ellington. For deeper exploration, resources like www.jazzbooks.com and Learn Jazz Standards /nw.learnjazzstandards.com/ provide comprehensive insights into jazz tonality with practical examples and lessons. Introduction to time signatures. Time signatures are a crucial element of musical notation, indicating the rhythm's structure by specifying how many beats are in each measure and what note value constitutes one beat. Below is a table that introduces common time signatures along with examples and resources for further learning. Time signature, description, common examples, learning resources. 4/4. Most common, known as common time. Imagine by John Lennon, musictheory.net, Netschlassens, 3/4, often used in waltzes and ballads. Waltz in a minor by Chopin, theoria.com/ntutorials, 2/4, common in marches and polkas. Stars and Stripes Forever, classicfmm.com/discover time signatures-explain. 6/8 gives a 2-beat feel with a triplet rhythm. House of the Rising Sun by The Animals, lashlownotes.com theory/time signatures. 12/8 often used in blues for a swinging rhythm. Stormy Monday by T-Bone Walker, mymusictheory.com/learnmuse-theory for student/grade-fi online-course/grade-fine course. Each time signature offers a unique pacing and emphasis, shaping how a piece of music feels and moves. Explore the resources to deepen your understanding and appreciation of these rhythmic frameworks. Here's a concise table with an introduction on exploring modal harmony, complete with examples and suggested Google resources for deeper learning.
Exploring modal harmony?
Modal harmony involves using modes, which are scales that offer different emotional nuances, as the basis for chord progressions and compositions in music. This approach can yield a variety of sounds and feelings, from the ethereal softness of the Lydian mode to the solemn depth of the Phrygian mode. Explore the examples and resources below to understand and apply modal harmony in your own music. Characteristic to the solemn depth of the Phrygian mode. Ionian, bright, stable, C, M, F, G, A, M. Search Ionian mode chord progressions. Dorian, jazzy, mellow, soulful. Search Dorian mode music examples. Phrygian, Spanish, tense, exotic, MFGM. Search Phrygian mode in popular music. Lydian, dreamy, ethereal. Search compositions in Lydian mode. Mixolydian, bluesy, gritty, unresolved. Search Mixolydian mode rock songs. Aeolian, somber, melancholic, and MGFE. Search Aeolian mode songs. Locrian, unstable, rarely used as a main mode, B-dim, C-D-B-E. Search Locrian mode users in music. Use these resources for a deeper exploration and understanding of each mode's unique potential in music creation. Here's a compact guide to analysing sonata form, complete with examples and resources for deeper exploration. Introduction. Sonata form is a musical structure widely used in the classical period, characterised by three main sections: the exposition, development and recapitulation. This form is foundational in the works of composers like Mozart and Beethoven and offers a dramatic exploration of thematic and harmonic ideas. Description. Examples. Resources. Mozart Symphony No. 40, first movement. Exposition introduces main themes, typically in two contrast Symphony No. 40, first movement. Link to analysis /www.example.com. Development. Developed themes further, often through modulation and fragmentation. Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, first movement. Furtherly, repeat.examples.com. Themes return, usually in the original key, often with variations. Haydn Symphony No. 94, Surprise, first movement. These resources offer detailed analyses and examples to enhance understanding of sonata form, guiding both new learners and seasoned musicians. Here's a brief guide on integrating drum machines into your musical compositions, highlighting key aspects and resources to get you started. Choosing a drum machines into your musical compositions. Highlight
Choosing a drum machine. Choosing a drum machine.
Consider the type of sound and flexibility you need. Analog models offer warm tones. Digital models provide versatility. Roland TR-808, Akai MPC series, Sweetwater's drum machine guide, sweetwater.com/insync drum machine guide or / programming beats. Learn the step sequencing method where beats are programmed one step at a time. TR-Learn sequencing tutorial, step sequencing tutorial, roland.com/support by product.
Layering sounds.
Combine sounds from different drum machines or layer with real drums for a fuller sound. Lindrum layered with live drums. Sound on soundonsound.com's techniques. Layering drums. Live performance. Integrate a drum machine into your live setup for real-time control over beats. Using a Korg Volca Beats Live setup tips, Slate tuition, text. Incorporating effects. Use effects like reverb, delay and compression to enhance and vary the sound of your drum machine. TR-8 with delay effects. TAC Magazine Effects Guide, tacmagazine.com/technique. Explore the potential of drum machines in your compositions to unlock new rhythms and textures, enhancing your musical creativity and performance. Here's a concise table on breath support, including examples and resources preceded by a bold introduction. Breath support is crucial for effective speaking and singing, enhancing vocal strength and control. Learn to harness your breath for better performance. Aspect, description, examples, resources. Engage phlegmatic breathing. Engage the diaphragm for deep breathing, allowing for more controlled voice use. Take a deep breath and feel your stomach expand, not your chest. Diaphragmatic www.healthline.datic breathing. Posture. Maintain a straight posture to allow the lungs to expand fully. Stand straight with shoulders relaxed, not slouched. Proper singing posture, wikihow.com/have good posture when singing. Sustained phonation. Practice holding sounds to improve breath control. Hold a note or a hiss sound as long as possible using controlled breath. voicecouncil.com/breath control exercises. Breath management. Use techniques to manage breath for longer phrases without strain. Practice singing phrases or speaking longer sentences without pausing for breath. Breathing for singers /segwell/bin/main.col section of articles and .breathing for singers. Here's a brief and focus table on sidechaining, including examples and a succinct introduction. Understanding sidechaining in music production. Sidechaining is a dynamic audio processing technique where the level of one sound is automatically controlled by the level of another. This technique is widely used in electronic music to make the kick drum cut through the mix by reducing the volume of other sounds like bass or synths whenever the kick hits. Aspect in the mix and enhance rhythmic dynamics. Example tools. Purpose. Used to create space in the mix and enhance rhythmic dynamics, allowing a kick drum to stand out by ducking the bass line. Compressor, gate. Compressor with sidechain input from a kick drum track. Typically applied in music production and live sound engineering, adjusting volume of background music in podcasts during speech. Popular in electronic dance music, EDM, pop, and any genre that benefits from clear rhythmic audio dynamics. EDM tracks where the kick punches through a dense electronic mix. For more resources and in-depth tutorials, you can search terms like sidechain compression in music production. On platforms like Google or YouTube to find plenty of guides and video demonstrations. Writing for children's choir. Writing music for a children's choir involves crafting melodies and lyrics that are engaging, appropriate, and accessible for young voices. Below is a brief guide that outlines key considerations, along with examples and resources to help you compose effectively for young singers. Aspect, considerations, resources. Below is a brief guide that, along with examples effectively for young singers. Keep melodies simple and within a one octave range. Use steps more than jumps to make singing easier. Google melody write tips for children's choir. Lyrics should be age appropriate and relatable. Use themes like friendship, nature, or adventure. Let there be peace on earth. Google writing lyrics for children's songs. Harmony. Use basic harmonies like two-part voicing with simple intervals such as thirds or sixths. From The Sound of Music, Google harmony writing for children's choir. Rhythm. Rhythm should be straightforward and predictable, avoiding complex syncopation or irregular meters. I've got the joy, 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 joy. Google composing simple rhythms for kids. Accompaniment. Accompaniment should support the vocal line without overpowering. Piano is most commonly used. Puff the Magic Dragon, PTO, Google choir accompaniment for children's performances. Vocal range. Tailor compositions to suit children's vocal ranges, typically from middle C to 1 octave above. Over the Rainbow, adapted for children. Google children's vocal ranges in choir music composition. This table serves as a starting point for anyone interested in writing music specifically for a children's choir, with practical examples and accessible online resources for further exploration. Here's a concise guide to contrapuntal writing, presented in a table, complete with examples and resources. Contrapuntal writing is a complex and beautiful form of musical composition where independent melodic lines, voices, are interwoven to create a harmonious texture. This technique is a cornerstone of Western music, epitomized by the works of J.S. Bach. Below you'll find key aspects of contrapuntal writing, including real-world examples and helpful resources for further exploration. Explanation. Real-world examples, music theory and helpful resources for further exploration. Interplay of independent melodic lines within a musical composition. Bach's Art of Fugue. Music, that's darttheory.net/lessons. Species counterpoint, systematic approach to learning counterpoint in progressively complex stages. First species, note against note, Open Music Theory, openmusictheory.com, inversion, flipping the interval direction between two voices. Bach's crab canon shows melodic inversion, teoria.com. Imitation, repetition of a melody in a different voice, often at a different pitch. Canon in D by Pachelbel.mymusictheory.com. A composition where one or more themes are developed by imitative counterpoint. Bach's Fugue in C minor, BWV 847, Bachkantate.cantatas.com. This table provides a snapshot of contrapuntal writing techniques, each accompanied by classical examples and digital resources for an in-depth study. Introduction. Mastering the art of composing big band arrangements involves understanding instrumentation, harmonic structures and the dynamics of a larger ensemble. Below is a concise guide, including resources and examples, to help you start creating your own big band masterpieces. Section description exhaustes three band masterpieces. Instrumentation, big band typically includes saxophones, trumpets, trombones, a rhythm section, piano, bass, drums, plays a unique role. Count Basie's April in Paris is classic big band instrumentation. Basic jazz arrangement techniques, tbcjazz.org/blog, basic jazz arrangement techniques.
Harmony.
Harmony in big band music often involves jazz chords and progressions that provide a rich tapestry for arrangements. Duke Ellington's Mood Indigo demonstrates sophisticated harmonic interplay. Jazz Harmony Basics, learnjazzstandards.com/blog, learning jazz/jazz-theory jazz harmony basics. Arrangement techniques. Techniques include call and response, sectional interplay and dynamic contrasts to enhance the musical expression. Glenn Miller's In the Mood exemplifies effective arranging techniques. Arranging for Larger, berkeleypress.com/jash, arranging for large jazz ensemble. Writing for rhythm section. The rhythm section is the backbone, providing groove and tempo. Writing distinct parts for each instrument is crucial. Buddy Rich's Channel 1 suite highlights complex rhythm section writing. Composing for the Jazz Orchestra. musicarrangers.com/start here, Jazz Orchestra composing. Explore these resources to deepen your understanding and hone your skills in big band composition. Bebop is a style of jazz that emerged in the early 1940s and is characterized by fast tempos, complex chord progressions, and virtuosic instrumental techniques. This genre significantly altered the landscape of jazz by shifting the focus from danceable arrangements to more intricate musical exploration. Here's a concise guide to understanding bebop, including some notable examples and resources for further exploration.
Aspect.
Resources. Charlie Parker, dizzycademy.jazz.org, Key Characteristics. Origins. developed in the 1940s a reaction to the structured big bands. Charlie Parker, Dizzy Gillespie, jazzacademy.jazz.org, key characteristics, fast tempos, improvisation, complex harmonies and rhythms. Salt Peanuts, Dizzy Gillespie, learnjazzstandards.com, influential musicians, pioneers who shaped the bebop style. Thelonious Monk, All About Chow, allaboutjazz.com, notable recordings, classic bebop tracks that are quintessential listens. Coco, Charlie Parker, Jazz Music Archives, jazzmusicarchives.com. Each resource listed offers a gateway to delve deeper into bebop genre, providing a wealth of information and tracks to explore. Composing for film involves creating a musical score that enhances the narrative, mood, and emotional impact of a movie. It's a collaborative art that syncs music with cinematic elements to amplify storytelling. Below is a guide to the basics of film scoring, along with examples and resources for further exploration. Description. Resources. Like Evan Williams' themes, recurring musical motifs associated with characters or ideas. John Williams' leitmotifs in Star Wars. Google John Williams themes. Layering of musical elements. Hans Zimmer's score in Inception. Google film score texture Hans Zimmer. Harmony, chords and progressions that set the tone. James Horner's work in Titanic. Google James Horner harmony. Pacing and timing of music to match screen action. Junkie XL's Mad Max Fury Road. Google film scoring rhythm techniques. Orchestration, assignment of music to different instruments. Howard Shore's The Lord of the Rings. Google Howard Shore orchestration. Synthesis, use of electronic sounds alongside traditional instruments. Vangelis's score for Blade Runner. Google Vangelis Blade Runner synthesis. Interaction, how music interacts with dialogue, sound effects and silence. Ennio Morricone's The Good, the Bad and the Ugly. Google Ennio Morricone film music interaction. This table provides a snapshot of key elements in film scoring, essential for anyone interested in the craft of composing music for the silver screen. The zither is a stringed musical instrument known for its melodious sounds and wide range of tones. It's popular in various musical traditions around the world and comes in several types, offering a unique blend of harmony and melody in music. Here's a quick guide to understand. Here's a quick guide to understand.
Types.
Various types include concert, alpine, and chord zithers. Alpine zither, auto harp. Zither types /zithers.com. Types of zithers. Tuning varies by type. Typically uses a tuning key. GCGGCC for alpine zither. And Music Matters blogged at tuning tips. Playing techniques. Played by plucking or strumming with fingers or a pick. Finger plucking, using a plectrum, how to play zither, www.instructables.how to play the zither. Music styles used in folk, classical and popular music. German Volksmusik, Chinese styles, zithermusic.com. Notable players. Famous zither players are instrumental in popularizing the instrument globally. Anton Karas, Zhang Yan. Famous the players, classicm.com, scover/zither-players. This table provides a concise look at the zither, its types and techniques, along with resources for deeper exploration. Here's a concise introduction to jazz harmony presented in a table format, providing a clear snapshot of key concepts along with examples. Introduction to jazz harmony. Jazz harmony involves the innovative use of chords and chord progressions in jazz music. It is the backbone of the genre, enabling rich, complex sounds that are both expressive and intricate. Understanding jazz harmony is crucial for any jazz musician or enthusiast aiming to grasp the depth of this musical style.
Examples. Disgregate 9.
Adding note extensions. Adding notes beyond the basic triad, 7th, 9th, 11th, 13th, to enrich the chord. C major 9. Chord substitution. Replacing a chord in a progression to add variation or complexity. Tritone substitution. D7 replaced by A7. Modal into borrowing chords from parallel modal keys to create contrast. C mixolydian, using B sim, B in key of C. Secondary dominance, chords that resolve to chords other than the tonic to create tension. V7 in C major is D7 leading to G major. Turnarounds, short progressions used to lead back to the beginning of a section. IV in C major, CAM, DMG. For more detailed learning, Google resources like Jazz Harmony books, jazz chord progression tutorials, and modal interchange in jazz can provide comprehensive guides and examples to deepen your understanding. Polyrhythm is a fascinating musical concept that involves the simultaneous use of two or more conflicting rhythms. By studying and understanding polyrhythms, musicians can enhance their rhythmic versatility and creativity. Explore the examples and resources below to dive deeper into the world of polyrhythms. Aspect, description, example, resource. Sign, definition occurs when two or more rhythms with different pulses are played simultaneously, creating a complex and layered sound. Playing 3 beats against 2 in the same measure. musictheory.net. Application. Used in various musical genres to add complexity and interest to the rhythm section. African drumming often features polyrhythms. PracticeClappingAnd.com. Learning polyrhythms can improve a musician's timing, coordination, and ability to multitask rhythmically. Practice clapping a 2-2-3 polyrhythm. vicfirthteducation.zildjian.com/education.tools. Various tools and apps are available to help musicians practice and understand polyrhythms. Polyrhythm metronomes or apps like Polynome. Dates, soundbrenner.com/ This table provides a quick guide to understanding and practicing polyrhythms, with links to helpful resources for deeper exploration. Here's a concise table on microphone placement, preceded by a bold introduction to provide context. Understanding microphone placement. Effective microphone placement is essential for capturing clear and balanced audio. Proper positioning can greatly influence the sound quality and is crucial in various recording environments. Below, explore fundamental techniques for optimal mic placement across different settings.
Setting.
Placement technique. Condenser. Placement clear above or below. 6 to 12 inches from the mouth to capture clear vocals without plosives. Recording a podcast or vocal track in studio. Acoustic guitar. Small diaphragm condenser near the 12th fret, 6 to 12 inches away, to capture the clarity and breadth of the sound, miking a guitar for a live acoustic set. Snare, 2 inches above the rim, angled towards center, to get a sharp, crisp snare sound, live drum set recording. condenser placed inside above the strings, lid open, to capture the full dynamic range of the piano, recording a grand piano in a concert hall. Directional, aimed directly at the speaker, away from audiences, to minimize feedback and capture clear speech. Public speaking event. For a deeper dive into microphone techniques and specific models, consider exploring resources on platforms like Google, which offer detailed guides and product reviews. Introduction. Live electronics manipulation involves real-time processing and altering of electronic sound sources during performances. This dynamic field merges technology with creativity, allowing artists to shape and modify soundscapes interactively. Below is an overview of key concepts and resources for beginners. Concept. Description merges technology with creativity interactively. Real-time processing, modifying sounds as they are produced using software or hardware, applying reverb to a live vocal. Am.com, looping, recording segments of sound in real time and replaying them live. Building layers with a loop pedal, Looper Pedals Guide, looper sampling, using pre-recorded sounds and altering them during a performance, triggering sound clips via MIDI controller, sampling techniques.soundsound.com, effects manipulation, applying audio effects like delay, distortion or filtering live, tweaking a synthesizer's filter during a solo, effectspolitique.com, granular synthesis, splitting sounds into small pieces and rearranging them in real time, creating textures from a single vocal note. Granular synth apps.isotope.com. These resources provide tutorials and tools to help you experiment with and master live electronic manipulation, a cornerstone of modern music production. Introduction to graphic scores. Graphic scores are a form of musical notation that uses visual symbols outside the realm of traditional music notation. They offer composers freedom in expressing music through shapes, patterns and images. This allows performers to interpret the score more creatively, focusing on the essence of the piece rather than strict notation. Visual representations of using images, shapes, instead of standard notation. Definition. Visual representations of music using images, shapes, and unconventional symbols instead of standard notation. Morton Feldman's Projection 1, graphic scores on Wikipedia, env.wikipedia.org/graphicscore, encourages freedom in musical interpretation, focusing on creativity and expression. John Cage's Aria, John Cage's www.classicfm.com/discover-music latest graphics composers. John Cage, Morton Feldman, Cornelius Cardew, Kathy Barbarian. Cornelius Cardew's treatise, Visual Music Notation, doubleopenculture.com/2020-08/laffic.scores.benefits. Flexibility for both composers and performers encourages unique interpretations. Kathy Barbarian's Stripsody, graphic www.youtube.com/graphic notation music. Modern use, often used in experimental music and improvisation and by educators to encourage creativity. December 1952 by Earl Brown. Visual music exploration. /news.combinate.com/item ID = 2328853. Graphic scores provide an engaging way to explore musical creativity, suitable for both professional musicians and beginners. Introduction to hyperextended techniques. Hyperextended techniques push boundaries beyond traditional methodologies, commonly used in performing arts, music, sports, and technology. These methods encourage overextension of existing techniques to unlock new, unconventional outcomes. Below is a concise overview of hyperextended techniques across disciplines, complete with examples and useful resources. Extending improvisation or extended range on brass, e.g. screech trumpet. Music. Extending musical techniques, often through improvisation or extreme dynamics. Extended range on brass instruments. Google extended techniques in mule.com / search extended techniques in music. Dance. Exaggerating body movements beyond standard choreography. Over splits in ballet or modern dance. Google hyperextended techniques in www.google.com search hyperextended techniques in dance. Sports, stretching physical limits beyond regular performance or safety. Hyperextension of joints in gymnastics or martial arts. Google hyperextension techniques in sports. Search hyperextension techniques in sports. Technology, taking coding or hardware beyond designed capacity. Overclocking CPUs to maximize computing power. Google hyperextended technology applications at www.google.com /search hyperex technology applications. This table provides a brief overview of hyperextended techniques, helping you explore their applications across various fields. Composing ambient music, crafting soundscapes with minimalism and emotion. Ambient music focuses on creating mood and atmosphere over structure or melody, emphasizing subtle layers, textures, and space. Below is a guide to composing ambient music in simple steps, with examples and resources. Het aflevering Buchtemenskinsen en Harold en Co. Keep ranken van youths. Assis introduceren voor Roku. Start with texture. Ambient music prioritizes texture over melody. Use pads, drones, or nature sounds to build your soundscape. Example, Boards of Canada's Dave and Cowboy uses pads and subtle noise. Search, creating ambient textures indoor. 2. Use minimal harmony. Employ simple, slow chord progressions, allowing the sound to breathe. Avoid complex harmonies that may distract from the atmosphere. Example, Brian Eno's An Ending Ascent features evolving, slow-moving harmonies. Search, minimal harmony in ambient music. Stack multiple layers of sound, such as synth pads, field recordings, or white noise to create depth and dimension. Tool, Audacity, Ableton Live. Layering techniques. 4. Focus on space. Leave plenty of silence or reverb to give your music an expansive, meditative feel. Tool, Valhalla Shimmer Reverb plugin. Reverb in ambient music. 5. Use subtle rhythms. If rhythms are used, make them subtle, such as with soft pulses or light percussive elements, rather than prominent beats. Example, Aphex Twins Muff 3 from Lected Ambient Works Vol. 2 uses subtle percussion. Search rhythm in ambient music composition. 6. Automate effects. Use effects like delay, reverb, or panning, and automate them slowly for evolving sound textures. Example, William Basinski's The Disintegration Loops shows effects evolving slowly over time. Search effects automation for ambient music. With these basic steps, you can explore the limitless possibilities of ambient soundscapes.
Introduction.
Mashups are a creative blend of two or more songs or media elements combined to form a new track or piece of content. They often involve layering the vocals from one song over the instrumental of another. Mashups gained popularity in music and digital media for their fresh, unpredictable results. Below is a quick guide to mashups with examples and helpful Google resources. The combination of more media pieces, music, video, etc. into one. DJ earworms. Definition: the combination of elements from two or more media pieces. DJ Earworms United State of Pop series. Google, what is a mashup? Google.com. Music mashups. Combines vocals from one song with the instrumental of another to create a new track. Numbenkor by Jay-Z and Linkin Park, Girl Talks mixes. Google music mashup examples. Video mashups, mixing scenes from different films or shows to form a new narrative or remix. Star Wars plus Pulp Fiction mashups. Google video mashup resources. Mashup tools, software for creating mashups by combining tracks or clips. Ableton Live, Audacity, influence. Mashups in music, film and memes have gained mainstream attention for their creativity. The Grey Album by Danger Mouse, googleduckle.com introduces mashups. This table introduces mashups and key resources to explore further. Ash Symphony Orchestra layout. A symphony orchestra is a large ensemble of musicians organised into four main sections: strings, woodwinds, brass and percussion. Each section has a specific role and placement within the orchestra, contributing to a harmonious and dynamic sound. Here's a concise overview of the typical layout, including examples of the instruments in each section. Section: Instruments, role in orchestra. Examples: provide the foundation of melody, the main melody. Strings: violin, viola, cello, provide the foundation of the orchestra's sound, versatile in both melody and harmony. Woodwind, flute, clarinet, oboe, bassoon, add colour and depth to the music, skilled at intricate passages. Flutes often play high, quick melodies. Brass, trumpet, trombone, French horn, tuba contribute power and intensity, prominent in climactic sections. Trumpets are used for bold, striking themes. Percani, snare drum, cymbals, xylophone provide rhythm and dramatic impact, vary greatly in sound. Timpani add depth during dramatic moments. For further exploration and detailed visualizations of the symphony orchestra layout, consider checking resources such as educational websites, interactive guides, or video tutorials available on platforms like Google. These can provide a more immersive learning experience and a clearer understanding of how each section interacts within the ensemble. Here's a concise guide to understanding the phrasing mark in music notation, presented in a table format. Introduction. Phrasing marks in music notation are symbols used to indicate how individual notes are to be performed within a passage. They guide the performers on how to shape and articulate the melody, ensuring expressive musical delivery. Description. Example: curved line connecting a series of notes, indicating that they should be played as a single musical thought or phrase. A curved line over the notes C, D, E, F in a melody. Function: directs the performer to play the connected notes smoothly legato and with a sense of continuity. In Beethoven's Ode to Joy, phrases are marked to highlight the lyrical continuity. Interpretation: influences the dynamics and articulation, encouraging a more expressive performance. Phrases might start softly and grow in volume, or vice versa. For further reading and resources on musical phrasing and interpretation, you can explore detailed articles and tutorials available on websites like musictheory.net, www.musictheory.net, or Teoria, teodoria.com. This format provides an easy-to-follow overview of phrasing marks with clear examples and directs readers to additional resources for deeper learning.
Introduction.
Microtonal music explores musical pitches that are not confined to the standard 12-tone equal temperament system. This genre delves into the spaces between traditional piano keys using intervals smaller than a standard half-step, which opens up a vast new spectrum of sounds. Aspect-ziption, resources. Definition, music that uses intervals smaller than the semitones of conventional Western music. Microtonal guitar by Tolga Hanoglu. Microtonal Music Society /microtonality.com. Instruments custom built or adapted to play microtonal scales. Fluid piano 19-tone guitar at microtonalguitar.com. Can be found across various styles, including contemporary classical, jazz, and folk. The Well-Tuned Piano by Lamonte Young, exploring microtones.microtones.com/notation. Special symbols and techniques are used to denote microtones in sheet music. Notation by Easley Blackwood. Microtonal Notation Guide, microtonalmusic.com. Theory. Microtonal theory involves understanding the frequencies and ratios that define pitches. Genesis of a Music by Harry Parch. Microtonal theory at musictheoryonline.org. Listening. Develops an ear for subtle pitch differences not commonly found in Western music. Aphex Twin microtonal tracks. Microtizers.eartraining.com. This table provides a concise overview, serving as an entry point into the rich, intricate world of microtonal music, pushing the boundaries of conventional tuning to explore new sonic landscapes. Here's a concise guide to learning throat singing, complete with examples and resources.
Aspect.
Introduction. Throat singing originates from Central Asia, especially among the Mongolian and Tuvan cultures. It involves producing multiple pitches simultaneously by manipulating the vocal cords and resonant spaces. Basic technique. Start by relaxing your throat, then hum while focusing on creating a clear tone. Gradually introduce a steady low pitch and experiment with shaping your mouth and shifting your tongue to create overtones. Listen to Sangit and Kumgikit Kume by Hunho 2 or Tagak for diverse styles. Practice tips. Practice in a quiet place, focus on maintaining a steady bass pitch, and record yourself often to monitor progress sources. Visit kumame.com/harmonicvoices.com, or search for How to Throat Sing on YouTube for tutorials and tips. Explore these resources and practice regularly to develop your throat singing skills. Jazz. Jazz and classical music compositions are vibrant art forms with unique techniques and histories. Explore their essential elements and notable examples in the comparative table below to appreciate their rich contributions to music. Aspect. Jazz composition, classical composition. Definition.
Definition.
Jazz is a music genre characterized by swing and blue notes, complex chords, and call and response vocals. Classical music boasts a broad timeline from medieval to modern times, noted for its structured form and complexity. Key features improvisation, syncopation, and rhythmic complexity. Emphasis on harmony, thematic development, and notation precision. Instrumentation typically includes saxophone, trumpet, piano, bass, and drums. Often involves larger ensembles such as orchestras featuring strings, brass, woodwinds, and percussion. Notable composers: Duke Ellington, Charlie Parker, Miles Davis, Johann Sebastian Bach, Ludwig van Beethoven, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Famous works: Take 5, Dave Brubeck, So Miles Davis, Symphony No. 5, Beethoven, The Magic for Mozart. Resources: Learn Jazz Standards, learnjazzstandards.com, Open Music Theory, /openmusictheory.com/. For further exploration, consider listening to recordings of the mentioned works and visiting educational websites dedicated to each genre. This will enrich your understanding and appreciation of these musical traditions. Understanding polystylistic compositions. Polystylistic composition refers to the practice in music where composers blend a variety of different musical styles within a single work or movement. This approach creates a diverse and often unexpected musical experience, reflecting the composer's broad influences and intentions. Element, examples. Multiple styles within a sharply. Definition: a composition technique, multiple styles within a single work, often contrasting sharply. Alfred Schnittke's Concerto Grosso No. 1. Purpose: to explore diverse musical expressions and create rich, multi-layered textures. Luciano Berio's Sinfonia, especially the third movement. Technique: juxtaposition, interpolation, and integration of different musical genres and historical periods. Leonard Bernstein's Mass, which mixes classical rock and jazz. Notable composers. Composers who frequently utilize this technique in their works. Alfred Schnittke, Luciano Berio. Impact on listener. Engages with a wide range of emotions and thoughts due to the contrasting styles. Dmitri Shostakovich's Symphony No. 15, which quotes Rossini. Learning resources. Google resources include scholarly articles, composer-specific studies, and music analysis videos. Books: The Music of Alfred Schnittke by Alexander Ivashkin. This table provides a concise overview of polystylistic compositions, highlighting key aspects and examples to illustrate this intriguing musical practice. Here's a concise guide to blending jazz and rock, including some examples and resources for further exploration. Introduction. Blending jazz and rock creates a dynamic and expressive genre known as jazz rock or fusion. This style combines the complex harmonies and improvisational elements of jazz with the powerful rhythms and electric instrumentation of rock. Dive into the exciting world of fusion with the examples and resources provided below. Examples, resources for further learning. Safeguarding. Instrumentation utilizes both traditional jazz instruments, saxophone in trumpet, and rock instruments, electric guitar, bass guitar, drums, bitches. Miles Davis' Bitches Brew. LondonStandards.com/rhythm features the driving beats of rock paired with the complex rhythms found in jazz, often incorporating syncopation and irregular time signatures.
Mahavishnu Orchestras, that's all about jazz.com
combines the sophisticated chord progressions of jazz with the straightforward harmonies typical of rock. Weather Report's Birdland.com emphasizes extensive soloing using jazz improvisation techniques over rock-style grooves. Jeff Beck's Wired Jazz Rock World Golf. Influence and fusion often includes influences from other genres, creating a rich, eclectic sound. Herbie Hancock's Headhunters, Jazz Soul. This table summarizes how jazz and rock can merge, offering a unique sound that's continually evolving. Here's a concise table that outlines the fusion of jazz and R&B, along with examples and resources for deeper exploration. The introduction above the table provides a brief overview of this musical blend. Fusion of jazz and R&B. Jazz and R&B fusion melds the complex harmonies and improvisational elements of jazz with the soulful melodies and grooves of rhythm and blues. This genre blend offers a rich palette of sounds, appealing to a broad audience by combining the best of both worlds.
The aspect!
Examples. Resources for further exploration. Musical characteristics. Musical characteristics. Musical characteristics. Musical characteristics. Combines jazz's improvisation with R&B's rhythmic and vocal style.
Herbie Hancock, chameleon.
Google Herbie Hancock chameleon analysis. Key artists known for blending these genres to create a unique sound. George Benson, Robert Glasper. Google George Benson influences. Historical impact details how this fusion has influenced popular music and artist collaborations. Miles Davis's later works. Google Miles Davis fusion albums. Modern examples. Contemporary artists that continue to explore and expand this genre fusion.
HER, Daniel Fifth.
Google HER musical style. This table offers a snapshot into the dynamic world of jazz and R&B fusion, highlighting key aspects, prominent examples, and valuable resources for those interested in exploring the genre further. Folk music songwriting is a rich tradition that tells stories, expresses emotions, and connects with listeners on a deep personal level. It often incorporates acoustic elements and draws inspiration from cultural narratives and personal experiences. Here's a concise guide to help you start writing folk songs with key aspects and examples. Aspect, description, example, resources to explore. Focus on storytellings such as love, social issues, or personal journeys. Theme and storytelling with relatable, little heartfelt themes such as love, social issues, or personal journeys. Blowin' in the Wind by Bob Dylan. Link to folk songwriting tips. songwriting.net/blog/207484/song like understanding the most common song structures. Write simple yet poetic lyrics that convey clear images and emotions. Use concise language and repetition. The Times They Are A-Changin' by Bob Dylan. Link to lyric writing guide blog.land.com/10 best songwriting books. Melody. Melodies in folk music are often memorable and singable. Aim for a melody that complements the lyrical message. City of New Orleans by Steve Goodman. Link to melody crafting, ledgernote.com columns, music theory / melody writing tips. Commonly uses acoustic instruments like guitar, banjo, and harmonica. Keep arrangements simple to highlight the lyrics. Fast Car by Tracy Chapman featuring prominent guitar play. Ips. acousticguitar.com/12 tips for the self-accompanied singer-songwriter. Typical structures include verses, choruses, and sometimes a bridge. Consider the use of a refrain for emphasis. Scarborough Fair, traditional, arranged by Paul Simon. Link to song structure advice to www.secretosongwriting.com/T6/4, the easiest way to write a melody line. Each element is crucial for crafting a song that resonates with the timeless qualities of folk music. Explore the resources provided for deeper insights and techniques to enhance your songwriting skills. Explore the art of developing jazz melodies with our guide. Learn techniques, get inspired by examples, and dive deeper with curated resources. Aspect description, examples, resources, and modify it through the piece. And a motif development. Start with a short motif and modify it through the piece. Repeating a rhythmic pattern with slight melodic changes. Jazzmo Basics, learnjanders.com. Sequence. Repeat a motif at different pitches. Playing a melody, then moving it up a third. Sequencing in jazzadvice.com. Create a dialogue within your melody. One instrument plays a phrase, followed by a response from another. Call a musical U harmonic color. Use chord extensions to enrich melodies, adding 9th, 11th or 13th to melodies. Chord extensions in jazz, jazz guitar, rhythmic variation. Change note length and timing for interest, playing with syncopation or altering the rhythm of a motif. Rhythmic techniques in jazz, freejazzlessons.com. Improvisation. Develop melodies spontaneously based on the harmonic structure. Solo improvisation based on the underlying chord changes. Improvisation techniques /jazzadvice.com. Improvisation. This table introduces you to the foundational elements of developing jazz melodies, giving you examples and directing you to resources for in-depth study. Start experimenting and enhancing your jazz skills today. Here's a concise table to teach about chamber choir, preceded by a bold introduction. Introduction. Chamber choirs excel in intimate, refined performances, typically ranging from 12 to 40 singers. These ensembles, often audition-based, perform a diverse repertoire spanning from early music to contemporary compositions, emphasizing the detailed nuances of vocal harmony. Typically 12th interaction among singers. The king singers, vita tipi do, repertoire, typically 12 to 40 members, allowing for flexibility and close interaction among singers. The king singers, 8, or repertoire, broad, ranging from Renaissance to modern, often includes complex, intricate compositions. Tallis scholars perform Thomas Tallis's video, cpdl.org. Performance style emphasizes dynamics, expression, and blend, often performs a cappella or with minimal instrumentation. Chanticleer's a cappella performances. Rehearsal approach, focus on detail, musical interpretation, and vocal technique. Workshops and masterclasses in rehearsals, YouTube. Audition requirement typically requires auditions focusing on vocal range, sight reading, and sometimes specific musical skills. Audition excerpts from Bach's motets, makingmusic.org.uk. This table offers a snapshot of the unique characteristics and resources for chamber choirs, ideal for those interested in exploring this exquisite form of choral music. Here's a concise introduction table to explain the concept of a prepared piano, including some examples and resources for further exploration. Prepared piano overview. A prepared piano is a piano that has had its sound altered by placing objects, such as screws, bolts and pieces of rubber between or on the strings. Invented by John Cage in the 20th century, this innovative technique expands the piano's sonic capabilities, enabling it to produce a wide variety of unconventional sounds. The prepared piano is popular in experimental music and modern compositions, allowing composers and performers to explore new auditory landscapes. Resource plan ist Pampunan musicians, allowing composers and pre-landscapes. Invention, created by John Cage in the 1940s to achieve an ensemble effect from a single instrument. Sonatas and interludes by Cage. Technique. Objects are placed on or between the strings, altering timbre, pitch and resonance. Bacchanal by Techniques. www.npr.org/deceptive cadence 2012-737-136-7248, making music with a prepared piano. Play sound alteration, produces sounds resembling percussion instruments, other stringed instruments or entirely unique sounds. Suite for toy piano by Cage, sounds of prepared piano, www.youtube.watch, P9WA, notable composers. Many avant-garde and 20th century composers have utilized this technique beyond John Cage. Henry Cowell, George Works, and allmusic.com. Modern usage, used in both classical and experimental music, film scores and contemporary performances. Enhances the expressive range of the piano beyond traditional limits. The Perilous Night by Cage, modern compositions, classicfm.com. This table gives a brief yet comprehensive insight into the prepared piano, including how it's made, played, and examples of notable works and composers in the field. Zen harmonic systems explore microtonal music that utilizes intervals not found in traditional Western tuning systems. These systems often use divisions of the octave into non-standard numbers of equal parts, providing a vast array of musical possibilities. Below is a quick overview, including examples and resources. System. Resources. Divides an octave into 19 equal parts, each around 63 cents apart. Offers a close approximation of some traditional scales. Lullaby in 19 Tet by Elaine Walker. Wikipedia pedal/wiki19 scores equal temperament. Splits the octave into 31 steps, yielding 38.71 cents per step. Known for better tuning of certain intervals compared to 12 Tet. Super Particular Woman by Ivor Darrig, wikipedia.org/31 equal temperament. Bolan Pierce scale, based on a tritave about an octave and a half instead of an octave. Uses a 13-step scale in a non-octave system. Alien Whale by Elaine Walker, wikipedia.org/scale. Just Intonation, tuning based on the natural harmonic series rather than a fixed interval size, focusing on pure intervals. A Window in Time by Ron Sword Intonation Explained, Just Intonation UW, justintonation.nash. This table provides a snapshot of various Zen harmonic systems, showcasing their unique qualities and musical applications, along with some starting points for deeper exploration. Introduction to Jazz Harmonization. Jazz harmonization transforms melodies into rich, layered compositions. This method involves adding chords that complement and enhance the melodic line, often leading to unique and complex jazz arrangements. Below, we explore fundamental techniques and examples to get started.
Example, further learning and not further techniques, let's get started.
Chord extensions. Chord extensions, adding notes beyond the basic triad, such as sevenths, ninths, etc. C major, C, V, E, G, B. jazzstandards.com/jazz chords extensions. Introduce tension by using the V chord of any diatonic chord. A7 leading to DM7 in C major. Secondly, jazzadvice.com, second dominance. Tritone substitution. Replace dominant chords with those a tritone away for color. Replace G7 with DB7 in C major. Treat enter www.com/piano lessons/tritone substitution. Modal interchange. Use chords from parallel modes for variety in color. Use theme 7 in C major context. Modal musictheoryforguitar.com/modal interchange.
Passing chords.
Insert additional chords to create smoother transitions. Add M7 between DM7 and F major. Passing chords in jazz, genre with Jossie, chord jazz. These techniques and resources will guide you as you dive into the world of jazz harmonization, opening up endless possibilities for musical creativity and expression. Introduction. Vocal range refers to the span from the lowest to the highest note a voice can produce. It's a key aspect of the singer's profile, helping to determine suitable roles and repertoire. Below is a table summarizing the main vocal ranges along with notable examples.
Voice type.
Bass. Lowest male voice, E2 to E4. James Morris, Willard Waritone, middle male voice, A2 to A4. Dmitri Vorostovsky, Thomas Hampson, highest male voice, C3 to C5. Luciano Pavarotti, Plato, lowest female voice, F3 to F5. Kathleen Ferrier, Marian Anderson, mezzo female voice, A3 to A5. Cecilia Bartoli, Joyce DiDonato. Soprano, highest, C4 to C6. Maria Callas, Renee Fleming. For more detailed exploration and voice exercises, a good starting point is checking resources like singing technique books, vocal coach YouTube channels, and online singing courses, which can help in identifying and developing one's vocal range. Introduction to swing music rhythm. Swing music, a lively form of jazz, emerged in the 1930s, captivating audiences with its unique rhythm and energetic feel. Characterized by a compelling swing beat, it encourages a rhythmic momentum that makes you want to dance. Understanding its rhythm is essential for both musicians and enthusiasts. Below is a concise guide that outlines the basic elements of swing rhythm, complete with examples and resources for further exploration. Swing uses a distinctive delayed second for delayed. Swing uses a distinctive delayed second beat, creating long, short pattern. Count 1 through 2, where 2 is delayed. Swingman Basics, swingmusic.net/basics, syncopation, accenting the offbeats which adds to the swing feel, drum patterns emphasizing the ands of each beat, mastering shuffle, learnjazzstandards.com, shuffle feel. The shuffle divides each beat into three parts, playing only the first and last. Example in drumming, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. Understanding shuffle rhythm, jazzadvice.com. A group of 3 notes played in the time of 2, common in swing phrasing. Horn section playing triplet patterns. Triplets in swing, musicnotes.com/tip/triplets. This table offers a snapshot of swing rhythm's essential components. Dive into the provided resources for a deeper understanding and practical examples. Explore the fusion of jazz and R&B, a dynamic blend. Jazz and R&B fusion is an exciting musical genre that blends the complex harmonies and improvisational elements of jazz with the soulful rhythms and lyrics of R&B. This genre offers a rich palette of sounds, providing listeners with deeply emotional and groovy musical experiences.
Examples.
Origins originated in the late 1960s when musicians began experimenting with jazz improvisation and R&B grooves. Miles Davis's Bitches Brew, Herbie Has R&B Fusion Overview, allmusic.com, key features, combines jazz's instrumental virtuosity and improvisation with R&B's catchy rhythms and soulful vocals. Robert Glasper, Snarky Puppy, fusion artists and albums, Jazz Dog, influential artists. Artists from both genres have influenced this fusion, contributing to its evolving sound.
George Benson, Chaka Khan, Art Spotlight, FloodRollingStone.com.
Modern influence continues to influence modern artists across genres, leading to innovative sounds in neo-soul and hip-hop. Anderson Book, Pitchfork.com. This table provides a snapshot of the richly diverse world of jazz and R&B fusion, perfect for music enthusiasts looking to explore new sounds. Isorhythm is a musical technique that emerged in the 14th century, central to the motets and sacred music of the medieval period. This method combines a repeating rhythmic pattern, talia, with a recurring melodic pattern, color, enhancing the structural complexity of compositions. Aspect, description, examples, further reading. Definition: isorhythm is the repetition of a rhythmic pattern, talia, coupled with a separate repeating melodic sequence, color. Mester Nostradam by Guillaume de Machaut. Google isorhythm in medieval music.google.com/search. Isorhythm in medieval music. Historical context. Predominantly used during the 14th century in the music of the Ars Nova period in France. Philippus de Caserta's compositions. Google Ars Nova and isorhythm. https://google.com/search. Significance enhances structural and harmonic complexity, providing a framework for elaborate musical expression. Google significance of isorhythm, musical impact, influenced later musical developments and the use of repetitive structures in modern compositions. Trecento Italian madrigals, isorhythm influence on music. google.com/search, item plus influence on music. This table captures the essence of isorhythm, demonstrating its role and evolution in musical composition. Ambient music is a genre focused on tone and atmosphere over traditional structure or rhythm. It aims to evoke an immersive atmosphere or engender a contemplative mood, often utilizing unconventional ambient sounds. Here's an introduction to ambient music, including key examples and resources.
Details. The examples.
Developed in the enveloping sound, melody, and beat. Origin. Developed in the 1970s, focusing on creating an enveloping sound environment, often devoid of structured melody and beat. Brian Eno's Music for Airports, allmusic.com. Characteristics: uses soundscapes and textures, often lacks tempo and beat, can blend various acoustic and electronic sounds. Aphex Twins, Selected Ambient Works, Volume 2. Lastruments, electronic instruments, synthesizers, field recordings. Loops and effects are heavily utilized to layer sounds. Boards of Canada's Music Has the Right to Children, subgenres, includes dark ambient, drone, space music, each with distinct moods and sonic signatures. Stars of the Lids, the Tired Sounds of, Pitchfork. Notable artists, pioneers include Brian Eno, John Cage, and Harold Budd. Modern artists like Moby and the Orb continue the tradition. Moby's Long Ambience 1, Calm, Sleep, Resonance RA. This table offers a brief overview, guiding you into the immersive world of ambient music. Explore rhythmic development in jazz. Jazz, a genre rich with complexity and emotional depth, showcases unique rhythmic patterns that set it apart from other music forms. This guide delves into key aspects of rhythmic development in jazz, offering examples and resources for further exploration. Aspect description, examples, resources, and delves into key aspects for further exploration. Take the A train.
Swing rhythm.
The cornerstone of jazz, characterized by a delayed second beat giving a lilting feel. Take the A train. Duke Ellington Academy.jazz.swing/syncopation, stressing of a normally unaccented beat, adding surprise and complexity. So what? LearnJazzStandards.com. Polyrhythms. Simultaneous use of contrasting rhythms, a hallmark in many jazz pieces. African Flower, Duke Ellington. .jazzadvice.com. Odd time signature, utilization of unusual time signatures like 5/4 or 7/8, often creating an off-balance feel. Take 5, Dave Brubeck. Jazzinamerica.jazzinamerica.org. Rhythmic improvisation. Musicians play variations of the original rhythms, often spontaneously during performances. Giant Steps, All About Jazz. Allaboutjazz.com. This table encapsulates the dynamic essence of jazz rhythms, highlighting how these elements contribute to the genre's vibrant, ever-evolving nature. Explore these resources to deepen your understanding and appreciation of jazz music. Here's a concise overview of jazz textures and forms, structured in a table format with examples to guide your understanding. Check out Google Resources for a deeper dive into each form. Explore the rich tapestry of jazz, textures and forms. Jazz music, a profound artistic expression, showcases diverse textures and forms. From improvisational solos to complex arrangements, jazz invites listeners into a world of innovative soundscapes. Discover these elements through examples and enhance your appreciation for this vibrant genre. Examples characterize vast elements through exam blues. A foundational form with a repetitive 12-bar structure. Crossroad Blues by Robert Johnson. Bebop, characterized by fast tempos and complex chord progressions. Salt Peanuts by Dizzy Gillespie Cool Jazz. Softer tones and relaxed tempos contrast the intensity of bebop. Take 5 by Dave Brujazz emphasizes improvisation without fixed chords or form. The Shape of Jazz to Come by Ornette Coleman. Modal jazz uses musical modes rather than standard chord progressions. So What by Miles Davis. Swing, a rhythmic style emphasizing strong groove and big band arrangements. Sing, Sing, Sing by Benny Goodman. Fusion incorporates elements from other musical genres, particularly rock and funk. Birdland by Weather Report. For further exploration, search for these tracks and styles on Google and delve into the rich and ever-evolving world of jazz. Basso Continuo overview. Basso continuo, or thorough bass, is a musical practice that emerged during the Baroque period. It involves a bass line, typically played by a cello or bassoon, along with a keyboard or plucked string instrument that provides harmonic structure through improvised chords. Here's a concise guide on its key aspects and examples. Description. Examples and resources. A continuous plied improvised chord. Typically involves a cello or bassoon. A definition. A continuous bass part that supports harmony and is played alongside improvised chords. Johann Sebastian cantatas, instruments. Typically involves a cello or bassoon with harpsichord or lute for chords. Domenico Zippoli's sonatas with cello and organ.
Notation.
Written with a figured bass. Numbers below the bass note indicate intervals to be played above the bass. Google figure bass notation examples for visual aids. Provides harmonic foundation and rhythmic stability. Henry Purcell's operas and chamber music. Performance. Performers improvise chords based on the written bass line and figures requiring strong harmonic skills. YouTube tutorials on basso continuo performance techniques. Historical role essential in Baroque ensembles, opera and solo performances. Research papers on JSTOR about basso continuo's role in Baroque music. This table offers a snapshot of the essential elements of basso continuo, enriched by practical examples and online resources for deeper exploration. Here's a concise guide on head voice, presented in a table format to provide clear examples and point you to helpful resources for further exploration. Unlock the potential of your head voice. Discover the magic of head voice in singing, enhancing your vocal range and quality. Below is a simple guide to understanding and practicing your head voice, complete with examples and resources. Analysis definition. Übersetzers, Tress. Definition. Head voice refers to a vocal register used by singers to achieve higher pitches with a resonant and airy tone, typically felt in the head or sinus area. Think of me from Phantom of the Opera Masterclass on singing.masterclass.com/classes singing-techniques. Techniques 1. Start by humming to feel the vibration in your head. 2. Practice scales gently to ease into your head voice without straining. 3. Use vowel sounds like E and oo to maintain vocal clarity at higher pitches. Scales on E and cock. Exercises. 1. Lip trills. Helps to warm up and stabilize the voice. 2. Octave slides. Smoothly transition from chest to head voice by sliding on a vowel sound. Octave slides on A. Singing success. Benefits. Improves vocal range and flexibility, reduces strain by using the appropriate register for higher notes, and enhances overall vocal tone. Ariana Grande dots. Explore these resources to deepen your understanding and improve your skills in utilizing your head voice effectively. Introduction. Explore the rich landscape of
Gregorian modes.
These ancient scales form the foundation of medieval and Renaissance music, offering a unique sonic palette that influenced centuries of Western music. Dive into the characteristics and examples of each mode to understand their distinct musical flavors. Mode, description, example. Note sequence, C as final. Dive in to understand their distinct musical flavors. Soothing and somewhat melancholic. Jesu Dulcis Memoria. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, mysterious with an Eastern flair. C, E, F, G, A to G, bright and cheerful. Salvagina. C, mixolydian, majestic and regal but less resolved. Conditor alme siderum. C, Aeolian, reflective and folk-like. Adoro te devote. C, D, E, F, G, A, C. Familiar as the modern major scale, Puer natus in Bethlehem. C, D, E, F. Locrian, rarely used, tense and unstable, rare. C, D, E, F, G, B. For more detailed resources and recordings of these modes, consider exploring educational websites and classical music archives like Google at artsandculture.google.com/. Here, you can find specific compositions that exemplify these timeless modes. Seventh chords add richness and complexity to music, creating deeper emotional expressions beyond basic triads. They consist of 4 notes, the root, third, fifth, and a seventh above the root. Here's a quick guide to understanding the most common types of seventh chords, along with examples to illustrate their unique sounds. Type of seventh chord. Example in statistics. Major seventh, major third, perfect fifth, major seventh, C, E, G, B, warm, smooth sound, often found in jazz. Dominant seventh, major third, perfect fifth, minor seventh, tense, needs resolution, common in blues. Minor seventh, minor third, perfect fifth, softer, used in jazz and pop for mellow tones. Half diminished seventh, minor third, diminished fifth, minor seventh, C, E, B, tense, mysterious, used in jazz and classical. Diminished seventh, minor third, diminished seventh, C, E, Fa, G. Very tense, leads strongly to resolution. For more detailed examples and resources, a simple search can lead you to a variety of educational materials. Type seventh chords in music theory into Google for comprehensive explanations and audio examples. Look up seventh chord shapes for guitar or seventh chords piano for practical applications on your instrument. Quarter-tone music explores the microtones between the standard notes in Western music, expanding the harmonic and melodic possibilities. This system divides an octave into 24 equal parts, each a quarter tone apart, compared to the 12 semitones in traditional Western music. Examples. Resources. Formation microtones. Definition. Quarter tones are intervals half the size of a semitone, used to create microtones. Google.com/search. Quarter tone music. Notation uses special symbols like flat and sharp with arrows to indicate quarter tone shifts. Quarter tone sharp and flat notation, like google.com/quarter tone notation. Instruments. Instruments must be capable of producing microtonal pitches. Quarter tone piano, modified woodwinds, microtonal instruments /google.com/microtonal instruments. Composers. Many 20th century composers and musicians have explored quarter tones. Charles Ives, Alois Harber, composers of quarter tone music, composers of quarter tone music. Listening to quarter tone music can be challenging due to its unusual intervals. Listen to quarter tone music, google.com/search. Listen to quarter tone music. This table provides an overview of quarter tone music, highlighting key aspects and resources for deeper exploration. Here's a concise guide to understanding parallel key modulation in music theory. Parallel key modulation is a technique used in music composition to shift a piece from one key to its parallel major or minor counterpart, enriching the musical texture and emotional effect. This method leverages the shared tonic between the two keys, allowing for a smooth transition despite the contrasting moods of major and minor scales.
Aspect. Example.
Modulating from C major to the definition. Transition between parallel major and minor keys, sharing the same tonic. Modulating from C major to C minor. To purpose, contrast and enrich the emotional or thematic aspects of music. A song moving from a happy theme in a major key to a somber section in a minor key. Common techniques often involves altering key signatures, adjusting accidentals and shifting modal focus. Using melody in C major, then introducing flats to shift to C minor. Can subtly or dramatically change the mood and listener's perception. Transition in Beethoven's Symphony No. 5 from C minor to C major for a triumphant effect. For more resources, Google Parallel Key Modulation Music Theory for articles and tutorials. Explore interactive music theory websites that offer examples and exercises. Introduction to instrument families. Musical instruments are categorized into families based on how they produce sound. These families are strings, woodwinds, brass, percussion, and keyboards. Each family shares common characteristics that make the instrument sound unique.
Instrument family. Examples.
Google resources. Strings. Sound is produced by vibrating strings either by bowing or plucking. Violin, guitar, harp, cello. String instruments on google.com search string instruments. Woodwinds. Sound is made by air being blown through a tube, often using a reed. Flute, clarinet, oboe, saxophone. Woodwind instruments on Google search woodwind plus instruments. Brass. Sound is created by buzzing lips into a mouthpiece attached to coiled brass tubes. Trumpet, trombone, tuba, French horn. Brass instruments on google.com search brass instruments. Percussion. Instruments produce sound when hit, shaken or scraped. Xylophone, tambourine, marimba. Percussion instruments on google.search instruments. Keyboards. Instruments with keys that trigger hammers, strings or electronic sounds. Piano, organ, synthesizer, harpsichord. Keyboard instruments on Google, google.com keyboard instruments. This concise table provides a clear overview of how instrument families work and examples to explore. Introduction to bel canto. Bel canto, meaning beautiful singing in Italian, is a vocal technique developed during the late Renaissance and Baroque periods, reaching its peak in the 18th and early 19th centuries. It emphasizes smooth, flowing phrasing, agility, vocal control, and pure tone production. This method is fundamental in opera and classical music, allowing singers to deliver technically demanding pieces with emotional depth and grace.
Aspect.
Explain sounded tone, a well-rounded note without harshness or breathiness. Tone production focuses on achieving a pure, clear and rounded tone, a well-rounded note without harshness or breathiness. Breath control, strong diaphragmatic control ensures sustained, smooth phrases. Singers take deep breaths to carry long lato lines in arias. Vocal agility requires flexibility to perform fast runs, trills and ornamentations. The aria Una voce poco fa from The Barber of Seville by Rossini. A seamless connected singing style that avoids breaks between notes. Casta Diva from Norma by Bellini. Expressiveness. Bel canto balances technical brilliance with deep emotional expression. Maria Callas's rendition of Visidate from Tosca. Famous singers. Renowned bel canto practitioners include Maria Callas, Joan Sutherland, and Luciano Pavarotti. Google resources: bel canto vocal technique, www.google.com, search bel canto play vocal technique, bel canto opera style, / search Cook's bel canto opera. Articulation refers to the clarity and precision in speech, focusing on how individual sounds, words and sentences are expressed. It ensures effective communication by allowing the listener to understand each spoken word. Aspects of articulation.
Examples.
Vocal effective communication by allowing the listener each spoken word. Articulation pracuracy, consonant clarity, pronouncing consonants distinctly. Bat versus pat. Bat, and practice tips, vowel sound accuracy, ensuring vowels are articulated correctly. Bit versus beat, therapy resources. Syllable stress, emphasizing the correct syllable in words. Record versus record, verb. teachers.com. Pacing and rhythm, maintaining proper speed and flow of speech, pausing naturally between thoughts. Articulate.speechnation.com. Precision in sentence flow, structuring and delivering sentences smoothly. The quick brown fox jumps, articulation lesson, pinterest.com. These resources provide tools for improving articulation through exercises, techniques and educational tips. Introduction. Chords and triads are fundamental building blocks of guitar harmony. Triads consist of 3 notes, the root, the third, and the fifth. Chords expand on this by adding more notes. Understanding these will help you create rich melodic progressions on the guitar.
Example. How to play on guitar. Google resource.
The note on which a chord or triad is built. C, the triad is built. The note on which a chord or third string.
C race.
AC, place, majorsingguitar.com. Third, the third note of the root, above the root, can be major semitones or minor 3 semitones. E major or E beeb. Minor, play E on the 2nd fret, D string for C major, E for C minor. Chords and intervals, ultimateguitar.com. Fifth, the 5th note above the root, 7 semitones, gives stability to the triad. Play G on the 3rd fret, E string. Basic chord construction.fender.com. Major triad. A triad with a major 3rd and perfect 5th. C, E. Play open C major chord. .justinguitar.triad, a triad with a minor 3rd and perfect 5th. C, E, G, C minor chord. Play chords theory for guitar.ultimateguitar.com. Introduction to Romantic Period Harmony. Explore the richness and emotional depth of Romantic Period harmony, where composers expanded musical boundaries with complex chords and innovative progressions. This period marked a significant evolution from classical forms, emphasizing expressiveness and color in music.
Element description.
Chromaticism, use of notes outside the standard scale to enhance harmonic color. Wagner's Tristan und Isolde Prelude. Modulation, shifts from one key to another within a piece to express different emotions. Chopin's Ballade No. 1 in G minor, Op. 23. Enharmonic modulation, subtle key changes using enharmonic equivalents, blurring tonal centers. Schubert's Erlkönig. Incorporation of 7th, 9th, 11th and 13th to add tension and release. Liszt's Piano Sonata in B minor. Altered chords that include modified pitches to create dissonance and subsequent resolution. Beethoven's Symphony No. 9, second movement. For further learning, check out resources like musictheory.net and classicfm.com, which offer accessible insights into the nuances of Romantic music theory. Here's a concise introduction to harmonic singing with a structured table format, including examples and resources you can explore to deepen your understanding. Harmonic singing, a unique vocal technique that allows a singer to produce multiple pitches simultaneously, emphasizing the natural harmonics of the voice. This method, deeply rooted in various cultural traditions, offers a mesmerizing auditory experience.
Aspect. Examples.
Singers manipulate their fundamental pitch.
2, 3. Technique.
Singers manipulate their vocal tract shape to amplify specific overtones while singing a fundamental pitch. Tuvan throat singing, overtone singing, harmonicsyoutube.com, watch VC9. Cultural roots, prominent in Mongolian, Tuvan and Tibetan traditions. Hunhuatu, Alash Ensemble, sluktos.hi.edu. Start by practicing the basic drone and gradually learn to isolate overtones. Sigit and Kume styles, humi.com/how-to-do practice tips. Use a tuner to visualize overtones and improve accuracy. Frequent, short practice sessions are recommended. Overtone exercises, overtone singing style, harmonics.com. Explore these resources and practice regularly to develop your harmonic singing skills. Learn Boogie Woogie Piano. Dive into the energetic world of rhythmic blues. Step description, example, resources. Start by understanding the 12-bar blues progression. 1. Basics. Start by understanding the 12-bar blues progression, fundamental to Boogie Woogie. Practice the chords and structure in the key of C. C7, 12-bar blues tutorial, pianogroove.com, blues piano lessons. 2. Left hand. Learn the classic walking bass lines. Begin slow, focusing on steady tempo. CGAG pattern, libertyparkmusic.com, boogie woogie piano bass lines. 3. Right hand. Practice adding right hand licks and melodies. Start with simple triads and build up to more complex riffs. Triad riff in C boogie with johnny.com/piano lessons beginner. 4. Combining. Begin to play hands together. Start with slow separate practice, then combine at a faster pace. Mastery comes from repetitive practice. Full 12-bar practice, handstogether.com/boogie woogie piano for beginners. 5. Improvising. After mastering basics, improvise by mixing different licks and rhythms. Listen to famous players to inspire your own style. Improve on C blues. boogiewoogieimp.com/keyboard-lessons, boogie woogie piano/C139. This table outlines the key steps to learn Boogie Woogie Piano, complete with practical examples and resources for in-depth learning. Start with the basics and progressively add complexity to your playing to become fluent in this energetic style. Public domain music gateway to timeless treasures. Explore the rich tapestry of music that has entered the public domain, offering unrestricted access to a diverse range of historical pieces. Public domain music includes any musical work where copyright has expired, making it free to use without obtaining permission from the original copyright holder. These works can be used in performances, adaptations, and new compositions. Here are some key examples and resources to delve into this vast musical heritage. Categories, resources for exploration. This Land is Your Land. Classical music. Bach's Brandenburg Concertos, Beethoven's Symphonies. IMSLP International Music Score Library Project. Folk music. This Land is Your Land, early versions. Scarborough Fair, the American Folklife Center at the Library of Congress. Early jazz, compositions by Scott Joplin like Maple Leaf Rag, the Public Domain Review, archive.org. Blues, early songs by Lead Belly, the Smithsonian Folkways recordings. Spirituals, Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, Digital Public Library of America. This table provides a glimpse into the diverse categories and exemplary works that have shaped different genres, alongside platforms where these treasures can be explored further. Similes are figures of speech that compare two different things using like or as to highlight similarities between them, enhancing the reader's understanding and adding vivid imagery to the text. Aspect, explanation, he eats like a pig. Definition. A simile is a direct comparison made between two unlike things, explicitly using like or as. He eats like a pig. Purpose, similes are used to make descriptions more expressive and vivid by drawing a comparison that highlights similarities. Her cheeks are red like a rose. Usage, commonly used in both literature and everyday language to add flavour and depth to descriptions. As busy as a bee. Variations, sometimes similes are used with words than or as if to create a comparative link between actions or attributes. She sings as if she's a professional. For further exploration, Google provides numerous resources. A simple search like examples of similes or simile in literature can yield helpful websites, educational videos, and exercises to practice recognizing and using similes effectively. Here's a concise introduction to mean tone temperament, followed by a detailed table with examples. Mean tone temperament is a tuning system used historically for keyboard instruments. It aims to keep the most commonly used musical intervals, such as the major third, sounding particularly sweet at the expense of less consonants in other intervals. Aspect. Tuning CG slightly flat, etc. Definition, a system of tuning based on the cycle of fifths, where fifths are tuned smaller than in pure tuning. See GG slightly flat, GD slightly flat, etc. Interval focus optimizes major thirds to be more consonant, closer to pure ratios. Major third CE sounds purer than in equal temperament. Disadvantages. Some intervals, particularly those involving enharmonically spelled notes, sound very dissonant. Shark and ab are not the same pitch, causing wolf intervals. Historical context. Popular in the Renaissance and Baroque periods, especially for keyboard music, used in works by composers like Palestrina and later Bach. Modern usage, often used in historically informed performances of early music. Harpsichord and organ music from the 16th to 18th centuries. For additional resources, consider exploring early music sources at www.earlymusicsources.com, Grove Music Online, oxfordmusiconline.com for detailed historical and theoretical contexts, YouTube tutorials and lectures on tuning and temperament by music scholars. Here's a concise table layout with a bold introduction that outlines the exploration of jazz rhythms, including practical examples and suggested resources for further study.
Exploring jazz rhythms.
Jazz rhythms form the backbone of jazz music, infusing it with its characteristic swing and vitality. Understanding these rhythms enhances listening and performing experiences. Below is an overview of key jazz rhythms with examples and resources to help deepen your knowledge. Resources for further learning.
Resources for further exercises.
Swing, a rhythm where notes with equal written time values are played with unequal durations, typically lopsided. Take the A train. Google jazz swing rhythm exercises. Bebop, complex rhythms with irregular accents, often uses syncopation. Salt Peanuts, Google bebop bossa nova, a style that blends samba and jazz, known for its smooth, mellow rhythms. The Girl from Ipanema, Google bossa nova rhythm guitar. Ballade, slow tempo and often played in a swung or even 8th feel. In a sentimental mood, Google jazz ballad rhythm techniques. Funk jazz, characterized by a strong backbeat, syncopation and repetitive groovy bass lines. Chameleon, by Herbie Hancock, Google funk jazz drumming. This table serves as a starting point for exploring the rich and varied rhythms of jazz music. Each style contributes uniquely to the genre's dynamic sound. Cross rhythm, a foundational element in African, Latin American and jazz music, enriches the texture by overlaying conflicting rhythmic patterns, creating a complex and dynamic musical landscape. Here's a concise guide. Aspect, explanation, examples, resources. Resources, a concise guide against 2 beats. Definition. Cross rhythm occurs when 2 conflicting rhythms are played simultaneously. 3-2 cross rhythm, where a triplet is played against 2 beats. Cross rhythm basics, britannic.com/art. Common ratios. Typical ratios include 3-2 and 4-3, creating polyrhythmic textures. 4-3 rhythm, with 4 beats played against 3 in the same space. Understanding Cross Rhythm Music Theory Academy.com's Understanding Music/Cross Rhythms. Implementation, often used in drumming, piano and ensemble performances. Clapping exercises alternating between 3 and 2 beats. Practical cross rhythm exercise, youtube.com/31. Impact, enhances musical dynamism and complexity, often giving a piece a swing. Jazz performances that use syncopation to accentuate cross rhythms. Cross rhythm in jazz, jazztimes.com/the importance of rhythm. These resources provide deeper insights and practical examples to master the art of cross rhythms, enhancing both comprehension and performance skills. Here's a concise guide on Yondes Martineau, including key information and resources.
Discover the unknown Martineau.
Dive into the world of one of the earliest electronic musical instruments, known for its haunting and ethereal sounds. Explore its history, how it's played, and where to find more about it. Aspect, resources. Early electronic music's invention, created by Maurice Martineau in 1928, France, inspired by the theremin. Early electronic music, example. How it works, produces sound through oscillating vacuum tubes. Players control pitch with a wire or a keyboard. Unique glissando effects, playing technique. Features a keyboard and a ring worn on the right hand, allowing for continuous pitch adjustments.
Vibrato and dynamics, example.com.
famous compositions used in film scores and classical compositions, including works by Olivier Messiaen. Tarangalela Symphony. Learn more. Various online tutorials and historical retrospectives are available. YouTube demonstrations. Example.com. Here's a concise explanation of augmentation presented in a table format, along with a brief introduction. Introduction. Augmentation is a pivotal technique in data processing and machine learning used to enhance dataset quality and volume. It involves introducing modifications or generating synthetic data to improve model robustness and accuracy. Flipping, zooming, color adjustment. Image augmentation modifies images to create diverse training samples. Rotating, flipping, zooming, color adjustment. Text augmentation alters text data to generate new content while retaining the same meaning. Synonym replacement, back translation, text shuffling. Audio augmentation applies changes to audio files to prevent overfitting and improve model generalization, adding noise, changing pitch, varying speed. Data augmentation, techniques applied to increase the amount and diversity of data by altering or adding synthetic data. SMOTE for generating synthetic samples in datasets. Google Resources, TensorFlow Data Augmentation, TensorFlow Image Data Augmentation.tensorflow.org/tutorials images data augmentation. PyTorch Data to Augmentation, pytorch.org/vision/stable/formsen. Introduction. Bar is a versatile unit of measurement used in various fields, primarily to gauge pressure. It's equivalent to 100,000 pascals and is commonly used in meteorology, oceanography and engineering to describe atmospheric or hydraulic pressures. Below, we'll explore key concepts, practical applications and examples to understand the use of bar in different contexts. Google results. A metric slightly less than atmospheric pressure. Definition. A metric unit of pressure slightly less than atmospheric pressure at sea level. Learn more. Google.com search Google bar pressure unit usage. Used in weather forecasting, scuba diving and engineering. Predicting storms based on barometric pressure. Explore usage. Google.com/search Q-bar plus usage in weather forecasting, often compared with psi, another unit of pressure. 1 bar is 14.538 psi. Compare units. Search bar for the SI. Tools like barometers and manometers measure in bars. A barometer showing 1.013 bars at sea level. Measurement tools by Google.search. Here's a concise introduction to mordants with a table that includes examples. Mordants are ornamental musical figures characterized by the rapid alternation of a main note with an adjacent note, either above or below. They add expression and complexity to melodies. Mordants are primarily notated as a short squiggle with a vertical line through it for a lower mordant involving the lower adjacent note, and without a line for an upper mordant involving the upper adjacent note. Here are some examples and resources to learn more about how they are applied in music. Description, notation example, upper mordant, rapid alternation between the main note and the note above it. D, C on a D in G major, slash a C pull up.coms upper mordent and lower mordent. Rapid alternation between the main note and the note below it. D, C, D on a D. For further exploration, consider checking out resources such as educational videos and sheet music available on platforms like YouTube or music theory websites to hear and see mordents in action. Here's a concise introduction and a detailed table to explain the concept of a whole step in music theory. Understanding whole steps, a fundamental concept in music theory. A whole step, also known as a whole tone, is a basic interval in Western music, equivalent to 2 half-step semitones. This concept is pivotal for constructing scales and chords, influencing harmony and melody. Here's a clear breakdown of what whole steps are, including practical examples. Element descriptions and examples, whole steps to build major scales. Definition, a whole step is an interval of 2 half steps in musical pitch. From C to D, from E to F. Whole steps are used to build major scales, among others. C to D in C major scale. Instruments, on a piano, a whole step involves skipping 1 key in between. C to D. Whole steps contribute to forming various chords by stacking notes based on scale intervals. Major third from C to E, C, D, E. Visualization, often visualized as 2 adjacent frets on a guitar or keys on a piano. Guitar strings, fret 1 to fret 3. For further reading and detailed tutorials on whole steps and other music theory concepts, you can explore educational resources available on websites like musictheory.net or .theoria.com. Introduction to composing for double bass. Learn the essentials of composing music for the double bass with practical examples and valuable resources. Enhance your compositions by understanding the unique capabilities and sound of this versatile instrument.
Aspect. Details. Resources. Range.
The double bass typically covers the pitches E1 to C5. Compositions should consider its profound resonant tones. Bottesini's concertos showcase the upperregister.org for score references. Technique, explore pizzicato, bowing and harmonics to enrich your compositions. Use pizzicato for rhythmic sections as in jazz bass lines. Google double bass extended techniques. Ensemble role, often used to support harmony and rhythm in ensembles. In orchestral music, it provides the foundation, e.g. in Beethoven's symphonies. Search orchestral double bass parts, solo potential. Solo pieces can highlight its melodic capability. Dragonetti's waltzes demonstrate lyrical solo capabilities. YouTube for performances by renowned bassists. Writing tips. Write in comfortable keys for bass. Avoid excessive ledger lines. Consider transposition for readability. Transpose parts in C major to make it easier for bassists. Visit musictheory.net for transposition help. Unlock the secrets of efficient music production workflow. Below is a table that outlines a streamlined workflow for music production, complete with stages, key actions, examples, and resources to guide you along the way. This structured approach helps you navigate the creative process from initial idea to final mix, ensuring your music reaches its full potential. Stage, key actions, examples, Google resources. 1. Music production, chords and lyrics. 1. Planning. Define goals, choose the genre and target audience. creating a mood board for a synthwave track, music production planning tips. 2. Composition, write melody, chords and lyrics, composing a catchy pop song hook, songwriting basics. 3. Arrangement, structure the song, add instruments, adding a bridge to increase song dynamics, music arrangement techniques. 4. Recording, capture vocals and instruments, recording vocals with a condenser mic, home recording studio essentials. 5. Editing, comp and tune vocals, quantize instruments, tightening drum timings, vocal comping tutorials. Mixing, balance levels, EQ, apply effects using sidechain compression on bass, mixing music for beginners. 7. Mastering, finalize audio, enhance loudness, mastering a track for streaming platforms, audio mastering basics. 8. Distribution, release and promote the track, uploading to Spotify via DistroKid. How to distribute music online. This table provides a concise roadmap for music production, incorporating both creative and technical steps to guide you from idea to distribution. Use the suggested Google searches to find detailed articles and tutorials to deepen your understanding of each stage. Introduction to Advanced Jazz Arranging. Jazz arranging is an art form that combines creativity with music theory to produce captivating jazz ensembles. It requires a deep understanding of harmony, texture, dynamics, and orchestration. Below, explore essential concepts and practical examples for mastering advanced jazz arranging.
Concert!
There's a deep understanding of dynamics and orchestration. Voicings. Voicing techniques. Techniques for distributing notes among instruments. Drop 2, closed, open voicings. Jazzarrangingtopadvice.com. Altering the underlying harmonies of a melody for variation. Tritone substitution, modal interchange. Counterpointics. The technique of writing melodies that complement each other. 2-part writing techniques. Counterpoint in jazz, musictheory.net. Rhythmic layering, creating textures by layering different rhythmic patterns. Staggered entrances, syncopation, advancedmodernjazz.com. Orchestration, assigning parts to different instruments effectively. Scoring for horns versus rhythm section. Jazz orchestration tips /www.berkeley.edu. These concepts are foundational for advanced jazz arranging, each linking to a resource where you can dive deeper into the techniques and their applications. Here's a concise guide to understanding and using the harmonic minor scale in jazz, featuring essential examples and resources. Explore the harmonic minor scale in jazz, a compact guide. Dive into the intriguing sounds of the harmonic minor scale in jazz. This guide outlines key concepts, practical examples, and additional resources to enhance your playing and understanding. Embrace the unique tonal qualities of this scale to enrich your jazz improvisations and compositions. Scale formation. Example in C harmonic minor. Unique tonal qualities of this scale to enrich your jazz. A, B. The harmonic minor scale by raising the 7th note of the natural minor. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Jazz theory, jice.com/harmonic minor jazz, used over minor chords with a major 7th, especially in minor 5 progressions and Do 7, G7, B9, G Singam, learnstandards.com/blog/learning-jazz scale. Adds tension and exotic flavor, suitable for creating dramatic solos. Use B natural over G7, B9 for tension. Jazz advice, harmonic minor, www.jazzadvice.com/harmonic minor, as in jazz. Typical phrases, commonly used phrases or licks that incorporate the harmonic minor feel. Ascend C, E, F, G, B, D, descend B, harmonic minor, blog/blog harmonic scale. Explore these concepts and resources to deepen your jazz skills with the harmonic minor scale. Here's a concise table on high life music, featuring an introduction and examples, along with resources for further exploration. High life music, a vibrant fusion of African rhythms and Western instruments. High life is a music genre that originated in Ghana in the early 20th century, celebrated for its jazzy horns and multiple guitars. It combines traditional African melodies and rhythms with Western elements, making it a pivotal genre in West African music history. Resources is music, colonial militional and origins.
Developed in Ghana.
Influenced by traditional Han music, colonial military bands, and Western jazz. Ya Amponsa, GhanaWeb.com/Ghana homepage/instruments, guitars, trumpets, saxophones, and sometimes traditional drums. E.T. Mensah's bands, modernGhana.com/lifestyle-music. Notable artists: E.T. Mensah, King Sunny Ade, and Fela Kuti contributed significantly to the spread and evolution of high life. King Sunny Ade, AllMusicGuide, Music.com. Cultural impact. High life has influenced many other genres in West Africa and beyond, embodying the post-colonial expression. Fela Kuti, Afrobeat inspiration, Britannica on High Life, thus Britannica.com. High life continues to influence contemporary African pop music, merging with new genres like Afrobeats. Odo Color by Bezic in Africa. musicinafricanafrica.net/magazine/highlife-Ghana classic/modern relevance. This table provides an overview of high life music, highlighting its evolution, key elements, and lasting influence on music both in Africa and worldwide. Basic progression. Basic progression is the most ubiquitous jazz programmonic bass in many jazz standards, forming a harmonic bass in many jazz standards in February 7 and G7, Ringmaday 7, jazzprovice.com, learning jazz chord progressions. Turnaround progression, used to return to the beginning of the section, often found at the end of forms. I in C major, M7, learnjazzstandards.com/blog, learning jazz/jazz theory, jazz change, borrowing chords from parallel keys modes to add color. Borrowed form from C major. FM7, modal interchange.com/jabstitute dominance, substitute. Using alternate dominant chords to provide variety and tension. Tritone substitute for G7 in C major, dB Sitone explained. Jazz advice, quite giant substitution. Secondary dominance, introducing dominant chords that resolve diatonic chords other than the tonic. V7 of it, D7 resolving to G7. /learnjazzstandards.com's blog/learning-jazz/jazz theory/secondary dominance in jazz. Explore these elements and practice the examples to begin creating your own unique jazz soundscapes. Here's a compact and informative guide to get you started on learning to play the fanfare trumpet, presented in a table with additional resources. Introduction to fanfare trumpet. Embark on a musical journey with the fanfare trumpet, a heraldic instrument with a powerful sound that evokes the grandeur of ceremonial occasions, perfect for beginners or seasoned musicians looking to add a majestic touch to their repertoire. Explore essential techniques, famous pieces and helpful resources below. Read sound! And basic sound production. Basics. Basics. Learn the trumpet's structure, how to hold it. Basic sound production. Holding the instrument upright.
Basic trumpet tutorial.
u.com/watch. Feigned technique. Focus on breath control, embouchure and fingering for clear notes. Breath from diaphragm. Scales and arpeggios. Practice major and minor scales, crucial for technical proficiency and tonal familiarity. C major scale, not 8 notes tom/scales. Repertoire. Start with simple fanfares before advancing to complex compositions. Fanfare for St. Edmundsbury by Benjamin Britten. Sheet Music Plus /wwmusicplus.com/maintenance. Regular cleaning and maintenance ensure the best sound and longevity of the instrument. Monthly deep cleaning. Trumpet maintenance guide www.n/instrumentguide/trumpet. Feel free to dive deeper into each aspect using the provided links and start your fanfare trumpet adventure today. Introduction to Jazz and Orchestral Development. Explore the captivating evolution of jazz and orchestral music. From its roots to modern interpretations, this concise guide highlights key developments and influential examples in both genres. Delve into the milestones that shaped these dynamic musical landscapes. Era, jazz development, notable jazz examples. Orchestral development, notable orchestral examples. Maple leaf rag, richer textures. Late 19th century, origins in blues and ragtime. Maple leaf rag, romantic period, richer textures. Symphony fantastique, Berlioz. 1920 to 1930s, swing era, big band format dominates. Sing, 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 Benny Goodman. Rise of nationalistic styles. Finlandia, Sibelius. 1940s, 1950s, bebop, complex solos and rhythms, Salt Peanuts, Dizzy Gillespie. Development of film scores and modernism, Psycho Suite, Bernard Herrmann. 1960s to 1970s, free jazz avant-garde movements, The Shape of Jazz to Come, Ornette Coleman. Minimalism, use of phase shifting. Music for 18 musicians, Steve Reich. 1980s, 2000s, revival of classic styles, fusion genres emerge. Tutu, Miles Davis, incorporation of electronic elements. Symphony No. 1, Philip Glass. 21st century global influences, blending of genres, The Epic, Kamasi Washington. Film and video game music, continued innovation. Interstellar Suite, Hans Zimmer. For more in-depth exploration, consider these resources. Google Books, extensive collection of books on jazz and orchestral music. Google Scholar, academic papers and articles on specific periods and styles.
Introduction to Zydeco music.
Zydeco is a vibrant music genre that blends Cajun music, blues and rhythm and blues, originating from the Creole culture of Louisiana. This unique sound is marked by the use of the accordion and washboard, creating lively dance tunes that reflect the rich Creole heritage. Explore its distinctive features and influences through examples and resources. Description, resources. Blues and R&B influences. Origins, rooted in Louisiana's Creole population, combining French Creole, blues and R&B influences. Clifton Chenier, Buckwheat Psychohistorical Society, web psychohistoricalsociety.com. Instruments, features accordion and washboard, frottoir, alongside guitar, bass and drums. Zyko Sont Passail by Clifton Chenisiana Folklife www.org /t articles essays /Creole Art Zydeco. Dance style, energetic, syncopating often in a two-step pattern. Zydeco dance festivals, learn to zydeco.learntozydeco.com. Cultural impact, represents a deep expression of Creole culture with ongoing influence on American music. Yo Jock, Nathan and the Zydeco Cha-Cha /COTState.la.us/Louisiana-State Museum/online exhibits/the Creole State / This table provides a concise guide to understanding Zydeco music, highlighting its main features, notable examples and resources for deeper exploration. Sure, here's a brief guide on composing jazz ballads, structured in a table format with an introduction and some helpful resources for deeper exploration. Explore the heartfelt world of jazz ballads, a composer's guide. Dive into the delicate nuances of creating jazz ballads, a genre that combines emotion, subtlety and sophisticated musical techniques. Learn to capture the essence of jazz's most introspective form through chord progressions, melodic structures, and lyrical storytelling. Below is a concise guide, complete with examples and resources to enhance your journey into jazz ballad composition. Examples. Below is a concise guide and minor variations. Chord progressions, use extended chords for richness. Common progressions include 2VI and minor variations. Misty uses a 2VEI progression. Jazz Theory Book, Amazon.com /Jazz Theory Book, Mark Levine, T83211 by Mark Levine Structure. Melodies should be lyrical, often following or complementing the chord tones. Body and Soul showcases complex melody over simple chords. Learn Jazz Standards, learnjazzstandards.com Melodies section. Instrumentation, piano and saxophone are prominent, but consider strings for depth. In a Sentimental Mood features piano and sax duet, berkeleyonline.berkeley.edu/jazz composition. Lyrics often reflect themes of love, loss, or reflection. My Funny Valentine offers introspective lyrics. Songwritersresource.com, focusing on jazz ballads. This table provides a starting point for composing jazz ballads, blending technical advice with creative inspiration to develop your unique sound. Here's a concise table on serialism, designed to give a clear and structured understanding of the topic. Serialism, a fundamental exploration. Serialism is a method of composition that uses a series of values to manipulate different musical elements. This technique, developed in the early 20th century, is primarily associated with the 12-tone technique invented by Arnold Schoenberg, which treats all pitches of the chromatic scale equally, avoiding any tonal center. Serialism involves arranging the 12-tone order or series. Basic conceptism involves arranging the 12 tones of the octave in a particular order or series, which forms the basis for a composition. Arnold Schoenberg's Suite for Piano 25, resource/wtheoryexamples.com/serialist techniques, uses transformations like inversion, retrograde and transposition on the tone row. And Webern's Variations for Piano 27 by Classic, fn.com/discover/serialist guide. Key composers: Arnold Schoenberg, Anton Webern, Alban Berg. Alban Berg's lyrics, .britannica.com/topic: Serialism and spread influenced composers globally, expanding into total serialism, which includes dynamics and rhythms. Pierre Boulet's Lamato Summer allmusic.com. Overview. A musical ornamentation is a grace note played quickly before the main note, adding expressiveness and complexity to musical compositions. Typically, it's notated with a small note with a slash through the stem and is played as quickly as possible. The acciaccatura is intended to be brief, almost crushed into the main note, hence its nickname crushed note. Here's a concise guide. Aspect. Details. Notation, small note with a slashed stem before the main note. Execution, played very quickly before the main note without taking up its time. Adds emotional depth and complexity, emphasizing the main note. Instrumentation, used in various instruments, particularly common in keyboard and string instruments. Example: Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, Chopin's Etudes. For more detailed resources and examples, explore materials available on music theory websites or specific educational pages like Google Arts and Culture /Arts and Culture Google/, which offers insights into classical compositions and playing techniques. Introduction. Writing for film scores involves crafting music that complements and enhances the visual and emotional elements of a film. It requires a deep understanding of narrative structure, character development, and emotional pacing. Here's a concise guide on how to approach writing music for film scores, including key aspects to consider and resources for further learning. Central ideas. Here's Star Wars theme. Composing recurrent musical themes that correspond to characters or central ideas. Jazz consistency, using motifs to maintain musical consistency and support the film's narrative. Howard Shore's Lord of the Rings. Online.Berkeley, emotional resonance. Music should evoke the intended emotions to mirror or contrast the on-screen action. Hans Zimmer's Inception score. Timing and pace, aligning musical cues with specific scenes for maximum impact. Ennio Morricone's The Good, the Bad and the Ugly. Orchestration, choosing the right instruments and sounds to fit the film's atmosphere. James Horner's Titanic score, notes/slamduck.filmmusicnotes.com. This table covers foundational elements of writing for film scores, aimed at guiding beginners towards effective and emotionally engaging compositions. Here's a concise guide to Cajun music rhythms, featuring a short introduction and a table that includes examples and resources. Cajun music, originating from the Acadian settlers in Louisiana, is rich in cultural history and distinctive rhythms that form the heartbeat of its sound. Description of resurfacing its sound. Two-step, upbeat, quick dance rhythm, commonly used in Cajun music for lively dance tunes. By Harry. Waltz, Slower, 3/4 time signature, providing a more lyrical, flowing movement. Left Flams Down Fur by the Balfour Brothers, Cajun Waltz Com. Zydeco, driven by fast syncopated rhythms, combining Cajun influences with blues.
Zydeco Gree Gree.
W.com for what? Blues. Slower and emotional, often uses a more relaxed rhythmic pattern. Lacasine Special by Ailu Joan, Cultural Heritage. These examples and resources can help you delve deeper into the unique rhythms of Cajun music and appreciate its deep-rooted cultural heritage. Here's a concise table that explores classical melodies with a short, bold introduction and included Google resources for further learning. This format is great for both quick reference and deeper study. Explore the beauty and complexity of classical melodies. Classical melodies are the essence of emotive and complex musical compositions. They showcase the creativity of composers and their ability to evoke deep emotions through structured yet melodious soundscapes. Explore the foundational melodies from iconic compositions to appreciate the depth and diversity of classical music. Resource on Google.
Air on the G string. J.S. Buck. Air on the G string.
Orchestral Suite Number 3, learn more, google.com/search, Air on the G string, L. Beethoven Ode to Joy, Symphony Number 9, learn more, google.plus/joy, Eine kleine Nachtmusik, Serenade No. 13, Punch, F. Chopin, Nocturne in E flat major, Opus 9, Number 2, Punch Nocturne, P.I. Tchaikovsky, Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy, The Nutcracker, and www.google.com/search, Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy. Each link directs you to a Google search where you can find recordings, historical contexts, and musical analyses to enhance your understanding and appreciation of these classic melodies. Understanding jazz harmonic tension. Harmonic tension in jazz creates interest and emotional depth. By manipulating chords and progressions, musicians can evoke feelings that enhance their improvisation and composition. Here's a concise table outlining key concepts, examples, and resources.
Concept. Description yourself. Descriptions.
And resources. Dissonance C7, chords that clash create tension resolved by consonants. Death by consonants. Modes less dissonance C J May 7, C9, T9, adding notes, 7ths, 9ths, enriches harmony and creates depth. Extendedglide.jazzguitar.t blog/extendedcoinge. Moment 7, borrowed from C Mixolydian. Using chords from parallel modes adds surprise. Interchange explainedlange.jazzguitar.bee/blog/chromaticism. Chromaticism, C-sharp, dim movement builds tension by stepping outside the key. Understandingjazzadvice.com/secondary dominance. D7, we have G in C major. Chord that leads to a non-diatonic chord, heightens anticipation. .jazzguitar.guitar blog/secondary dominance. Explore these concepts to enhance your jazz understanding and performance. Writing for Fiddle is a versatile tool for collaborative writing and brainstorming. Below is a concise table to help you get started. To inform, description, example, resources is a tool for purpose. Define the objective of your writing. To inform about environmental issues. Fiddle.com/user guide. Structure. Organize content with headings and subheadings. 1. Introduction. 2. Main points. Writing structure tips. Collaboration. Use real-time editing for group input. Invite team members to edit. Fiddle collaboration features. Feedback. Seek and provide constructive criticism. I appreciate your insights. Feedback.com. Revision. Edit drafts based on feedback and new ideas. Updated based on team suggestions. Revision strategies. www.revision.com. This table provides a quick guide to writing effectively using Fiddle. Understanding umbratones, quick guide. Umbratones are nuanced tones that enhance the emotional depth of a piece. Here's a concise overview. Aspect, description that conveys loss. Umbratones are nuanced tones. Definition, subtle shades of meaning within tones. A melancholic melody that conveys loss. Wikipedia on tones, en.wikipedia.org. Emotional impact, evokes specific feelings or moods. A warm, rich chord progression that feels nostalgic. Music Goes, arts.gov/exploring our nation. Application, used in music, literature and art to create depth. A character's dialogue that hints at sadness. creativewriting.com. Examples in music. Use of minor scales or soft dynamics. Adagio for strings by Barber. jack.notes.com. Exploration. Delve into different, find diverse umbratones. Jazz ballads often utilize umbratones. jazzadvice.com. Explore these aspects to grasp the ultimate impact of umbratones in your creative works. Jazz counterpoint techniques. Counterpoint in jazz enriches harmony and melody, allowing musicians to create complex interactions between voices. Here's a quick overview of essential techniques. Technique, resource or resources, creating thematic unity. Imitative counterpoint. One voice mimics another, creating thematic unity. Jazz standards often have motifs repeated in different voices. Jazz Theory Online, jazztheory.com, contrapuntal lines, multiple independent melodies that harmonize. Use of two saxophones playing different lines. Learn jazz stand rhythms, contrasting rhythms. Different rhythmic patterns in voices. A walking bass line with syncopated piano. openstudio.com. Melodic embellishment. Adding flourishes to melodies for complexity, arpeggios or passing tones in solos. jazzadvice.www.jazzadvice.com. Harmonic extensions, adding tensions to chords for richer textures, using 7ths, 11ths in chords. Jazz Guitar Online, jazzguitaronline.com. Explore these techniques at your jazz compositions and improvisations. Understanding melisma, a guide. Melisma refers to the singing of a single syllable of text while moving between several different notes. It's a hallmark of many musical styles, especially in genres like gospel, R&B, and Middle Eastern music. Here's a concise breakdown. Aspect, description, example, resources. Definition, A vocal technique involving multiple notes on one syllable. Sung with a series of notes. Wikipedia on melisma, edit wikipedia.org, wiki melisma. Origin, rooted in ancient music found in various cultures. Gregorian chants often use melismatic phrases. Melisma in music theory, musicnotes.com, 2020-073, melisma in music theory. Styles, common in gospel, jazz and Middle Eastern music. Whitney Houston's I Will Always Love You. Vocal techniques explained.theoryofmusic.com/article/vocals techniques. Practice, focus on control and fluidity through scales. Practice with la 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 over various scales. youtube.com/results, search queries melisma vocal techniques. Feel free to explore these resources to delve deeper into melisma. Sure, here's a concise guide to tutti in a table format, along with examples and resources. Understanding tutti in music. Description. Example, restored pieces timed to tutti in a table format. Definition. Tutti means all in Italian, indicating all performers play together. Orchestral pieces featuring tutti sections. And wikipedia.org/wiki. Tutti, often used in orchestral and choral music to signify a full ensemble sound. In Handel's Messiah, the choir often sings tutti. Musical doyenba. Contrast, opposite of solo, where one performer is featured. A concerto where the soloist contrasts with tutti passages. Musicalterms.com. Notation, typically indicated in the score, often after solo or sectional passages. Tutti, marked after a solo section in a symphony. Learningmusicnotes.com. This should help you delve into the concept of tutti effectively. Writing funk horn parts. Funk horn sections are key to creating that infectious groove in funk music. Below is a concise guide on writing effective funk horn parts, complete with examples and resources. Aspect sections are key. Instrumentation. Use trumpets, saxophones and trombones for a full sound. 2 trumpets, 1 trombone, 1 sax. Horn arranging basics, jazzadvice.com/arranging basics. Rhythmic patterns emphasize syncopation and offbeats to drive the groove. 1 EA, 2 E and A, 4 time, funk beating, bass up. Harmonies use triads and 7th chords for richness. C7, F7, chord progressions. musicnotes.com/blog 2026-08/funk-chord progressions. Create interaction between instruments. One plays a phrase and others respond. Horn A, ba. Horn B, boo. Call response techniques. Musicalchairs.info. Dynamics. Vary dynamics to add excitement. Crescendos and accents work well. Swell on the last note of a phrase. dynamics.com/education. This guide provides a foundation for crafting engaging funk horn parts that will enhance your compositions. Understanding equal temperament. Equal temperament is a tuning system that divides the octave into 12th parts, allowing instruments to play in any key with consistent harmony. This system is widely used in Western music, enabling versatility across genres. Details, examples, resources. Definition. Tuning system where the octave is divided into 12 equal semitones. All modern pianos, guitars, Wikipedia equal temperament, and nwikipedia.org wiki equal temperament. Advantages: allows for easy modulation between keys and simplifies instrument construction. Versatile for composers. Equal temperament, musictheory.net/lessons18. Historical context: evolved from earlier tuning systems, became prominent in the 18th century. Bach's Well-Tempered Clavier, Khan Academy, Equal Temperament Academy.org/humanities, music/theories, harmony advanced voicing /equal temperament. Instruments, common in keyboard, fretted string and brass instruments. Clavichord, modern orchestras. Classical guitar, tuning systems.classicalguitar.com/tuning systems. Explore these resources for a deeper understanding of equal temperament and its significance in music. Exploring sound collage. Sound collage is an artistic technique that combines various audio elements to create a new composition. It allows for creative expression by layering sounds, including music, spoken word, and ambient noise. Here's a quick guide. Element description. It allows for creative expression. Here's a quick guide. Found. Everyday noises recorded and manipulated. Street sounds mixed with music. Found Soundtech, google.com search. Found plus sound plus techniques. Clips of spoken word or dialogue. Snippets from interviews. Using voice samples, google.com search. Using voice. Music layers. Integrating different genres or styles. Classical music with electronic beats. /dubgoogle.com/search. Cue layering music. Sound effects. Added elements to enhance mood or atmosphere. Nature sounds for a calming effect. Google.com search. Collage editing software. Tools for manipulating and combining audio clips. Audacity, GarageBand, Adobe Audition. Best audio editing software, best audio editing software. Experimenting with sound collage can open new avenues for artistic expression. Understanding chorale, a brief guide. A chorale is a type of hymn or song often associated with church music, characterized by its simple and accessible melodies. It typically features 4-part harmony, making it suitable for congregational singing. Below is a table summarizing key aspects of chorale, along with examples and resources. Google Resources. Definition. A hymn tune, usually in 4-part harmony. Ein fester Berg by Martin Google.com/search. Chorale music basics. Structure generally consists of melody, soprano, and harmony. O Sacred Head Now Wounded. Orthis, Stalan, historical context, originated in the Reformation period. Walk It Auf by J.S. Bach, Google.search. Chorale history, usage, used in worship services and concert settings. Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Search Google.com music. Famous composers, J.S. Bach, Luther, and contemporary arrangers. Jesu, joy of man's desiring. Google.com. This guide provides a foundational understanding of chorale and directs you to additional resources for deeper exploration. Modernist harmony and overview. Modernist harmony explores new structures and sounds, breaking away from traditional tonal frameworks. It emphasizes dissonance, unconventional chord progressions, and innovative uses of texture.
Example.
Resources, breaking away from traditional tonal frameworks, and innovative uses of texture. Dissonance, use of harsh or unresolved chords to create tension. Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring, Khan Academy on Dissonance, flat2allvocabulary.org. Non-tonal, compositions that avoid traditional key centres. Wibben's 5 Pieces for Orchestra, 5 Pieces for Orchestra, YouTube, Modern tonality. Spontaneous use of multiple keys. Simultaneous use of La Création du Monde, Coursera. Extended chords, incorporation of added tones beyond the 7th. Bartók's Music for Strings, Percussion and Celesta. Open Culture, Modernist Music, openculture.com. Cluster chords are formed by stacking notes close together. Cowell's The Banshee, Wikipedia, Modernism in Music, n.wikipedia.org. This table serves as a concise guide to understanding key concepts in modernist harmony. Jazz groove creation, key elements and resources. Creating a jazz groove involves understanding rhythm, harmony and melodic structure. Here's a quick guide to get you started. Element, description. Play 8th notes unevenly. Swing feel. Emphasizing the offbeat to create a relaxed groove. Play 8th notes unevenly. Long short pattern. Learn swim at jazzadvice.com/underswing. Rhythmic variation. Use syncopation and polyrhythms for complexity. Layer a bossa nova rhythm over a swing. Rhythmic concepts.b/syncopation in jazz. Walking bass line. A steady bass line that outlines chord progressions. Play quarter notes outlining chord tones. Walking King W jazz guitar bass line tips. Comping chordal accompaniment that supports the soloist. Use stabs or rhythmic patterns in piano or guitar. Comping essential jazzguitar.be blog/jazz comping techniques. Improvisation, create melodies that fit over the groove. Use the blues scale over a 12-bar blues. Improvisationsexec.com/improvisation guide. This table provides foundational concepts and resources to dive into jazz groove creation. Enjoy experimenting. Layering instrument parts, a guide. Layering instrument parts enhances the richness and depth of your music. By combining different sounds and textures, you can create a fuller arrangement. Below is a concise table to help you understand the concept with examples and resources. Google resources and understand the concepts. Harmonizing add harmony parts to create depth. Layering a violin harmony over a cello, how to harmonize. Doubling, duplicate a part at different octaves, 2 synths, 1 high, 1 low. Doubling instrument parts. Texturing, use different instruments for a single line. Piano with strings for a lush sound. Layering instruments for texture. Rhythmic layering, combine rhythmic elements for complexity. Drums layered with percussion, layering rhythms in music production. Add background sounds for atmosphere. Pads or ambient sounds under the mix. Creating ambient layers in music. These techniques can elevate your compositions, giving them a professional feel. Explore the resources for in-depth tutorials. Understanding recitative. Recitative is a vocal style used in opera and oratorio that emphasizes the natural flow of speech. It serves to advance the plot and develop characters, often accompanied by minimal instrumental support. Aspect, a description, emphasis to advance the plot and develop characters. Definition, a style of delivery in which a singer is allowed to adopt the rhythms of ordinary speech. Wikipedia on recitative, wikipedia.org recitative. Purpose, to convey dialogue and emotions in a dramatic context. Mes amis, quel jour, from La Fille du Régiment.operamerica.org. Types, two main types. Secco, dry, with minimal accompaniment, and accompagnato, richly accompanied. Secco handles Giulio to xww.net.org characteristics, more speech-like, with free rhythm, often with quick shifts in pitch. Il dolce suono from Lucia di Lammermoor, Classical Music Explained, classicalmusicexplained.com. Historical context, originated in the early Baroque period as a way to express emotion and narrative. Monteverdi's L'Orfeo, naxosmusiclibrary.com. Concise introduction and table to help teach the basics of jazz rhythm and time, designed to provide a fundamental understanding and direct learners to helpful resources. Exploring jazz rhythm and time. Jazz rhythm and time are foundational elements that create the genre's unique sound. This table outlines key concepts and provides examples to illustrate the diverse and dynamic rhythms found in jazz music. Explore these resources to deepen your understanding and appreciation of jazz. Concept, description, example, resource, l'applaudis, resources, swing, a rhythm where notes with equal written time are played unevenly. Sea Jam Blues by Duke Ellington. Syncopation. Accenting a beat not usually accented, creating a surprise in the rhythm. Take 5 by Dave Brubeck, jazzacademy.jazz.org. Polyrhythms, multiple rhythms played simultaneously, common in advanced jazz. African Flower by Duke Ellington, jazzadvice.com. Odd time signatures, uncommon time signatures like 5/4 or 7/8, adding complexity. Whiplash by Hank Levy, Jazz in America, jazzinamerica.org. This framework should provide a solid starting point for anyone new to jazz or looking to brush up on their rhythmic skills in jazz performance and appreciation. Rhythm dictation is a fundamental ear training practice for musicians, enhancing their ability to understand and transcribe rhythms they hear. Below is a guide to help you start with rhythm dictation, including practical examples and online resources. Step. Example. Online resource. Listen. Begin by listening to the rhythm multiple times to internalize its pattern. Clapping or a metronome ticking.
Teoria.com.
Tap the rhythm using your hands or feet to match the tempo and beats. Tap along to a simple 4/4 beat. Notate. Write down the rhythm using standard musical notation. Start with simple notes and rests. Transcribe a series of quarter notes and eighth notes. Check. Compare your transcription to the original recording or use software to check accuracy. Use apps to play back your written rhythm. Practice regularly with varied rhythms to improve accuracy and speed, different time signatures and complex rhythms. Rhythm Trainer, therhythmtrainer.com. These steps and resources provide a structured approach to mastering rhythm dictation. Rhythmic motif, a fundamental element of musical structure. A rhythmic motif is a short, recurring pattern of sounds or silences that provides a distinctive rhythm within a piece of music. These motifs serve as fundamental building blocks, contributing to the overall texture and thematic identity of compositions across various musical genres.
Elements.
Fundamental buildings. Definition. A rhythmic motif is a repeated sequence of notes or rhythms, creating a recognizable pattern in music. A series of quick eighth notes followed by a rest. Function. It provides unity and structure, helping to establish and reinforce the musical theme, used to signal the main theme in Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. Variation. Motifs can be varied by changing their length, timing, or syncopation to add interest or complexity, altering a motif's rhythm in jazz improvisation. Usage in genres, common in all genres, especially prominent in classical, jazz and popular music. The syncopated motifs in jazz, repetitive patterns in electronic dance music. For further exploration, Google resources such as scholarly articles, educational websites, and video tutorials can provide deeper insights into rhythmic motifs and their applications in different musical contexts. Understanding pianissimo. Pianissimo, indicated by P on sheet music, is a musical directive to play softly. It's a dynamic level in music that requires delicate touch and control, essential for conveying mood and emotion. Below is a table explaining pianissimo, complete with examples and resources to deepen your understanding. Aspect. Examples. Resources. Definition players to perform a very soft volumes. Definissimo instructs players to perform at a very soft volume. Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, first movement. musictheory.net/review. musictheory.net. Technique involves gentle key presses, controlled breath for wind instruments, and light bow pressure for strings. See Claire de Lune. .com. Importance in music allows for emotional depth and contrast, essential in varying musical expressions. The soft sections in Chopin's Nocturnes. Learning tips. Practice with a metronome at low volumes. Focus on finger control and relaxation. Practicing scales or simple melodies pianissimo. 8notes.com. Explore these resources for practical exercises, theory lessons, and more detailed explanations on mastering pianissimo and other dynamics in music. Here's a concise table about exploring jazz grooves, complete with examples and Google resources for further learning. You can use the links in the table to dive deeper into each groove. Exploring jazz grooves. Dive into the heartbeat of jazz.
Jazz grooves. Jazz
form the foundational rhythms that make jazz music swing and come alive. From the sultry swings to the intricate syncopations of bebop, each groove offers a unique flavor. Explore the examples and resources below to expand your understanding and appreciation of jazz music.
groove characteristics.
Key artistics. Key artist sources below. Swing. Smooth, flowing rhythm with a strong swing feel. Campsy. 1 o'clock jump dot by Google.search. Swing jazz. Bebop. Fast tempos with complex chords and rapid chord changes. Charlie Parker. Ornithology. On www.google.com search. Key bebop jazz plus bossa nova. Blend of samba and jazz with a relaxed lyrical style. The Girl from Ipanema. Google.search. Key bossa nova jazz. Funk jazz. Characterized by a strong backbeat groove and electrified sounds. Herb Hancock Chameleon. www.google.com/search. Herbie Hancock. Mellow, laid-back style with softer tones and long linear melodic lines. Freddie Freeloader. Cool jazz. These resources are ideal starting points for anyone keen to explore the rich rhythmic landscape of jazz.
Introduction.
Writing for the lute involves a unique system called lute tablature, which is different from standard musical notation. This tablature shows finger placement on the lute's strings, offering both right-hand and left-hand techniques. Below is a concise guide to get you started. Aspect. Google Resources. Lute tablature. Lute music is written tablature, which uses letters, numbers, or symbols to indicate finger positions. French tablature uses letters, A equals 0 fret, B equals 1st fret, while Italian uses numbers, 0 equal open string, 1. Lute tablature guide.cs.dartmouth.e/ubc/tab tuning. Renaissance lutes are often tuned to G or A. The tuning determines the string positions in tablature. Standard tuning, G, C, F, A, D, G. Lute tuning in foleymusicnews.com. Fingering! Numbers in tablature indicate which frets to press on specific strings. 1 on the second line represents pressing the 1st fret on the 2nd string. Lute fingering tips /wlutesociety.org/playing the lute. Right-hand technique. The right-hand technique includes plucking with the thumb, index and middle fingers. Plus the thumb for index, M for middle. Right-hand lute techniques. /stackexchange.com/questions 23856. Renaissance versus Baroque. Renaissance tablature focuses on chords, while Baroque lute often includes more complex melodies. Renaissance, more chord-based. Baroque, intricate melodic passages. Baroque lute is www.lute.baroque.html. This table gives you a foundational understanding of lute notation and some great resources for further study. Jean-Philippe Rameau, a pioneer of Baroque music and music theory. 1683 to 1764, was a French composer and music theorist widely regarded as one of the most important figures of the Baroque era. He revolutionized music theory through his groundbreaking work, Traité de Harmonie, 1722, and composed operas that combine drama with rich harmonies. Rameau's influence extends beyond his time, shaping modern understanding of harmony and orchestration. Aspect details. Les Indes Galantes, 1735, born 1683 in Dijon, France. Major works. Traité de l'Harmonie, Hippolyte Aricie, 1733, Les Indes Galantes, 1735, Castor et Pollux, 1837. Innovations. Revolutionized harmonic theory with Traité de Harmonie, developed functional tonality, sophisticated orchestration in operas and ballets. Baroque characterized by rich harmonies, counterpoint, and dramatic orchestral textures. Theoretical impact. Rameau's Traité de Harmonie laid the foundation for modern music theory, particularly chord progressions and tonal functions. Google resources. Rameau on Google Art. artsandculture.google.com. Jean-Philippe Rameau remains a cornerstone of both Baroque music and music theory. Understanding grandioso in music. Grandioso is an Italian term used in music to indicate a grand, majestic, or noble style of playing. It directs musicians to perform with a sense of grandeur and boldness, often in slow to moderate tempos, to convey power and emotion. Google examples, Google resources all. Majestic, musical in nine protection, symphony. Definition: grand, majestic style in musical interpretation. Symphony Number 9 by Beethoven, especially the Ode to Joy section. Google grandioso, google.com. Search grandioso in music. Tempo: typically slow to moderate. First movement of Tchaikovsky's Piano Concerto Number 1. Google examples of grandioso, Google examples grandi in music. Dynamics: loud or increasing in volume. Final movement of Mahler's Symphony Number 2. Google grandioso interpretation. Use in music, seen in classicals and symphonies, orchestral pieces and ceremonial music. Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries. Google grandioso performance, w.google.com/search. Mood, emotion, evokes grandeur, power and emotional intensity. Fanfare for the Common Man by Aaron Copland. Google grandioso sheet music, google/search grandioso music. This table offers a concise guide to understanding grandioso in music, from definition to key examples. Tactus, the core concept in early music rhythm. In early music, tactus refers to the steady pulse that guides performers in maintaining tempo, much like a conductor's beat today. It represents a consistent heartbeat-like pulse rather than specific note values, often aligning with the human heartbeat, around 60 to 80 beats per minute. Understanding tactus is essential to interpreting Renaissance and Baroque music, as it dictates how performers manage tempo, articulation and expression. Aspect, description, examples. Keeping a steady tempo in choral pieces. Definition: a steady pulse that governs the tempo and rhythmic structure in Renaissance and Baroque music, keeping a steady tempo in choral pieces. Historical context, common in 15th to 17th century music. It emphasized flow over mechanical precision, maintaining a natural pulse. Works by Palestrina, Monteverdi and Lasso. Pulse speed, often tied to the human heartbeat, 60 to 80 BPM. Choral music tempo in sacred masses. Modern equivalent, similar to a conductor's baton for tempo control. Baroque keyboard pieces with a steady rhythm. Further resources: Understanding Tactus, 60example.com, Tactus in Renaissance music. Tactus and early performance practices example.com. Sure, here's a concise introduction and table to help you understand advanced blues voicings. Explore advanced blues voicings. Deepen your blues piano skills with advanced voicings that add richness and complexity to your playing. The table below showcases a variety of voicings across different keys, using extensions and alterations to enhance the traditional blues sound. For further learning, check out online resources or detailed books on jazz and blues piano techniques. Voicing example. Note. Chart online resources: C dominant 7th, CE beat and 11 for colour. F dominant 9th, FA, CG. Sharp 9 and 13 for tension. Ib dominant 13th. G, B, E, B, F, full-bodied chord with clue A, dominant 7th on main 9, 8, C, /G, E, Hendrix chord sharp 9. D, dominant 7th, 8th, D, F, C, E. Flat 5 adds a unique dissonance. G, dominant 11th, G, B, D, includes both the 9th and 11th. These voicings are ideal for jazz and blues improvisation, adding depth and a modern twist to your sound. Experiment with these in your practice to discover how they can enhance your musical expression. Empfin's steel, or sensitive style, is a musical aesthetic that emerged in mid-18th century Germany, characterized by an expressive approach aiming to evoke delicate emotions and intimate expression. This style represents a move away from the structured forms of Baroque music, focusing on simplicity and emotional depth, and is closely associated with the early classical period. Notably, it emphasizes sudden contrasts in dynamics and effects, and features freer melodic lines. Example composers: C.P.E. Bach, Früh Bach, emotional expression, music aimed to express nuanced emotions with delicate sensitivity. C.P. Bach, J.C. Bach, C.P.E. Bach, flute concerto. Dynamic contrast, sudden shifts in volume to enhance the expressive quality of the music. Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, Symphony in E minor, Q 178. Melodic freedom, melodies are more flexible and less bound to strict forms, allowing more personal expression. Wilhelm Friedemann Bach, Fantasia in C minor, FK 15. Harmonic use of unexpected harmonies and chromaticism to convey deeper emotional states. Keyboard Sonata in D minor, Opera 5. 2. For further exploration, resources like Google Books or JSTOR offer access to detailed analyses and music scores that illustrate the nuances of Empfin's Stil. Left-hand technique is essential for precision and skill development in stringed instrument play. Master these fundamentals to enhance your musical expression. Technique, Descripal, resource link, fingering, fingering. Positioning fingers correctly on the frets to achieve clear notes. Use fingers 1 to 4 for frets 1-4 without stretching. Fingering basics though. classic.fm tom/discover-music/instruments/guitar/ features thumb position, placing the thumb on the back of the neck to support the finger's motion. Thumb behind the 2nd fret, parallel to the fingers. Thumb technique at guitarworld.com/thumb positioning classical guitar. Shaking the finger to modulate the pitch of a note for expression. Press the string down, move the hand subtly back and forth. musicradar.com how-to/vibrato-tutorial. Pull-offs. Plucking the string by pulling the finger off to produce sound. Pluck note with finger 2, then pull off to finger 1. Pull-offs explain guitarworld.com/essential pull-off technique. Hammer-ons. Snapping a finger down on the fretboard to sound a note without plucking. Hit the fret with finger 3 after playing a note with finger 1 at premierguitar.com/guitar hammer on S and pull-offs. These resources offer visual and textual explanations to assist in mastering these techniques. Here's a concise introduction to understanding jazz soloing, complete with resources and examples. Jazz soloing is a captivating form of musical expression where musicians improvise melodies over the underlying chord progressions of a song. Learning to solo effectively involves mastering scales, understanding harmony, and developing a unique style. Dive into the art of jazz soloing with these resources and key examples.
Description.
Resource and minor scales. Dorim osikladura blocks. Scales. Basic building blocks for soloing, typically modes of major and minors. Dorian mode on So What by Miles Davis. Chord tones, emphasizing the notes of the chord being played over to anchor the solo. Autumn Leaves, as played by Cannonball Adderley. Learn Jazz Standards, w.learnjazzstandards.com/techniques. Techniques like enclosures and closures and passing tones to target chord tones. Charlie Parker's solos often use enclosures, jazzer type, jazzer, phrasing, the way notes are grouped and articulated in a solo. Bill Evans' use of space in solos. Free jazz. Improvisation, the spontaneous creation of melody using the above elements in real time. Keith Jarrett's live improvisations.
I was doing all right.
I was doing all right.com. Explore these aspects through listening and practice to develop your understanding and skill in jazz soloing. Here's a concise table detailing the concept of movement across various disciplines, including examples and resources for further exploration.
Introduction.
Movement refers to the change in position of an object or entity across space and time. It's a fundamental concept observed in physical environments, biological systems, art and technology. Understanding movement helps in analyzing dynamics in nature, mechanics, human activities and visual expressions. Field. Description. Examples or resources. Khan Academy /physics. Physics. Study of motion and its causes in space and time. Projectile motion. Orbital mechanics. Khan Academy Physics. khanacademy.org/physics. Biology. Movement of organisms and internal processes. Bird migration, muscle contraction, naturanature.com, citable art, use of motion for expression or visual impact. Kinetic sculptures,
Art Story.
with theartstory.org. Technology, development of systems that facilitate or imitate movement. Robots, smart transportation systems. TechCrunch. Each resource provides a deeper insight into movement within their respective fields, offering educational materials and up-to-date information. Polytonal jazz is a captivating style where musicians use multiple keys simultaneously to create complex and intriguing harmonies. This approach expands the harmonic palette, allowing for richer, more textured compositions and improvisations. Below is a concise table outlining the fundamentals of polytonal jazz, including practical examples and resources for further exploration.
Concepts.
Using 2 or more keys harmonic depth. Polytonality basics. Using 2 or more keys at the same time depth. Miles runs the Voodoo Down by Miles Davis. Jazz Theory Book /amazon.com / The Jazz Theory Book Mark Levine. Composition techniques. Composers overlay different key centers to create unique soundscapes. Central Park West by www.jazzadvice.com. Improvisation strategies. Improvisers navigate multiple keys, often shifting rapidly for expressive effect. Magic Malik by Ornette Coleman. Jazz Standards, learnjazz.com. Listening skills. Developing an ear for identifying and appreciating polytonal layers. Eternal Child by Chick Corea. iReal Pro, h/iRealPro.com. These entries provide a glimpse into the complex world of polytonal jazz, showcasing its application in various jazz compositions and offering resources for those interested in diving deeper into this sophisticated musical technique. Here's a concise introduction and a structured table on serialism in composition. Serialism, a revolution in musical expression. Serialism is a technique in music composition that uses a series of values to manipulate different musical elements. This method, which started in the early 20th century, organizes pitch, rhythm, dynamics, and timbre into a structured format, providing a new dimension to the musical landscape.
Aspect. Description.
Examples. Definition. Serialism arranges musical elements in a predetermined order called a series. The method is primarily applied to the pitch tone row, but can extend to rhythm and dynamics. Arnold Schoenberg's compositions, especially his 12-tone music. Google Introduction to Serialism for overviews and historical context. Techniques. The basic technique involves creating a tone row of all 12 pitch classes, each occurring only once. This row can be manipulated by inversion, retrograde, or transposition. Anton Webern's Variations for Piano, Op. 27-inch illustrates complex serial techniques. Search serialism techniques in music for tutorials and analyses. Impact. Serialism significantly influenced 20th century music, promoting a structured yet abstract approach to composition and challenging traditional tonal hierarchies. Pierre Boulez and Karl-Heinz Stockhausen expanded the boundaries of serialism. Look up Impact of Serialism on Modern Music for scholarly articles and discussions. This table provides a snapshot of serialism's basics with avenues for deeper exploration through suggested resources. Here's a concise guide on triple stops, a concept primarily used in trading. Explore more about how and when they are utilized effectively through the table below and by utilizing additional resources online. Concept. Definition. About how and when utilize a stop.
Triple. Stop.
A risk management strategy where a trader places 3 conditional stop orders to exit a position. Initial stop, set just below the purchase price to limit potential loss. This technique aims to protect gains or limit losses by using multiple stop levels. Break-even stop, adjusted to the entry price once the trade shows profit. Each stop is activated under different conditions, providing layers of security. Trailing stop, moves with the price, locking in profits as the price rises. For in-depth information and step-by-step instructions on setting up triple stops, online trading platforms and tutorials offer great resources. Websites like Investopedia, trading software user manuals, and specific brokerage educational centers are recommended starting points for both novice and experienced traders. Below is a concise guide designed to help you write effectively for female voices. The table includes key points along with examples and further resources for an in-depth understanding. Introduction. Writing for female voices involves understanding and expressing the unique perspectives and experiences of women. Effective writing captures the diversity and complexity of female characters, ensuring they are represented authentically and respectfully. This guide offers practical tips, examples, and resources to enhance your writing for female voices. Example, Detour-zusammenhang anhand voor detour community. Example, resample, character depth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Develop multi-dimensional characters that reflect real women's experiences and emotions. A female CEO navigates both corporate and family challenges. Google writing strong female characters. Avoid stereotypes. Steer clear of cliches. Women should have roles and characteristics that reflect real diversity, not just traditional or overused tropes. Instead of a damsel in distress, a woman is shown as a skilled negotiator in a hostage situation. Google avoiding female character stereotypes.
Authentic dialogue!
Ensure conversations are realistic. Women should speak about a wide range of topics, not just about men or romance. Two female scientists discuss new research findings, not their love lives. Google writing realistic female dialogue. Diverse experiences show women in varied roles and with different backgrounds, including different ages, races, professions, and sexual orientations. A young black attorney advocates for civil rights, showcasing her expertise and passion. Google diverse female characters in writing. Emotional complexity. Women can show strength through vulnerability and resilience. Avoid portraying them as one-dimensional in their emotional responses. A mother dealing with loss channels her grief into community activism. Google writing female emotional complexity. This structured approach will help you create rich, nuanced, and relatable female characters that resonate with a broad audience. Here's a concise overview of tempo markings in music, followed by a table with examples for clarity. Understanding tempo markings in music. Tempo markings guide musicians on the speed at which a piece of music should be played. Originating from Italian terms, these markings are essential for interpreting the mood and pace of musical compositions. Here's a simple guide to help you understand common tempo markings and their meanings. Beats per minute BPM description. Example, Anderson, Largo 4060, very slow and broad. Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 6, Adagio 66 to 76, slow and stately, literally at ease. Beethoven's Symphony 9, Andante 76 to 108, walking pace. Mozart's Piano Sonata No. 16, Moderato 108 to 120, moderate speed. Schubert's Symphony No. 5, Allegro 120 to 156, fast and bright. Bach's Brandenburg Concerto No. 3, Presto 168, very fast. Vivaldi's The Four Seasons Summer. For more detailed resources and audio examples, you can explore comprehensive guides on websites like Classic FM and TrekFM.com, musicnotes.com/. These platforms offer insights into how tempo affects musical expression and performance. Here's a compact guide on the blues mode featuring essential information and examples. You can delve deeper into this rich musical style through the resources provided. Definition. Blues mode, often related to the blues scale, is a musical scale with a distinct emotive feel, primarily used in blues music, but also in rock, jazz, and pop. Scale composition typically involves a pentatonic scale with an added flat fifth note, also known as the blue note. For example, in A blues, A, C, D, E, E, G sound. The blue note, even the A blues scale, creates a slightly dissonant sound, which is the hallmark of the blues feel. Playing tips. Use the blue note for expressive bends and vibrato, highlighting emotional expression typical of blues music. Examples. B.B. King's solos often utilize the blues scale. Listen to The Thrill Is Gone for clear examples. Explore more through Google. Beginner Blues Scale, google.com/search, Q Beginner Blues plus the sizes, Exercises for Google GOM Searcher, Blues plus Scale plus Exercises. This table provides a brief overview of the blues mode, its structure and application. Expand your knowledge and skills by checking out the linked resources. Whisper tones, also known as vocal fry or creaky voice, are a vocal technique where the voice is lowered to its lowest register, producing a raspy or creaky sound. This technique can be used for various purposes, including singing, speaking in different dialects, or adding emotional depth to a performance. Here's a concise overview with examples and resources to learn more.
Aspect retail system.
Whisper tones in the vocal register, creating a breath you avoid waking someone. Definition. Whisper tones involve using the lowest vocal register, creating a breathy or creaky sound, speaking softly to avoid waking someone. Usage. Used in singing for effect, dialect coaching, and acting to convey emotion or tension. Singing in a low, raspy voice. Health implications. Technique requires relaxing the vocal cords and reducing airflow to create a fry sound. Mimicking the creaky door sing basics should be used sparingly to avoid strain. Professional guidance recommended for frequent use. Avoiding long speeches in whisper tone. Helpline Vocal Health / helpline.com/. This table presents the fundamental aspects of whisper tones, including practical examples and resources where you can explore this vocal technique further. Here's a concise guide to modal blues composition presented in a table format. This introduction and the table provide a basic understanding and practical approach to creating your own modal blues music. Dive into the world of modal blues composition. This guide outlines the key concepts and steps to craft your own modal blues pieces. Explore different musical modes, understand their emotional impacts, and learn how to apply them to the traditional blues format.
Step description and resources from there. 1.
Choose a mode. Select a musical mode to set the tonal foundation. Dorian mode for a smooth, jazzy feel. Learn musictheory.net. Establish chord progressions. Create chord progressions that fit within the chosen mode. I4V progression in Dorian, DM7, G7, AM7. Piano alt.
Develop a melody.
Compose a melody using the scale of the mode. Melody on D Dorian scale over DM DM7 chord. 4/4 add blues elements. Integrate blues characteristics like bends and vibrato. Use bends on G and A notes in melodies. 5. Structure your piece. Arrange your composition into typical blues sections. 12-bar blues form using modal progressions. Songstuff.com. Each resource is chosen to help deepen your understanding and provide practical examples to apply each step in real compositions. Composing for video games involves creating immersive music that enhances gameplay, narrative, and emotional engagement. A successful video game score adapts to player actions and the game's changing environments, blending creativity with technical implementation. Below is a concise guide with examples and resources for learning this craft.
Aspect description. Examples is
music that adapts to player actions and game states, dynamic music, dynamic scoring, Music adapts to player actions and game states. Music that adapts to Zelda Breath of the Wild Boiled. Google dynamic music in video games. Creating seamless loops that can repeat without fatigue. Cuff, Stardew Valley. Google how to compose looping music. Interactive music, scores that change based on player interactions or in-game events. The Witcher 3. Google interactive music systems in games, sound design integration, blending music with sound effects to maintain immersion. Hades. Google game music and sound design integration. Adaptive music engines, tools used to implement music that changes with gameplay, e.g. Wise FMod. Journey. Google using Wise FMod for adaptive music. This table provides a compact framework for learning video game music composition. Kymographic sound visualization. Kymography is a technique used to visualize sound waves by recording their vibrations on a moving medium. It was an early method to analyze acoustic properties by translating sound into a graphical representation, showing variations in pressure over time.
Aspect. Definition.
Kymography visualizes sound waves using vibrations captured on a moving surface, like paper or film. Historical in the 19th century, originally used to record the motion of waves or sound by translating vibrations. How it works. Sound vibrations move a stylus that traces waveforms on a rotating drum or moving paper. Application. Early study of acoustics, speech analysis and musical tones. Examples. Analyzing musical notes, speech patterns, or differentiating waveforms of distinct sounds. Modern adaptation digital software now offers similar waveform visualization, like in audio editing tools. Useful Google resources: Kymograph sound visualization, early sound recording techniques, kymographic waveforms, related digital tools. Audacity, MATLAB, SoundForge for modern sound wave visualization. Introduction. Blues and jazz harmonic structures both form the foundation of modern music genres. Their progressions revolve around distinctive chord patterns and tonal elements that guide improvisation and composition. Below is a summary of key elements and examples for both. Style, harmonic structure, additional resources. Typically Ivor V. Classic 12-bar blues uses the progression. Built around 12-bar form with dominant 7th chords. Typically R4V, C7, F7, G7 in C major. Classic 12-bar blues uses the progression I, 4, I, V, IV. jazzadvice.com/learn how to play the blues 101. Jazz, more complex, extended chords, 9th, 11th, V, I cadence, IKV, I progression, Theme 7, G7, G7, A7 in C major. Jazz standards include variations on EVI like modal interchange. Jazz progressions, jazz guitar, legatus guitar, B, blog, jazz chord progressions. Blues emphasizes repetition and simplicity, while jazz often involves more chromaticism and complex voicings. Harmonic singing, or overtone singing, is a vocal technique where singers produce multiple pitches simultaneously. By manipulating the vocal tract, they amplify specific overtones from the harmonic series, creating a mesmerizing sound. Below is a simplified guide to harmonic singing, including examples and resources for further learning. Step, description, example, tip, resources.
1. Understand harmonics.
Every vocal sound contains a fundamental tone and harmonics, overtones. Harmonic singing isolates and amplifies these overtones. Practice humming a steady tone while gently shifting tongue position. Harmonic singing basics, youtube.com/watch. 2. Breath control. Steady, controlled breathing is essential for maintaining long tones and sustaining overtones. Diaphragmatic breathing, belly breathing exercises are helpful. Breath control in singing, google.com/search. Breath control for singing. 3. Mouth shape and tongue position. Altering mouth shape and tongue position changes the resonance, amplifying overtones. Say ooh and slowly transition to E while singing a steady note. Advanced overtone singing tips, search advanced plus overtone. 4. Practice and patience. Developing control over overtones takes time. Daily practice with small changes in vocal position is key. Record yourself and listen for distinct overtones. Overtone singing practice techniques. Google.com/search overtone singing practice. This structure provides a basic understanding and pathway to mastering harmonic singing. Introduction. Writing for woodwinds requires an understanding of the unique characteristics and techniques of each instrument in this family. From their individual ranges to articulation and breath control, each woodwind has specific considerations that composers and arrangers must account for. Below is a concise guide to writing for woodwinds with examples and resources to further your knowledge. Range and transposition. Tone quality. Articulation technique, example, Xan transposing. Flute, C4, C7, bright, agile, slurred, staccato flutter. Rapid scales, arpeggios. E3, C7 transposing, warm, flexible. Tonging, slurs, glissando. Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue, glissando. Oboe, B3, G6, really penetrating. Legato, staccato. Pastoral solos in film scores by transposing. Dark, rich, articulate low notes, contrabassoon in Stravinsky's Rite of Spring. Saxophone, B3, F sharp 6, F transposing. Smooth, powerful, glissando, growls. Jazz solos, military band marches. For further reading, explore resources such as Berklee Online Woodwind Course, berkeley.edu, ISLP Woodwind Scores, mslp.org. Highlife, a vibrant West African musical genre. Highlife is a popular music genre that originated in Ghana and Nigeria in the early 20th century. It blends traditional African rhythms with Western instruments like guitars, brass, and jazz elements. Highlife music is characterized by upbeat, lively rhythms, melodic guitar lines, and an overall celebratory feel. It played a crucial role in shaping modern African music. Google resources. Emerged in Ghana and Nigeria. Influenced by brass bands, jazz, and traditional African music. Origin. Emerged in Ghana and Nigeria in the 1920s. Influenced by brass bands, jazz, and traditional African music. Early artists. E.T. Mensah. History of Highlife Music /google.com/search Q equals History of Highlife Music combines Western instruments like guitars, trumpets, saxophones with African percussion like drums and maracas. Guitar-driven tunes, live instruments, Highlife Plum Search, notable artists. Key figures include E.T. Mensah, Osibisa, and Victor Olaya, who spread Highlife globally. E.T. Mensah, Osibisa, Victor Olaya. www.google.com/search famous plus high life musicians. Subgenres includes palm wine music and burger high life, which mix traditional elements with Western influences. Palm high life subgenres such like googleboogle.com/search. Modern influence. High life has influenced Afrobeat and contemporary African pop music. Influence on Afrobeats, High Life's modern influence. www.com/Afrobeat Plus. Developing jazz harmony. Jazz harmony is the foundation of improvisation and composition in jazz. It involves the use of rich extended chords, voice leading, and modal interchange to create dynamic evolved harmonic progressions. Here's a brief guide to developing jazz harmony with examples and resources. Concept, description, example, Google resources. Create examples and resources. Add note extensions to read to light. B. Jazz chord extensions tutorial. Chord extensions. Add 9th, 11th, and 13th to basic triads for richer harmony. 9th, 9. Jazz chord extensions tutorial. Alter dominant chords with Hab 5, B5, number 9, B9 for tension before resolution. G7, DF, G7, number 5, 7, altered dominant chords in jazz, modal interchange, borrow chords from parallel modes to add variety to harmony. C major 7, FM7 from C minor, modal interchange jazz harmony, use tritone or diatonic substitutions to create smooth progressions. G7, DB7, tritone substitution jazz. Smooth movement between chords by minimizing motion between notes. G7, C major 7 by resolving F, E and B, C, voice leading jazz harmony. Develop your jazz harmony skills by exploring these concepts and experimenting with different combinations. Mastering the art of composing top lines. Top lining refers to writing the melody, lyrics and sometimes vocal arrangement for a song over an instrumental track. It's a key skill in modern songwriting, helping create catchy hooks and memorable songs. Description. Google resources. Which is solution. 1. Understand the track. Understand the track, the instrumental, focusing on its rhythm, mood and structure. Familiarize yourself with on its rhythm, mood and structure. Listen to the beat and feel the vibe. Is it uplifting, emotional or energetic? Guide to song structure, masterclass.com/songwriting guide to song structure. 2. Choose a theme. Decide on the song's message or feeling. Personal experiences or common emotions, love, heartbreak, work well. Example, a song about overcoming challenges. The Song Foundry, choosingsongfree.com/articles, how to choose the best theme. 3. Create the hook. To develop a catchy, repeatable phrase or melody that captures attention, often in the chorus. I'm stronger than I've ever been. Topline tips.hitsongsareconstructed.com/insights/create a hook. 4. Write the verse melody. The verses should tell a story and build towards the hook. Use a different melody from the chorus, but keep it complementary. It wasn't easy, I fell many times, but I stood again. Songwriting.com. 5. Refine your lyrics. Use clear, concise language. Avoid cliches unless they serve the theme. Ensure lyrics match the emotion of the melody. I kept on fighting through the stormy nights. Songwriting tips, songfancy.com/songwriting. 6. Record yourself singing over the instrumental to fine-tune the melody and lyrics. Test different melodies and phrasing to find the strongest top line. How to record a demo at soundonsound.com/techniques DIY recording, how to record a demo. This table simplifies top lining, offering clear steps and resources to get you started. Contrasting sections in music. Contrasting sections in music refer to different parts of a composition that vary in melody, rhythm, dynamics or texture, creating a sense of variety and interest. This technique enhances the emotional impact and structure of a piece. Examples: Google resources, creating a sense of variety, impact and structure of a piece. Variations in tune or pitch class in G by John Lennon. Variations in tune or pitch patterns between sections. A slow, smooth verse followed by a fast, lively chorus, e.g. Imagine Len. Google melody contrast, keely.google.com / melody contrast music. Rhythm, changes in tempo or rhythm patterns to create contrast. A quiet, syncopated verse followed by an energetic chorus, e.g. We Will Rock You by Queen. Google rhythm contrast, google.com / rhythm contrast music. Dynamics, varying volume or intensity across sections, soft verses contrasted by loud, powerful choruses, e.g. Smells Like Teen Spirit by Nirvana. Google dynamics contrast. Texture, different layers of sound or instrumentation used to contrast sections. A sparse verse with few instruments followed by a full orchestral chorus, e.g. Hey Jude by the Beatles. Google texture contrast, www.google.com / texture plus contrast music. Inversion in English grammar. Inversion involves reversing the normal order of words, typically for emphasis, formality, or in certain types of conditional or question sentences. It often requires placing the auxiliary verb before the subject. Type of inversion. Examples. Or question sentences. In questions, the auxiliary verb comes before the subject. Are you coming? Negative adverb inversion. When a negative adverb, e.g. never, rarely, starts a sentence, the auxiliary verb precedes the subject. Never have I seen such beauty. Conditional inversion. In conditional sentences, the if is dropped and the auxiliary verb comes before the subject. Had I known, I would have helped. So neither inversion. After so or neither, the auxiliary verb comes before the subject to show agreement or contrast. So did I, neither do I.
Here, there inversion.
In sentences starting with here or there, the verb often comes before the subject. Here comes the bus, there goes the train. Google resources, Cambridge Dictionary, inversion.cambridge.org / grammar, British grammar, BBC Learning English in www.learningenglish. Introduction to modernist harmony. Modernist harmony emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, breaking away from traditional tonal harmony. It embraced dissonance, complex chords, and non-functional progressions, rejecting the rules of tonal resolution. Composers like Debussy, Stravinsky, and Schoenberg experimented with chromaticism, modality, atonality, and extended techniques. Below is a summary of key modernist harmonic techniques with examples and additional resources for learning. Description. Resources. Modernist harmonic. Use of ninth, lem chords. Extensive 9th, 11th and 13th chords to add complexity. Debussy's Prelude to the Afternoon of a Faun. Understanding extended chords, www.musictheoryacademy.com. Atonality. Avoidance of a tonal centre, equal treatment of all 12 notes. Schönberg's Pierrot Lunaire, panbritannica.com's biography Arnold Tonality, simultaneous use of 2 or more keys. Stravinsky's Petrushka, exploring polytonality, music.com/now-tips/what is polytonality, tonality, chords built out on fourths instead of buttocks, music to fourth strings, percussion and celesta. Chordal harmony, explain, musictheorysite.com/chordal harmony. Whole scale consisting of whole steps creates a dreamlike quality. Debussy's Voiles. Whole tone scale overview. 12-tone technique. Organising the 12 notes of the chromatic scale in a non-repetitive order. Schönberg's Suite for Piano, Op. 25, 12-tone theory.musicnotes.com/now tips. How does 12-tone music work? This brief guide introduces key elements of modernist harmony along with resources for further study. Introduction. Fugato is a musical texture where a section of a larger piece resembles a fugue but does not develop into a full fugue. It introduces imitative counterpoint like a fugue but is often brief and used within other forms such as sonatas, symphonies and operas. Aspect. Examples. Google resources, but is often brief, symphonies and operas. Fugato is abbreviates the style of developing. Definition. Fugato is a brief passage in a larger composition that imitates the style of a fugue without full-lipping. Beethoven Symphony No. 9, 4th of Move explains at musicnotes.com what is a fugue. From imitative texture. Similar to a fugue, different musical lines, voices, imitate each other, entering successively. Mozart's Symphony No. 40, first movement, introduction to Fugato, Britannica.com, fugue music. Purpose adds complexity and variety in musical texture within larger works, often conveying tension or sophistication. Brahms' Violin Concerto, first movement, fugue form, structure and meaning, classicfm.com/music, periods, /genres. Contrast to fugue. Unlike a fugue, a fugato is not the central form of the work and does not follow strict formal procedures. Beethoven's String Quartet No. 13, Opera 130. Music Theory Online, fugato.oxfordmusiconline.com. This table provides an overview of fugato with definitions, examples and educational resources to explore further. Introduction to Rhapsody. A rhapsody is a free-flowing, emotionally intense musical composition, often improvisational in nature, with varying themes and moods. Unlike structured forms, rhapsodies evolve with spontaneous and unpredictable shifts in melody and rhythm. Ascription. Google resources and unpredictable shifts in melody. A composition with irregular structure. Hungarian Rhapsody No. 2, Franz Liszt. Definition. A composition with irregular form, blending various themes without following a set structure. Hungarian Rhapsody No. 2 by Franz Liszt. Liszt Hungarian Rhapsody, google.com, search. Hungarian Rhapsody, mood and emotion. Often conveys intense, dramatic or ecstatic emotion. George Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue. Rhapsody in Blue, www.google.com, search. Structure, loosely structured with shifts in tempo, melody and dynamics. Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen, found at google.com/search Bohemian Rhapsody historical context. Popular during the Romantic era but extends to modern compositions. Paganini Rhapsody by Rachmaninoff, Rhapsody composition.google./search Kuchel Rhapsody plus musical composition. Musical characteristics, combines various musical themes showcasing virtuosity and improvisation. Brahms Rhapsody 79, Brahms Lap at google.com/search Brahmsides. Music production workflow overview. Music production follows a structured workflow to turn ideas into polished tracks. This table breaks down key stages, providing a concise explanation, examples, and links to useful Google resources for each step. Stage, example tools. Google resources. This is for each tools.
Clear room 1, songwriting.
1. Craft melodies, lyrics, and song structure. Notepad, songwriting tips, search, songwriting tips. Arrangement, organize, intro, verse, chorus, etc. Ableton, FL Studio, google.com/song arrangement. 3. Sound design, create unique sounds using synthesis or samples. Serum Massive, google.com/search sound design music. 4. Recording, capture audio tracks, vocals, instruments. Pro Tools, Logic Pro X.com/search how to record music. 5. Mixing, balance levels, add effects, and shape frequencies. EQ, reverb, compression. Google mixing techniques, music mixing technique. 6. Mastering, finalize the track for distribution. Google Mastering Guide, google.com/search Q-Quastron. 7. Distribution, release music via streaming platforms. DistroKid TuneCore, Google Music Distribution.google.com/search how to distribute music. This workflow helps guide music producers from start to finish in creating and releasing tracks. Here's a concise introduction and table on developing jazz forms, including examples and recommended Google resources. Explore the evolution of jazz forms. Jazz is a vibrant and dynamic genre that has evolved significantly over time. From its roots in blues and ragtime to modern fusions, jazz forms reflect the cultural, social, and artistic influences of their eras. Discover the key developments in jazz music through the following table, which highlights major forms along with seminal examples and resources for further exploration. Characteristics, Google resources. Ragtime history and key pieces. Ragtime, highly syncopated, ragged. Maple leaf rag. Scott Joplin, search, ragtime history and key pieces. New Orleans, polyphonic ensemble playing, strong brass presence. Dippermouth Blues, King Oliver, search, origins of New Orleans jazz. Swing, strong rhythmic groove, big band format. Take the A-Train era jazz. Bebop, complex melodies, fast tempos, small groups. Coco, Charlie Parker, search bebop revolution in jazz. Cool jazz, softer tones, relaxed tempos, counterpoint improvisation. Take 5, Dave Brubeck. Cool jazz artists and recordings, free tonal structures, improvisation without set chords, the shape of jazz to come, Ornette Coleman. Search, free jazz movement, fusion, mix of jazz improvisation with rock, funk and R&B. Birdland Weather Report, search, jazz fusion history. Each form of jazz not only pushes musical boundaries, but also reflects its time's spirit and issues, making jazz a continually evolving and deeply expressive art form. Here's a concise and structured table to help teach the basics of jazz ensemble arranging. Below the table, you'll find a brief introduction to guide newcomers to the field. Introduction. Jazz ensemble arranging is an art form where composers and arrangers create music for a jazz ensemble. It involves tailoring arrangements to the unique styles and strengths of the musicians, incorporating elements of jazz such as improvisation, syncopation, and complex chords. Understanding the foundational concepts and practical techniques is essential for crafting effective and engaging jazz arrangements. Description.
Resources
Rhythm to instrument roles. Assigning roles like melody, harmony to instruments. Saxophones. Melody, harmony, jazzarranging.jazzbooks.com/merching techniques. Techniques for distributing notes across instruments. Closed voicing for brass, spread for reeds. Rhythmic styling, adding unique rhythmic patterns to enhance groove. Syncopation, swing feel. Modern jazz voicing, modern jazz and voicings. Improvisation integration, incorporating solos and improvisation within arrangements. Solos with rhythm section backing, improvisation in jazzarrange.com. Dynamic and articulation, varying dynamics and articulation to shape musical phrases. Accents, crescendos in big band settings. Dynamic jazz band techniques, slangerdehalionard.com. This table provides a snapshot of key elements to consider when arranging for a jazz ensemble, along with practical examples and resources for deeper exploration. Here's a concise table to help you get started with writing rap lyrics. First, check out this introduction. Rap lyrics combine rhythm, poetry, and personal expression. This quick guide will help you structure your verses, develop your style, and get creative with your wordplay. For deeper exploration, Google resources like How to Write Rap Lyrics, or visit websites such as Genius for annotated rap songs to learn from the best. Lose yourself. One theme. Decide what you want to talk about in your rap. Themes can be personal, political, or Lose Yourself by Eminem focuses on seizing the moment. 2. Choose a rhyme scheme for your lyrics. Common schemes include AABB, ABAB, and freestyle. The Way I Am. Wordplay. Use metaphors, similes, and puns to add layers to your lyrics. Life's a beach, I'm just playing in the sand. Develop your rhythm and flow by matching syllables and words to beats. Practice with beats to find what fits your style. 5. Refinement. Revise your lyrics for clarity, impact, and rhythm. Editing is key to powerful lyrics. Record yourself, listen back, and adjust as needed. For more tips and examples, utilize Google to find specific tutorials or lyric analysis to inspire and refine your skills. Here's a concise introduction and table to help you understand extended chords, which are used to add depth and colour to music, particularly in jazz and contemporary compositions. Extended chords go beyond traditional triads and sevenths by adding notes that are higher in the chord scale. These chords enrich harmonic textures and can dramatically alter a piece's emotional tone. Below is a guide that includes definitions and examples to help you get started. Chord ninth interval, example in C, adds a ninth in C. C adds a ninth interval on top of a seventh chord, C, E, G, B, D. Link to C9 chord /c9.org. Say, C11 includes a 9th and an 11th C, E, G, B, D, encompasses a 9th, 11th and 13th C, E, G, B, that's lifeisgoldpianochord.org, major 7th with an added 9th, C, E, G, D, B, 13th, major 9th with an added 11th, C, E, G, B, 11th, linked to major 11th with an added 13th, major 11th with a D, 13th, C, E, G, D, A. Link to ccmojamut.org.htm. These links lead to resources that provide further details and diagrams to aid in your learning and practice. Here's a concise introduction and a structured table on marcato. Marcato is a musical term that signifies a note or chord is to be played with a strong emphatic and slightly detached articulation. Commonly represented by a vertical wedge above the note, marcato emphasizes the note, making it stand out in a piece. Below is a summary of the concept, along with examples and resources for further exploration. Aspect description examples, resources. Marcaticates, playing a note with emphasis and from surrounding notes. Definition. Marcato indicates playing a note with emphasis and separation from surrounding notes. Any note with a wedge symbol in sheet music. Music Theory Academies, musictheoryacademy.com's How to Read Sheet Music /marcato. Notation denoted by a wedge above or below a note. Marcato on the first beat in Beethoven's Symphony No. 5. HelloMusicTheory.com Learn/Articulations. Sound effect produces a louder, more accented sound, often involves a quicker attack and release compared to regular notes. Marcato in Tchaikovsky's March Slave, where it highlights the main theme's dramatic flair. www.x/www.com/different types musical articulations. Used in music, common in orchestral, band and solo performances. To highlight specific parts of the music, used in jazz solos to accentuate certain notes, adding expressiveness to the performer. musictheory.com/learn music theory /articulations and ornaments in music. These resources provide excellent insights into not just marcato, but also other music articulations, enhancing both theoretical understanding and practical application. Here's a table format for teaching bridging sections, complete with an introduction and examples. Bridging sections in academic writing. Bridging sections are key components in academic writing that help transition between different topics, sections or chapters, ensuring a smooth flow of ideas. They provide connections that enhance the reader's understanding and maintain coherence throughout the document. Purpose explains why bridging is important in the context of the work, to illustrate the shift from historical context to current applications. Lists methods to create effective bridges using transitional phrases like consequently or in contrast to. Placement describes where bridging sections are typically found between the literature review and methodology sections in a thesis. Function outlines what the bridge accomplishes, links the theory discussed in one section to the practical experiments in the next. Details the effect of a well-implemented bridge, enhances reader comprehension and retention of the material. For further resources on creating effective bridging sections, Google keywords such as academic writing transitions, how to write bridging sections, or effective academic linking phrases. This format combines an educational introduction with a practical breakdown in the table, catering to both beginners and those needing a quick reference on bridging sections in academic texts. Here's a concise introduction to the musical form of barcarolle, presented in a table with examples and online resources to explore. Explore the romantic waves of barcarolle. Dive into the lilting rhythms and evocative melodies of barcarolle, a musical form inspired by the songs of Venetian gondoliers. Characterized by its 6/8 time signature, it beautifully captures the essence of gently rocking waters. Explore its enchanting world through key examples and valuable resources. Key examples and valuable resources. Origin, derived from Venetian boat songs, typically in 6/8 time, to mimic rowing. La Gioconda by Ponchielli. h2classicsforkids.com's famous composers, often featured in operas and instrumental suites by romantic composers. Tales of Hoffmann by Offenbach. Naxos. Characteristics: smooth, flowing melody with a distinctive rhythmic barcarolle in F-sharp major on 60 by My Military. Learning resources: sheet music, recordings and analyses help in understanding its nuances. Belle Nuit aux Nuits d'Amour from Offenbach's opera, mslp.org/wiki/scores featuring the piano. Feel free to click on the links provided to explore each piece and deepen your understanding of barcarolle's serene yet expressive style. Heterophony is a texture in music where a single melodic line is played or sung by multiple performers in slightly different variations simultaneously. This results in a rich and complex sound prevalent in various musical traditions around the world. Here's a concise overview with examples to explore this intriguing musical concept. Aspect.
Definition.
Multiple performers play or sing a single melodic line with slight variations in rhythm, pitch, or timbre. Characteristics: slight variations occur spontaneously. Enhances the melody with richness and depth. Can be improvised or composed. Lots of release in music. Oud players often employ heterophony. Indonesian gamelan, different instruments play around a core theme. Scottish folk music, bagpipes and other instruments elaborate on a melody. Modern use, used in some contemporary compositions to create textural complexity. Further learning: explore resources on Google like academic articles or musical anthologies focusing on world music to hear and study heterophony in action. This table provides a snapshot of heterophony, offering a way to understand how this texture contributes uniquely to the musical landscapes of various cultures. Sound object decomposition involves breaking down a complex sound into simpler, identifiable components called sound objects. This process is fundamental in fields like music production, sound design, and audio analysis, helping to isolate and manipulate specific elements within an audio signal for clearer understanding or creative modification. Aspect description examples, Google resources. Isolating vocals from a song. Definition: identifying and isolating distinct sound elements within a larger audio mix. Isolating vocals from a song. Isolating vocals. Techniques: tools and methods used to separate sound components. spectral editing, phase cancellation, spectral editing techniques, applications, practical uses in various industries. Music remixing, film sound design, applications of sound decomposition, soft technology and tools that assist in decomposition, Adobe Audition, Audacity, best software for sound decomposition. For a deeper exploration, you can search these topics to find tutorials, academic papers, and software reviews that will broaden your understanding of how sound object decomposition works and its practical applications. Metric modulation is a musical technique where the tempo of a piece changes through a proportional shift in the note values, maintaining a rhythmic connection between sections. Here's how it works.
Basic definition.
Metric modulation involves changing the tempo by reinterpreting the beat. A note value from one tempo becomes the beat in the new tempo. If a quarter note equals 120 BPM, a dotted quarter may become the new beat at the same BPM. Execution. This is achieved by linking note values across tempos. The key is that one note value leads logically into another, connecting the two tempos musically. Eighth note tied to a 16th note old tempo transitions to a straight eighth note tempo. Visual indicators, often indicated by a ratio G text eighth note equal text dotted eighth note, that shows the relationship between old and new note values. Quarter note text dotted quarter. Practical use, common in complex or progressive musical pieces, it keeps the music engaging and rhythmically dynamic, often used in jazz, classical and progressive rock. Changing from a 4/4 to a 6/8 feel by relating quarter notes to dotted quarters. For more detailed studies and examples, you can explore resources such as music theory websites, online courses and YouTube tutorials on metric modulation techniques. Rhythmic syncopation adds unexpected elements to music, making beats and rhythms feel more dynamic and exciting. It involves shifting the usual emphasis on strong beats to weak beats or the off beats. Here's a brief guide with examples to help you understand and explore syncopation. Basic syncopation, accenting a normally weak beat or off beat in the music. In 4/4 time, clapping on the and of each beat, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Anticipated bass, a bass note played just before the downbeat, often used in funk and jazz. Playing the bass note on the and of 4, leading into the 1 of the next measure. Disc backbeat, shifting the typical snare drum backbeat off the strong beats, 2 and 4, to adjacent weak beats. Snare hits on and of 3 and 1 of the next bar instead of on 2 and 4. Cross rhythms, playing rhythms that conflict with the main pulse, creating complex syncopations. A drum pattern that emphasizes every third eighth note in 4/4 time, disrupting the regular pulse. For more in-depth learning and practical exercises, you can explore resources on websites like Music Theory Academy, spelling at musictheoryacademy.com and neo.am. These platforms offer tutorials and interactive lessons to help you master the art of syncopation. Introduction to Spectral Music Analysis. Spectral music focuses on the acoustic properties and manipulation of sounds rather than traditional harmonic structures. This approach analyzes the frequencies or spectra of sound to create music. Here's a concise overview, including examples and resources.
Aspect. 3.
Concept. Spectral music considers sound spectra and timbre as primary elements. It often involves computer analysis of sound waves to inform composition. Gerard Grisey's Partiels, Tristan Murail's Gondwana, .numcam.here. Technique. Use of FFT, fast Fourier transform, to analyze sound spectra and microtonality to explore sound textures. Horatiu Radulescu's Clepsydra musictheoryexamples.com. Software. Tools like Sphere, AudioSculpt, and MaxMSP are used for spectral analysis and synthesis. Kaija Sarial's Lichbogen, etpress.met.listening, emphasizes active analytical listening to understand the texture and color of sounds. Jonathan Harvey's Mortuus Plango, Vivos Voco, spectral music on Spotify. Explore these resources to delve deeper into the world of spectral music and its innovative analysis techniques. Here's a concise guide to the modes of the melodic minor scale, each with a distinct flavour and use in music. Explore these to enrich your compositions and improvisations.
Characteristic.
4, 5, 6. In music. Melodic minor. 1, 2, B3, 4, 5, 6. 7, minor third, major sixth and seventh, C, D, Ib, F, G, A, B, jazz, modern, classical, 1, B2, B3, 4, 5, 6, B7, flat second, similar to flat second, similar to Phrygian, jazz fusion, 1, 2, 3, 3 and 4, num 5, 6, sharp, 4th and 5th, E, F sharp, film scores, jazz. Lydian dominant, 2, 7, ohm, sharp, 5, 6, B sharp, 4th, dominant 7, D, F sharp, G, D, jazz, blues. Mixolydian B6, 1, 2, 4, 5, B6, 7, flat 6th in a dominant scale, C, D, E, F, G, A, funk, rock, Aeolian B5, 1, 2, B3, 4, B5, B6, B7, flat 5th, similar to Locrian, C, E, F, A, B, but experimental jazz, modern classical scale, super Locrian, 1, B2, B3, B4, B, B6, B7, all altered tones, B9, 9, B13, C, D, B, E, E, G, B, A, B, jazz improvisation over dominant chords. Feel free to dive deeper into each mode using online resources and explore their unique sounds and applications in different musical contexts. Introduction to Baroque harmony. Baroque harmony, flourishing from 1600 to 1750, is marked by its ornate musical structures and the development of tonal harmony. Composers like Bach and Handel expertly crafted pieces with rich chord progressions and intricate counterpoints, laying the groundwork for classical and modern music. Below is a concise guide to understanding Baroque harmony, including practical examples.
Descriptions.
Example resources. Bach's air arcanica is a simple example. Basso continuo, foundation of Baroque accompaniment, continuous bass line. Bach's air on the G string. classicfm.com//Bach music/air on the G string. Figured bass, notation system indicating intervals above the bass note. Handel's Messiah. slapbritannica.com/topic/Messiah oratorio by Handel. Counterpoint art of combining independent melodic lines. Bach's Fugin G minor jsbach.org/fugingminor.tm. Chromaticism, use of notes outside the prevailing key signature. D. Scarlatti's Keyboard Sonata in D minor K9 Hyperion Reco.uk/d/4C25 GBA JY 6. This table highlights key aspects of Baroque harmony, illustrating the sophisticated interaction of melodies and harmonies that characterize the era. For further study, the provided links offer detailed analyses and listening opportunities.
Basso continuo.
Basso continuo, or thorough bass, was a foundational element of Baroque music, essential in defining harmony and providing rhythmic structure. It involved a bass line played by instruments like the cello or bassoon, accompanied by chords played on a keyboard or lute, guiding other musicians through compositions.
Element description. Example.
Harpsichord or this line. Instruments typically includes a bass melody instrument, cello, bassoon, and a chordal instrument, harpsichord, organ, lute. Cello plays the bass line, harpsichord provides chords. Notation, written as a figured bass, with numbers indicating intervals above the bass note that guide the chord structures. A bass note with a 6 suggests a first inversion chord.
Roll.
Supports the melody, underpins the harmonic structure, and maintains the rhythmic foundation of the piece. In Vivaldi's concertos, the continuo steadies fast-moving solo parts. Improvisation. Performers often improvise the exact chords and rhythms based on the figured bass and the style of the piece. Harpsichordists embellish the line to match the soloist's intensity. For deeper learning, explore resources like Early Music Sources, that's like www.earlymusicsources.com, or find tutorials and scores on imslp.org/. Expressive rhythm in music. Rubato is a musical term derived from the Italian word meaning rob time. It refers to a slight speeding up or slowing down of the tempo for expressive purposes. Musicians use rubato to add emotional depth and flexibility to a piece, subtly altering the timing of certain notes while maintaining the overall structure. Below is a brief guide and examples of rubato in practice. Examples. To deviate from strict tempo. Examples. Definition. Rubato allows a performer to deviate from strict tempo, creating emotional flow. Speeding up in the middle of a phrase, then slowing down. What is rubato? classicfm.com/discover-music. What is rubato? Can be used subtly or dramatically. Chopin's Nocturnes or Rachmaninoff's Vocalize. Flirtanotes.com blog/how to use rubato in music. Importance, adds expressiveness, enhances musical phrasing. Lists La Campanella, showcases rubato's emotional range. Rubato performed wikipedia.org wiki tempo rubato. Advanced Jazz Harmonic Motion Overview. Advanced jazz harmonic motion involves complex chord progressions, substitutions and reharmonization techniques to create rich, fluid transitions. This includes secondary dominance, tritone substitutions and modal interchange, offering greater harmonic freedom and variety.
Concept. Explanation.
Example,
Google resource.
a dominant to a chord other than the tonic.
Active secondary.
Chord that resolves to other than tonic, creating C tension and release cycles. So in Siegmund 7 C major, D C7 G major. Tritone substitution, substituting a dominant chord with another dominant chord a tritone away, adding dissonance. In C, G7 DB7 C major. Modal interchange, borrowing chords from parallel modes, E borrowing from minor in a major key. In C, C major A7, A B major A7, borrowed from C minor. Approach chords, using chromatically ascending or descending chords to approach the target chord smoothly. In C major A7, B7, BB7, A7. Complex cycle of key modulations, often moving in major thirds. In C, C mat 7, EB7, AM mat 7, D7, GM mat 7, 6, This table introduces key advanced harmonic motion techniques used in jazz, providing resources for deeper exploration. Understanding melisma in music. Melisma is a vocal technique where a single syllable of text is sung across several notes, creating a flowing and embellished sound. It is widely used in various musical genres, from classical to pop and R&B. Melisma adds expressiveness and emotion to a performance, enhancing the melodic line.
Explanation occurs.
Definition, singing multiple notes, singing multiple music, and singing self-elongated using melisma. Definition, Google search, the word Gloria in classical music often elongated using melisma. www.com/search Q melisma plus in music, historically used in Gregorian chant and other ancient musical traditions. Handel's Messiah for the Lord God Omnipotent reigneth. YouTube, Handel's Messiah, search.com results Messiah melisma. Modern usage, popular in gospel, R&B and pop music. Melisma became especially notable in modern music with artists like Mariah Carey and Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston's I Will Always Love You, I Will Always Love You. Google search melisma pop music, google.com/search melisma plus in pop music. Purpose, adds emotional depth, ornamentation and richness to vocal performances. Mariah Carey's Vision of Love, vocal melisma techniques, melisma plus vocal techniques. Melisma enhances vocal performances by allowing singers to showcase control and emotion over extended melodic lines. Introduction to extended chords. Extended chords are chords that go beyond the basic triads and 7th chords by adding additional tones like the 9th, 11th or 13th. These chords create richer, more complex sounds often used in jazz, blues and other sophisticated musical styles.
Notes, formula, explanation.
Common uses. Root, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 1, 3, 5, B, 7, 9, C9, C 7th chord for extra tension. Adds the 9th to a 7th chord for extension. Jazz, funk, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, 11th, 1, 3, 5, B, 7, 9, 11. Adds the 11th, creating a more open sound. Jazz, 14th chord, root, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, 11th, 13th. 1, 3, 5, B, 7, 9, 11, 13, C 13, C, E, G, B, D, F, A, complete extended chord, very rich sound. Jazz, funk, fusion, additional learning resources 1. Program piano extended chords, google.com/search, jazz piano extended chords. 2. Can't search, extended like extended. 3. Google music theory extended chords.
Introduction
to arranging. Arranging involves organizing elements in a specific order or structure to enhance clarity, flow, or impact. This can apply to numbers, objects, or even musical notes. In math, arranging can involve combinations or permutations, while in daily life it can mean organizing tasks or objects. Arranging objects in different possible orders. ABC. Arranging objects in different possible orders. letters A, B, C, A, B, C, A, C, B, B at C, B, C, C, B, A. Terch, permutations, explanation. Combination, selecting objects without considering the order. Choosing two fruits from apple, banana, cherry. Apple, banana, cherry. Google, combination explanation, google.com/search Stewart combinations explanation. Alphabetical order, arranging items based on the alphabet. Sorting names, Anna, Ben. Alphabetical sorting, www. Alphabetical sorting explanation. Chronological order, arranging events or items by the time they occur. Timeline of events, 1990, 2000, 2010. Google chronological order and also www.google.com/search equals chronological order explanation. Musical arrangement, organizing a musical composition including parts for different instruments. Rearranging a song for orchestra. Google musical arrangement, google.com/search equal musical arrangement. This table helps you understand the concept of arranging across various contexts. Explore more by following the Google resource links provided. Unlocking spontaneity and creativity. Improv, short for improvisation, is a form of theatre where scenes are created spontaneously, often without a script. It sharpens creativity, quick thinking, collaboration, and confidence. Below is a concise guide to the essentials of improv, along with examples and helpful resources. Key improv concept, description, Google resources. Yes, and always accept your scene partner's ideas and build upon them. If someone says, "You're a detective," respond, "Yes, and I just found a clue." Google, yes, and www.google.com/search, yes, and improve. Active listening. Pay close attention to your scene partner's words and body language. React naturally to every word and action your partner says, staying in the moment. Google improve listening skills. .com.improve plus listening skills. Character creation builds unique characters quickly through voice, posture, and personality. Create a nervous professor by using stammering speech and hunched posture. Google improv.search. Improv plus no mistakes, only gifts. Embrace unexpected moments and use them to enhance the scene. If a prop accidentally falls, integrate it into the story as part of the action. Google improve mistakes gifts, www.google.com/search improv mistakes gifts. This table introduces core improv techniques and offers resources to further explore and practice improv. Mandolin writing tips, mastering techniques and style. The table below offers a concise guide to writing music for the mandolin, including key tips, examples and resources to enhance your understanding. Explore fingerstyle techniques, melody crafting and harmonic progressions tailored to this versatile instrument.
Google resources.
With basic mandolin standard tuning. Tuning and range. Mandolins are typically tuned G, D, A, E, like a violin. Start with basic scales in G major, standard tuning. Chord voicings. Use open strings for fuller sound, avoid dense chords. G major, G, D, G, G, B, and C major, C, G, E, C for easy transitions. Search mandolin chord chart. Technique. Focus on alternating pick strokes for fluid play. Practice scales with alternating down-up strokes. Search mandolin picking techniques. Melody writing. Keep melodies simple and rhythmic for clarity. Use G major scale and emphasize the tonic. Search mandolin melody writing. Double stops. Incorporate two-note harmonies for a fuller sound. Try pairing G and B notes on adjacent strings. Search mandolin double stops exercises. Learn positions and scale shapes across the fretboard. Practice pentatonic scales in different positions. Search mandolin fretboard patterns. This table outlines essential aspects of writing for the mandolin, from tuning and chord voicings to picking techniques and melodies. Understanding madrigal. The madrigal is a form of secular vocal music that originated in Italy during the Renaissance around the 16th century. It typically features a polyphonic texture with multiple independent voices and is characterized by its expressive word painting, musically reflecting the meaning of the text. Madrigals were often performed a cappella, using love poems or pastoral themes as their text. The verses. Originated in Italy during the 6th century in England. Definition: a secular vocal composition from the Renaissance era, usually performed with 3 to 6 voices. Origin: originated in Italy during the 16th century and later became popular in England. Key features: polyphony, expressive text setting, often a cappella. Themes: love, nature, pastoral scenes. Famous composers: Claudio Monteverdi, Thomas Morley, Carlo Gesualdo. Example: Il Bianco e Dolce Cigno by Jacques Arcadelt. Now is the month of Maying by Thomas Morley. Musical technique where the music reflects the meaning of the lyrics, e.g. quick notes for running. Resources: Google Madrigal Music History, lightblue.google.com/search, Q Madrigal Music History, and Madrigal examples on YouTube. Select YouTube results, search query Pulp. Introduction. Cadence is the rhythm or flow of a sequence of sounds or words, often used in various contexts like speech, writing, new business processes. In music, cadence refers to a sequence of chords that brings a piece of music to a conclusion. In writing, cadence affects the pacing of sentences. In business, cadence describes the frequency of routine actions or meetings. Here's a brief overview of cadence across different areas. Context. Example Google resources. It terms music, a progression of chords leading to a resolution or pause. A perfect cadence in music moves from the dominant V chord to the tonic I. Google's it cadence. Google.search music cadence. Writing. The rhythm and flow of sentences or phrases. Short, punchy sentences create a fast cadence, while long sentences slow the pacing. Google search writeuw, google.com/search Google's writing cadence. The regular frequency or timing of actions or meetings. Weekly status meetings are an example of business cadence. Business events, for God's sake! This table provides a quick glance at the varied applications of cadence in different contexts. Rhythmic jazz development. Jazz rhythm has evolved through various cultural influences and styles, blending African polyrhythms, European harmonies, and syncopated beats. The key rhythmic elements include swing, syncopation, and complex time signatures. Here's a concise look at the rhythmic development of jazz with notable examples.
Aristotle traits.
Further reading. Early jazz, 1900 to 1920s. Syncopation and collective improvisation, 4/4 time. Louis Armstrong, Westry of Jazz, Smithsonian, si.edu. Spotlight, swing era, 1930s to 1940s. Swing rhythm, walking bass, 4 beats per bar. Swing rhythm in jazz.com/swing-flat, swing music history. Bebop, 1940s to 1950s, fast tempo, complex syncopation, irregular accents. Charlie Parker, upjazz.com/academy/what is bebop produced, you mean? Cool jazz, 1950s, relaxed tempos, lighter rhythms, more spaced. Miles Davis, so what? Cool jazz,
What about jazz?
aboutjazz.com/1960s present, rhythmic freedom, spontaneous time changes.
Ornette Colm, free jazz.
Britannica, Britannica.britannica.com art, free jazz. Each era demonstrates a unique development in jazz rhythm, reflecting the genre's ever-changing nature. Sonata, a brief introduction. A sonata is a classical music composition typically consisting of multiple movements, each with distinct themes and tempos. The sonata form has evolved through various periods of music history, with its roots in the classical era, where it was most notably used by composers like Beethoven, Mozart and Haydn. It often features an exposition, development and recapitulation within its structure. Google resources, a multi-movement piece, definition, Sir Alfie Phenom, a multi-movement piece, often for a solo instrument or a duet, piano and violin, structured in sonata form. Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, pathetic, sonataforming.classicfm.com/discomusicmusic/theory. What is sonata form? Structure usually consists of 3 or 4 movements, exposition, development, recapitulation, and sometimes coda. Mozart's Piano Sonata, number 16 in C major, understanding.sonata.com, understanding music, sonata form. Era, popular in classical and romantic periods, less common in modern music but remains an influential form. Haydn's Piano Sonata in E-flat major, history of sonata.britannica.com/sonata music. Composers, key figures, Beethoven, Mozart, Haydn, Schubert. Schubert's Sonata in B-flat major, sonatas of Beethoven, .npr.org/sections, deceptive cadence /D12, 17, 667303733. Beethoven's Piano Sonatas, an exploration of outer and inner worlds. Introduction to Gregorian chant notation. Gregorian chant is a form of liturgical music with origins in medieval church traditions. Unlike modern notation, it uses neumes, a set of symbols representing pitch movement rather than exact note durations. This unique notation appears on a 4-line staff indicating relative pitch, allowing performers to interpret chants with a fluid rhythm. Symbols represent but not rhythm. They guide singers symbols representing 1 or more notes, indicating pitch direction but not rhythm. They guide singers on melodic movement. /nuititi upload/uplomedia.org, Wikipedia Commons /2e numi.tng. 4-line staff. Gregorian chant is written on a 4-line staff where the lines and spaces represent specific pitches, typically in relation to a clef. Staff, upload.wikimedia.org/commons/445 Gregorian staff. Clefs in Gregorian chant, C clef, define where the pitch C or F is located on the 4-line staff. Upload Wikimedia Commons/9left/99f/contentment chat liquescent numbers. Small notes that indicate syllables should be sung with a slight slur or less vocal emphasis. Liquescent upload.wikimedia.org pdf A8/licunctum. The simplest neume representing a single pitch, often used for plain, unadorned notes. punctum.wikimedia-commons/1 For more learning, check out Google search for Gregorian chant notation. .google.com/search Gregorian chant notation resources. Reactive music installations, a fusion of sound and interaction. Reactive music installations combine music and technology, creating immersive experiences where sound changes in response to physical or environmental stimuli. These installations often use sensors, cameras, or software to detect movements, touch, or light, allowing participants to become active contributors to the music. The result is an interactive soundscape that evolves based on real-time inputs. Conception, resource college. Up on it. Example, det finnes pling dekoring. Hvorpå? Tjuvling, resource. It says ramfling like, eller defen lolses, Definition. Reactive music installations are art forms where sound responds dynamically to interaction or environmental factors. Rain Room by Random International. Music and rain sounds shift as visitors move through the space. artsandculture.google.clash. Explore interactive art and music installations. Technology. Sensors, motion detectors, and computer software enable installations to react to user inputs, creating a responsive auditory environment. Sound Forest by Zimone. Motorized elements produce rhythmic sounds in response to environmental factors. Attractingww.google.com. Search interactive music installations. Google search on installations. Purpose. These installations blend art and technology to create a multi-sensory experience, often encouraging participants to explore and play with sound creation. Pulse Room by Raphael Lozama. Sound pulses reflect the heartbeats of visitors. acla.google.com. Academic research on music and interactive installations. Impact on audience. Audiences are not passive listeners. Their actions shape the evolving soundscape, creating a deeper connection with the music and space. Mutech Montreal, festival featuring live reactive music installations by various artists. YouTube Montreal, active music plus installations. Explore video examples. Jazz improvisation strategies. Jazz improvisation is the art of spontaneously creating melodies within a given framework of chords and rhythm. Mastering this requires creativity, technical skills, and a deep understanding of the underlying harmonic structure. Below is a concise table outlining some key improvisation strategies with examples and recommended resources.
Strategy. Description. Resources.
Emphasizing the strong note, root, 5th, 7th chord, target solo in, chord tone targeting, M4 tone targeting, emphasizing the strong notes of each 3rd, 5th, 7th, on oven chord, target C, E, G, B. jazzadvice.com/chords and targeting for improvisation. Scales and modes. Using specific scales, modes over corresponding chords. Over a DM7 chord, use a D-Dorian scale, D, F, G, A, B, C. Jazz Scales Guide, jazzstandards./jazz scales, ultimate guide, ultimate passing tones, adding chromatic notes between chord tones to create tension and release. Over a G7, play G, B, C sharp, D, F. Jazzadvice.com to use chromatic approach notes to create beautiful jazz lines. Motivic development, creating and repeating short melodic ideas with slight variations. Repeat a simple phrase, altering rhythm or pitch. Motivic improvisation, jazzadvice.com/motivic development for better improvisation. Rhythmic variation, changing rhythm patterns to create interest, such as syncopation or polyrhythms. Play triplets over a 4/4 rhythm or syncopate the downbeats. rhythmificimprojazzadvice.com/improve your jazz rhythm phrasing. Experiment with these strategies to develop your improvisational voice. Latin music, a diverse and rhythmic fusion of cultures. Latin music refers to the styles of music originating from Latin America, Spain, and Portugal. It blends African, indigenous, and European influences, creating vibrant genres rich in rhythm, emotion, and storytelling. Latin music encompasses various styles, such as salsa, reggaeton, bachata, and cumbia, each defined by its unique instruments, rhythms, and dance traditions. Its international appeal continues to grow, with iconic artists like Shakira and Bad Bunny bringing these sounds to global audiences. Genre, description, key instruments, famous artists, examples, Google resources with Afro-Cuban roots. Salsa, timbales, trumpet. Salsa upbeat dance music with Afro-Cuban roots, congas, timbales, trumpet. Celia Cruz, Mark Anthony. Vivir Mi Vida by Mark Anthony. Google.com. Search salsa music. Reggaeton, fusion of reggae, hip-hop and Latin rhythms. Drum machine, synthesizer, guitar. Daddy Yankee, Bad Bunny. Despacito by Luis Fonsi's Daddy Yankee. Google local. Search bachata, romantic music from the Dominican Republic. Guitar, bongos, gira. Romeo Santos, Obsession by Aventura. Google, bachatamusic.com. Search, Kiki Bachata music. Cumbia, folk music blending indigenous, African and Spanish influences. Accordion, guacharaca. Bass, Carlos Vives, Los Angeles Azules. La Pollera Colora by Joe Arroyo. Search, cumbia music, tango. Argentine music, often dramatic and emotional. Bandoneon, piano, violin. Carlos Gardel, Astor Piazzolla. La Compasita by Carlos Gardel. Google.com/search tango plus music. This table provides an overview of the rich diversity within Latin music, highlighting its cultural significance and evolution over time. Tactile sound systems are innovative audio technologies designed to enhance the user's experience by converting sound into vibrations that can be felt physically. These systems are particularly beneficial for the deaf and hard of hearing, enabling them to experience sounds through touch. Below is a table outlining the key aspects and examples of tactile sound systems.
Description, examples.
Shaker. Gaming. Technology uses devices that translate sound waves into vibrations detectable by touch. Butt-kit applications, common in theaters, gaming and personal devices for immersive experiences. VR gaming, specialized seats. Benefits, enhances accessibility for those with hearing impairments. Vibrotactile feedback devices, user experience. Provides a new layer of interaction with media, enhancing immersion. Tactile suits in VR. Innovative feature integrates with existing audio systems and requires minimal user intervention. Wearable haptic devices. For a deeper dive into the technology and its applications, you can explore resources available through platforms like Google Scholar for academic insights and product review sites for consumer feedback on specific devices. Here's a concise introduction and a table that outlines some advanced techniques in blues and jazz improvisation, complete with examples and resources for further exploration. Exploring the depths of blues and jazz improvisation, delve into advanced improvisational techniques that challenge and expand your musical boundaries. This guide presents essential strategies used by seasoned musicians to create soulful, dynamic solos in both blues and jazz genres. Explore each technique through examples and access online resources to deepen your understanding and mastery. Take notes outside the scale to approach target notes. Cradding notes outside the scale to approach target notes chromatically. Play C sharp before hitting D in a D7 chord. Jazz advice chromaticism, jazz advice chromaticism. Enclosures surrounding a target note with its chromatic and diatonic neighbours. Enclose G with A and F sharp in a G7 chord. Learn jazz standards, enclose jazzstandards.com, select tone substitution. Replacing a dominant 7th chord with another dominant 7th, a tritone away. Replace G7 with DB7 in a C major progression. Try www.jazzguitar.be/tritone-substitution. Side slipping. Briefly shifting a phrase up or down a half step for tension and release. Shift an F major scale phrase to F sharp and back. musicnich.com/jazz. Use of modes. Employing different modes to colour chord changes uniquely. Use Dorian mode over minor chords for a less melancholic sound. /jazzadvice.com/modes and jazz-improvisation. Each technique can open new pathways in your improvisational skills, offering endless possibilities for creative expression. Swing music, a genre that emerged in the 1930s, is renowned for its rhythmic vitality and captivating groove. It utilizes a unique rhythmic style known as swing feel, where the emphasis is on the offbeat or weaker pulse in the music. This table provides a concise overview of swing rhythm, complete with practical examples and resources for deeper learning. Example. Usually long, short. Basic rhythm alters the traditional even beat into a pattern of unequal beats, usually long, short. Swing rhythm basics, learn jazzstandards.com/blog, learning jazz/advice, jazz advice / the ultimate guide to swing feel. Instrumentation, common in big bands with brass, woodwinds and rhythm sections. Count Basie Orchestra. It jumps off www.jazz.org/a beginner's guide to big band jazz, swing 8th notes. Instead of even 8th notes, swing uses a long short pattern, giving it a laid back feel. It don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. Understanding swing musicnotes.com how to swing. Famous figures, key artists include Duke Ellington, Count Basie and Benny Goodman. Sing, Sing, Sing by Benny Goodman, legendary swing fig, dubschool.britannica.com/swing music. Dance styles and Balboa are dances specifically evolved with swing music. Lindy Hop competition, swing's evolution, dance about. Explore these resources to dive deeper into the enchanting world of swing music and master its distinctive rhythm. Below is a concise introduction and table explaining the concept of a riff in music, with examples and Google resources to help you learn more. Explore the vibrant world of musical riffs. A riff is a repeated sequence of notes or chords used in songs to enrich the melody and capture the listener's attention. Originating in various genres, riffs serve as the backbone of many iconic tracks. Dive deeper with these examples and resources. Google resource to create a memorable theme within the music. Definition: a short, catchy sequence of notes repeated in a song. Search what is a riff in music. Purpose: to create a memorable hook or theme within the music. Search purpose of guitar riffs. Genres. Common in rock, jazz, blues and funk. Search music genres with best riffs. It's instrumentation, often played on guitar but can be on any instrument. Search famous piano riff, notable example. Guitar riff from Smoke on the Water by Deep Purple. Guitar Smoke on the Water. Search iconic guitar riffs. Bass riff from Another One Bites the Dust by Queen. Bass, Another One Bites the Dust. Search famous bass riffs. Learning techniques for playing riffs. Guitar tutorials, sheet music. Search how to play guitar riffs. Explore these links and enhance your understanding of musical riffs through hands-on practice and study. Introduction. Building songs around guitar riffs is a dynamic way to create memorable and impactful music. A guitar riff, often catchy and rhythmic, serves as the backbone of a song, providing a thematic anchor that resonates throughout the composition. Below is a table outlining how you can use guitar riffs to build songs, including examples and resources for further exploration. Identify a riff. Start by creating or identifying a compelling riff that captures the desired mood or theme of your song. Smoke on the Water, Deep Purple. Develop variations. Experiment with variations of the riff to maintain interest. Alter rhythms, pitches, or harmonization. Sweet Child O' Mine, Guns N' Roses. Or structure your song. Arrange the song sections around the riff. Use the riff as a basis for verses, choruses, or bridges. Day Tripper, The Beatles.
Add layers.
Incorporate additional instruments or vocal lines to complement the riff and fill out the sound. Iron Man, Black Sabbath, YouTube. Refine dynamics. Use dynamics to build intensity or provide contrast, making the riff stand out. Enter Sandman. Metallica.guitartricks.com/. These steps will help you effectively harness the power of guitar riffs to craft engaging songs. Explore the resources for in-depth tutorials and examples that will enhance your songwriting skills. Here's a concise introduction and a table layout designed to teach music semiotics effectively within the specified word limit. Music semiotics, understanding signs in music. Music semiotics explores the study of signs, symbols, and meanings in music. This field examines how music communicates ideas, emotions, and narratives through various signs and codes, enabling deeper understanding and interpretation of musical compositions. Example. A system of signs used in a cultural context. Basic unit of meaning in semiotics, combining sound with meaning. A sharp note often signifies excitement or tension. Code. A system of signs used together within a cultural context. Western classical music's use of motifs to represent specific themes. The literal meaning of a musical sign. A fast tempo denoting urgency or joy. Additional cultural or emotional meanings attached to a sign. Minor keys often connote sadness or melancholy. Semiotic analysis, the method of interpreting signs and their meanings in music, analysing a film score to understand its impact on the narrative mood. For more resources and detailed studies, Google terms like Introduction to Music Semiotics, Music Signs and Codes, or Semiotic Analysis in Music. These searches will lead to academic articles, textbooks, and lecture notes on the subject. Phasing in music is a compositional and production technique where two identical sound clips are played simultaneously but gradually shifted out of sync. This creates a swirling, shimmering effect as the sounds phase in and out of alignment, leading to complex patterns, rhythms and textures. Here's a table explaining the concept of phasing in music along with notable examples.
Aspect.
Examples. Definite, unique, evolving sonic landscape as one sound. Definition. Phasing involves playing two identical sounds slightly out of sync, creating a unique, evolving sonic landscape. How it works. As one sound clip is gradually delayed, it falls out of phase with the original, creating constructive and destructive interference.
Musical impact.
The technique can add depth, rhythm and an ethereal quality to music. Famous techniques. Manual phasing involves manually adjusting the speed of tape reels or turntables. Digital phasing uses software effects. Notable compositions. Steve Reich's It's Gonna Rain and Come Out use phasing to create complex rhythmic patterns from simple loops. It's Gonna Rain by Steve Reich. Modern usage. Used in electronic music to create textured soundscapes and rhythmic patterns. Tomorrow Never Knows by the Beatles, Clara by Plastic Man. For further learning, consider exploring resources on music production websites or detailed analyses on academic music sites. Google searches such as Steve Reich phasing technique or phasing effect in music production can provide a wealth of tutorials and examples. Perfect pitch, also known as absolute pitch, is the rare ability to identify or recreate a musical note without any reference tone. Here's a concise guide on understanding and potentially developing this skill, with examples and resources for further learning. Aspect. Examples. Resources guide on potentially developing this skill.
Definition.
Perfect pitch is the ability to recognize or reproduce specific pitches sound, identifying a middle C, C4 just by hearing it. Google what is perfect pitch. It's often developed in early childhood, but can be improved with practice at any age. Practice by naming notes in everyday sounds. Sounds. Google how to develop perfect pitch. Tests involve identifying notes played on various instruments or comparing pitches without external help. Online tests that play notes for you to identify, search perfect pitch test on YouTube. Training methods includes associating notes with colors or emotions, using apps and regular ear training exercises, associating D with blue or a calm emotion. Look up apps and tools by Googling perfect pitch training apps. Useful for musicians, especially in tuning instruments, a cappella singing and music transcription without aid, tuning a guitar without a tuner. Google importance of perfect pitch in music. This table provides a snapshot of key information on perfect pitch, with practical steps and resources for anyone interested in exploring this unique musical skill. Here's a concise guide to writing themes for characters, complete with practical examples and resources to explore further. Developing character themes. Crafting distinct themes for your characters enriches storytelling by embedding deeper meaning in their actions and growth. Theme.
Example, discovery.
Crafting distinct themes for your team in their actions and growth.
Resource.
Redemption. Character overcomes past mistakes and changes for the better. Zuko from Avatar: The Last Airbender seeks redemption. Theexample.com. Resilience. Character persists through challenges without giving up. Katniss Everdeen in The Hunger Games shows resilience. Transformation. Character undergoes significant internal change. Ebenezer Scrooge in A Christmas Carol. Transforms utterly. Example.com, power and corruption. Power corrupts a character, altering their morals. Walter White in Breaking Bad exemplifies this theme. Sacrifice. Character gives up something valuable for a greater good. Harry Potter sacrifices himself to defeat Voldemort. These themes are a great start to building nuanced, memorable characters. Explore the resources for deeper insights and further examples. Here's a concise guide to help you get started with writing rap lyrics, complete with examples and resources to explore further. Step description. 1. Choose a theme. Decide on the central topic or message of your rap, which could be personal experiences, social issues, or storytelling. Lose Yourself by Eminem focuses on seizing life's opportunities. Song meanings and facts. /w songmeaningsandfacts.com.
Write a hook.
Create a catchy and memorable chorus that will resonate with your audience. Juicy by Notorious B.I.G. has a memorable hook that captures the essence of his life's turnaround. Hook theory 3. Craft your verses. Develop verses that support your theme, using vivid imagery and metaphors to enhance the narrative. In All Right by Kendrick Lamar, vivid imagery portrays personal and communal struggles. Genius 4. Use rhyme schemes. Experiment with different rhyme schemes to add flow and rhythm to your lyrics. God's Plan by Drake uses an AAAB rhyme scheme, abuw.rhymezone.com. 5. Refine your lyrics. Edit and refine your lyrics for clarity, flow and impact. Keep practicing and revising. Stan by Eminem demonstrates refined storytelling and emotional depth. Masterclass, it's not masterclass. This table outlines essential steps for crafting impactful rap lyrics, guiding you from the initial concept to the final refinement, with examples from iconic songs and useful online resources to enhance your skills. Here's a concise guide on using augmented scales in musical composition. Augmented scales offer a symmetrical, intriguing sound palette, ideal for adding mystery and tension to compositions. These scales are built from a sequence of alternating minor thirds and semitones, providing a distinct, harmonically rich foundation for innovative musical ideas.
Aspect. Scale structure.
The augmented scale, also known as the minor third half step scale, consists of a repeating pattern of a minor third followed by a semitone, e.g. C, E, E, G, A, B, C. Harmonic function. This scale naturally contains augmented triads and lends itself well to music that requires a sense of ambiguity and complexity. Melodic composition. Use the scale to craft melodies that have an unusual floating quality, avoiding resolution to maintain tension. Example, melody using C augmented scale, C, eb, E, G, A, eb, B, C. Augmented scales can form interesting chord progressions by stacking thirds, creating a sequence of augmented chords, or alternating augmented and minor chords. Ideal in jazz, experimental and avant-garde music, this scale challenges traditional tonality, allowing for innovative soundscapes and textures. For further exploration, consider these resources. Online tutorials specifically about augmented scales. Sheet music featuring compositions that utilize augmented scales. Theory books dedicated to advanced scale usage in jazz and contemporary music. Here's a concise table providing an overview of chorus in music, complete with examples and resources for further exploration. The introduction is bolded to emphasize its importance. Aspect, description. A definition.
Definition.
A chorus is the part of a song that is repeated after each verse, often containing the main message or theme. Let It Be by the Beatles. The Anatomy of a Chorus /www.com. Purpose. The chorus serves to summarize the song's theme and is designed to be memorable and emotionally striking. Raw by Katy Perry to class Songwriting Essentials live.masterclass.com. Structure. Typically, a chorus will have a distinct, catchy melody that differentiates it from the verses. Smells Like Teen Spirit by Nirvana. Writing Planet. Chorus structure, catchingwritingplanet.com. Writing tips. Focus on simplicity and repetition to make the chorus stand out and resonate with listeners. Shake it off, writing a great chorus. Introduction. A chorus is the catchy, repeatable part of a song that encapsulates its central theme, designed to be memorable and emotionally resonant, often featuring repetitive lyrics and melodies to enhance its impact. Here's a concise introduction and a table on Sprechgesang, a unique vocal technique. Sprechgesang is a vocal style situated between speaking and singing, prominently used in music to create a dramatic and expressive sound. It's distinguished by its emphasis on rhythm and pitch, unlike conventional singing, which focuses on melody.
Aspect.
It's distinguished by its emphasis on melody. To resource. Definition. A vocal technique that combines elements of speech and song. Arnold Schoenberg's Pierrot Lunaire, link www.google.com. Origin. Developed in early 20th century Germany. Works by Alban Berg and Kurt Bloch, google.com. Characteristics. Features a notated pitch but delivered in a spoken style. Igor Stravinsky's The Soldier's Tale. Link source dotale.com. Usage, often used in atonal and expressionist music to convey complex emotions. Bertolt Brecht's theatrical productions and modern examples found in contemporary music and theatrical performances. Radiohead's Fitter Happier. This table provides a snapshot of Sprechgesang, detailing its characteristics, origins, notable examples, and where to find more information. Advanced jazz orchestration. Orchestration in jazz expands beyond arranging harmonies and melodies to include unique instrumentation and techniques that highlight jazz's dynamic and improvisational nature. Explore how to blend instruments for rich, expressive textures in jazz composition. Example, resources. Trumpet instrument roles. Assigning specific roles to instruments such as melody, harmony or rhythm. Trumpet as lead, piano for harmony. Jazz composition and orchestration. .jazzbooks.com. Building layers of sound that can independently shift in dynamics and rhythm. Sax section versus rhythm section interplay. /online.berkeley.edu courses /jazz-composition, soloist versus ensembles balancing between solo performances and ensemble sounds. Solo piano break in a big band setting. Harmonic density, varying the thickness of chords used throughout the arrangement to enhance emotional expression. sparse triads to complex polychords. Advanced Time Music Masterclass techniques. Techniques like spread voicings, drop two voicings to achieve a fuller sound. Drop two voicing in brass arrangements. Voicing techniques for jazz orchestra / jazzadvice.complexity in rhythmic complexity and polyrhythms and unconventional time signatures. 5/4 time signature in drum patterns. Rhythmic training for Amazon.com. This table gives a compact yet comprehensive overview of advanced jazz orchestration techniques, highlighting key areas with practical examples and additional resources for in-depth learning. Here's a concise guide to wobble bass, including practical examples and resources for further learning, presented in a table format. Introduction to wobble bass. Wobble bass is a dynamic and expressive bass sound prominent in electronic music, especially dubstep. Characterized by its modulated low frequencies, it creates a distinctive wobbling effect. This guide provides essential techniques and examples for mastering wobble bass, along with curated resources to explore. Resources? They're massive, along with curated resources to explore. Synthesis type. Wobble bass is typically created using synthesizers with low frequency oscillators. LF Massive, Serum Massive, kv331audio.com/synthmaster.x. Adjust the LFO rate to alter the speed of the wobble. LFO rate from 1/4 to 1/3 later to tie 230/www.youtube.com. QT filter watch or filter use. Use a low pass filter with resonance to shape the sound. Cut off frequency sweeps. soundonsound.com/techniques/filters. Practical application, implementing bass lines to add texture and rhythm to tracks. Dubstep, drum and bass /wmusicradar.com/tutorials/tech. This table offers a streamlined approach to understanding and applying wobble bass in your music productions. For hands-on practice, the provided examples and resources are invaluable. Music form refers to the structure or blueprint of a piece of music, guiding its composition and influencing its impact on listeners. Understanding musical form enhances both appreciation and creation of music.
Amazing Grace.
Strophic, repetition of the same music for each stanza of the lyrics. Amazing Grace. Folk songs, binary, two contrasting sections B, often repeated AAB. Bach's Menuets Polonaise, ternary, three-part form with a return to the first section ABA. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Rondo, principal theme alternates with one or more contrasting themes. AB Beethoven's Für Elise. Sonata form contains three main sections, exposition, development and recapitulation. Mozart's Sonata No. 16 in C major. Theme and variations, theme followed by a series of variations based on it. 12 variations on A vous dirai-je maman by Mozart. Through composed new music for each stanza or segment without repetition of whole sections. Schubert's Erlkönig. For further exploration of these musical forms and to listen to examples, you can utilize resources such as online music theory tutorials, academic music websites, and digital music streaming services, which often provide detailed analyses and playlists dedicated to different musical forms. Country music is an emotionally rich genre that originated in the rural south and west of the United States, capturing the life stories of its people. Known for its ballads and dance tunes, the genre emphasizes simple yet memorable melodies and lyrics that convey stories of everyday life, making it profoundly resonant and relatable.
Aspect.
And The Sunny Side by the Carter Family. And Origins. Emerged in the 1920s in the southern United States. Keep on the Sunny Side by the Carter Family. Brit-Tanity-Tunty-Dibbliga.com Country music. Characteristics. Story-driven, simple melodies, and often features string instruments. I Hope You Dance by Leanne Womack. /dial CM used of characteristics of country music at an introduction. Genres includes honky-tonk, bluegrass, outlaw, and more. Blue Moon of Kentucky by Bill Monroe /country music. Country music, cultural impact, influenced by and has influenced various other genres and media. Films like Cheating Heart starring Hank Williams by masterclass.com/articles, Country Music's Guide. Influential artists include Johnny Cash, Dolly Parton, and Garth Brooks. Ring of Fire by Johnny Cash, www.liveabout.com, a brief history of country music /recall5. For a more in-depth exploration, consider listening to classic tracks mentioned above and visiting the provided resources. Each link offers a treasure trove of information about the evolution, impact, and nuances of country music that can enrich your understanding and appreciation of this quintessentially American musical genre. Exploring musical forms, dive into the core structures of jazz and classical music, uncovering their unique frameworks and standout examples. Dive into the core struct 12-bar blues, a chord progression that repeats every 12 bars, foundational in many jazz standards. Blue Monk by Thelonious Monk. 32-bar, a form featuring two similar sections, A, a contrasting bridge, B, then a return to A. Over the Rainbow by Haller. Bebop, complex, fast-paced jazz featuring intricate solos and irregular phrasing over standard chord progressions. Anthropology by Charlie Parker. Classical, sonata form composed of three main sections: exposition, development, and recapitulation, often used in symphonies. Symphony No. 5 by Beethoven. A large-scale composition, typically in four movements with contrasting themes and tempos. Symphony No. 40. A polyphonic composition based on one main theme, introduced successively in different voices. The Art of Fugue by Bach. For further exploration of these music forms, consider resources like the Jazz Theory book by Mark Levine for jazz, and The Classical Music Experience by Julius H. Jacobson for classical music, both offering deep insights into their respective genres. Here's a concise introduction to Afro-Cuban rhythms, packaged neatly into a table below, which includes examples and additional resources for deeper learning. Afro-Cuban rhythms form a complex web of sounds that have influenced music worldwide. These rhythms, deriving from a blend of African and Spanish musical traditions, are foundational in genres like salsa, rumba, and son. Explore the rhythms, understand their structures, and dive into their rich cultural heritage. Instrumenture, intricate, exemplum, resource example, bongos luther, four riffs or two surveys, core rhythm pattern, guaguan copulde, but /la bongos, claves, moderate tempo, son montuno, explore. rumba 6/8 or 4/4, congas, claves, lively dance rhythm, wagwanmamskavapul.com, disgumba 4/4, trumpets, timbales, number 5, davintamon.com, cha-cha-cha, maracas, gyro, steady, playful rhythm, oikamava, experientia. Note, the provided links are placeholders. Replace them with actual resources for practical exploration. Here's a concise table to compare and learn about jazz and classical composition, highlighting key aspects and examples to explore further.
Explore the vibrant
Worlds of jazz and classical music compositions. Both genres offer rich, complex musical structures and histories, each characterized by distinctive elements that reflect their unique cultural origins and evolutionary paths. Whether you're captivated by the improvisational brilliance of jazz or the intricate formal beauty of classical music, dive into these resources to deepen your appreciation and understanding.
aspect.
Composition, classical intricate swing rhythms. Deaf and musical art form noted for its use of improvisation and swing rhythms. Structured music following specific harmonic and formal traditions. Key features: improvisation, syncopation, swing, blue notes, development of themes, orchestral arrangement, emphasis on harmony. Notable composers: Duke Ellington, Charlie Parker, Ludwig van Beethoven. Famous pieces: Take 5, Dave Brubeck, So What, Miles Davis, Symphony No. 5, Beethoven, Brandenburg Concertos, Bach. Resources: amazon.com/jazz-levine/dppt8332107040. This table should help guide your exploration into these rich musical traditions with resources for deeper learning and examples of significant works. Writing jazz arrangements, a quick guide. Creating effective jazz arrangements involves understanding harmony, rhythm, and instrumentation. Here's a concise table to help you get started. Creating effective jazz arrangements, E4B. Structure of the piece, e.g. ABR, A-B-C, ABR, 8-bar A, 8-bar A, 8-bar B, 8-bar A, jazzcomposition.com. Melody, main theme, should be catchy and memorable. Take the A Train by Ellington, jazzstandards.com. Harmony, chord progressions, use extensions and alterations. EVI progression, harmony, rhythm section, bass, piano and drums create a groove. Walking bass lines. Instrumentation, choosing instruments to create desired sound. Sax, trumpet, trombone, arranging techniques, jazz dock voicings. How chords are voiced. Use close or open voicings. 4-note piano voicings. Just ask to hum. This table offers a starting point for writing engaging jazz arrangements. Explore the resources for deeper insights. Introduction to Middle Eastern music. Middle Eastern music is a rich tapestry of diverse cultures, rhythms and scales. It encompasses various styles and traditions, often characterized by intricate melody and the use of unique instruments. Here's a concise overview. Aspect. Resources. Here's a concise overview. Genre: traditional, folk, classical, pop. Fumakam, Tarab, Rai, Wikipedia, music in wikipedia.org/wikmusic of the Middle East. Similar to Modes, Hijaz, Rast, learn Matn scales, youtube.com watch. Instruments, Oud, Kanun, Darbuk Kanay, Oud string, Darbuk drum, www.uk/education-code//slide ZQ7D70 revision, Kulthum, Farouz Abdel Wahab, Kulthum's artist overview, BBC.OU, BBC/slide Me70F, +/5 E7A, that's all the time, 1's 4 hive, belly dance, folk dances, Rakshaki, Dabka, belly dance history, bellydance.org. This table provides a glimpse into the vibrant world of Middle Eastern music, showcasing its complexity and cultural significance. Advanced blues and jazz arranging techniques. This table covers key concepts in an advanced blues and jazz arranging, providing examples and valuable resources for further exploration. And concept or example arranging techniques. This table covers key concepts and valuable resources for further exploration, saying chord substitution, replacing a chord with another to create tension and colour. Use a B7 chord in place of a regular dominant chord, G7, F#7. Jazzstandards.jazzstandards.com. Smooth transitions between chords using minimal movements, voice leading in a ATV progression, Min7, G7, C major, J7. Voice leading jazz advice. Counterpoint, creating independent melodies that complement each other, adding a counter melody to a lead line in a jazz ensemble. Counterpoint in jazz, lw.jazzguitar.orchestration, arranging instruments effectively to enhance sound and texture, using a saxophone section for harmonies while maintaining a soloist's prominence. Orchestration techniques, doublestop.com. Rhythmic variations, experimenting with syncopation and polyrhythms to create interest, incorporating 3/2 rhythms in the rhythm section. Rhythmic concepts, www.jazzfuel.com. Explore these concepts for a deeper understanding of advanced arranging in blues and jazz. Explore the enchanting world of theremin playing with this concise guide. Learn key techniques to master this unique instrument and elevate your performances. Technique. Positioning. Proper stance and hand placement are crucial for precise pitch control. Stand straight, arms slightly away from body. Positioning tips, paythereminworld.com. Pitch control, use small precise movements of the hand in the pitch field to change notes. Moving hand closer to the antenna raises pitch. Moog Music tutorial, moogmusic.com. Volume control. Control volume by adjusting the distance of your hand from the volume antenna. Hand farther from antenna lowers volume. Theremin basics, slightlythereminworld.com/basics. Slight, rapid hand movements create a warbling sound effect. Shake hands subtly while playing a note. Mastering vibrato. Articulation. Techniques like tapping the air help define notes more clearly, mimicking staccato or legato. Sharp movements for staccato, smooth for legato. For articulation, Moog Music DOM. Dynamic control, adjusting hand speed and distance to control the loudness and softness of the music dynamically. Faster hand movements increase volume. Thereminworld.com articles. And this table summarizes fundamental techniques with resources that offer detailed insights and tutorials to help both beginners and advanced players develop their skills in the Remen performance. Here's a brief introduction to NOMA notation, along with a table that includes examples and resources for deeper learning. NOMA notation is an early form of musical notation, originating from the Christian traditions of Western Europe. It was used primarily to indicate the melodies of Gregorian chants. Understanding neumes helps in interpreting the musical practices and liturgical traditions of medieval times. Below is a concise guide on NOMA notation with examples and resources to explore further. Type, description, visual, example, learning of punctum. Punctum, a single note, to example.com/punctum. Gregorian chant notation, example.com. Virga, a single note, generally higher than punctum. Introduction to neumes, example.com. Padatus, a lower note, followed by a higher note. Padatus/exam.com/padatus. Clivis, a higher note followed by a lower note. Clivis, medieval music archive. Scandicus, a group of 3 or more notes ascending. Scandicus, ascending. Chant notation guide. These examples and resources provide a basic understanding and further reading on NOMA notation. Here's a compact educational material about bar graphs presented in a table format, including an introduction and resources. Bar graphs, a visual tool for comparing quantities. Bar graphs are essential for displaying and comparing discrete data visually. They help identify trends and make comparisons at a glance. Below is a quick guide with examples and resources. Element, description. A chart that represents the bars, rectangular bars they present. Definition. A chart that represents data with rectangular bars with lengths proportional to the values they represent. Sales data across different regions. Google GAR support, google.com/lancer91467. Types, vertical and horizontal bar graph. Vertical, age distribution in a survey. Horizontal, company revenue comparison. Types of bar graphs, support.google.com uses comparing different groups, highlighting changes over time, highlighting data, or categorizing data. Product sales over different months. Uses and functions that are from. Consists of an X and Y axis, titles, labels and bars representing data, budget allocations for various departments. Building a bar graph, support.google.com/stancer91446. Interpretation, easy to interpret, the length of the bar directly corresponds to the data value. Comparison of student scores in exams. Interpreting bar graphs, support.google.com/ansexline. Use these resources to deepen your understanding and skills in creating and analysing bar graphs. Here's a concise introduction and table overview of classical music forms with examples to help guide your exploration. Classical music spans centuries of tradition and innovation, offering a rich tapestry of auditory experiences. From the structured beauty of the symphony to the intimate expressiveness of the sonata, each form showcases unique characteristics and historical significance. Below, explore some of the foundational forms of classical music, along with notable examples that illuminate their enduring appeal.
Form description, key examples.
With orchestral accompaniment. Symphony, a complex orchestral composition typically in 4 movements. Beethoven's Symphony No. 5 features a solo instrument with orchestral accompaniment. Mozart's Piano Concerto No. 21. Sonata, a composition for 1 or more solo instruments. Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata opera, a dramatic work combining text, libretto and musical score. Verdi's La Traviata, suite set of instrumental compositions. Bach's Cello Suite No. 1, Fugue, a polyphonic composition based on a central theme. Bach's The Art of Fugue, cantata vocal composition with instrumental accompaniment. Bach's Cantata No. 140. For further exploration, Google resources like Classics for Kids, classic.kids.com, Classics, naxnaxash.cash, or your local library's digital collection can provide extensive information and recordings. Here's a brief introduction and table outlining old-time music traditions, complete with examples and resources. Explore the rich tapestry of old-time music traditions. Delve into the roots of old-time music, a genre steeped in the cultural traditions of North America. This music, primarily instrumental, is a precursor to bluegrass and is deeply intertwined with community gatherings and dances. Below, discover some of the pivotal traditions, their characteristics and resources for a deeper understanding. Note notable examples. Appalachian, string-based, banjo and fiddle-centric, clock oldhens.oldtimecentrals.com. Ozark, raw, emphasizes storytelling, the Arkansas Traveler. Ozarkfolkcenter.ozarkfolkcenter.com. Cajun, French influence, uses accordion, Jolly Blonde. .lalafolkroots.org. New England, incorporates dances like reels and jigs, Devil's Dream. .corv. Midwestern, polka influence, faster tempo. Red Wing, Midwest Old Time, midwestoldtime.com. Pacific Northwest, mixture of various American and Canadian styles. Pacific Slope, Pacific Northwest PM All Time. Explore these traditions to grasp how deeply they are woven into the fabric of American folk culture. Here's a concise table to help you learn about klezmer, a vibrant and expressive music tradition rooted in Eastern European Jewish culture. Explore the joyful sounds of klezmer music. Klezmer music, characterized by its expressive melodies and emotional depth, forms an integral part of Jewish cultural heritage. Originating in Eastern Europe, it traditionally accompanies celebrations and social events. Discover the rich sounds of klezmer through historical insights, key examples, and useful resources. Discover the rich sounds of klezmer through historical insights, Eastern origins, Eastern European Jewish folk music, clarinet, violin, accordion, trumpet, double bass, key artists, Naftali Brandwein, Dave Taras, Der Stile Bulgo Encyclopedia.org, modern influence fusion with jazz, rock and other genres. The Klezmatics, Giora Feidman Institute, learning resources, books, online tutorials and workshops. Klezmer music, a marriage of heaven and earth. klezmeracademy.com, listen. Online platforms like YouTube and music streaming services. Search for klezmer on YouTube or Spotify. Explore these resources to dive deeper into the melodies and history of klezmer music and experience its unique blend of joy and melancholy. Introduction to jazz melody development. Jazz melody development is a crucial skill for improvising and composing in jazz. It involves the creative expansion and variation of a melody, making use of musical elements such as rhythm, harmony, and motifs. Below is a table outlining key concepts with examples and suggested resources to deepen your understanding.
Conception. Example. Resources.
Gershwin's motif in Rhapsody in Blue. Motif. A short musical idea, repeated and varied through a piece. Gershwin's motif in Rhapsody in Blue.com. Sequence. Repetition of a motif at different pitches. Sequencing a motif up a scale in Coltrane's Giant Steps.
Jazz advice.
Extending a motif by changing its rhythm or harmony. Miles Davis varies a motif rhythmically in So What? iRealPro, iRealPro.com, call and response. A conversational music pattern between two parts. Dialogue between sax and trumpet in The Sidewinder by Lee Morgan. JazzAcademy.com. Inversion. Playing a melody or motif upside down. Inverted version of the theme in All the Things You Are. /www.jazzpipe.com/. These resources provide interactive and in-depth approaches to mastering jazz melody development. Whether you're just starting out or looking to refine your skills, exploring these can enhance your musical vocabulary and creativity in jazz. Interval recognition is a fundamental skill for musicians, helping to identify the pitch difference between two notes. Below is a table summarizing various intervals with their characteristics and examples to enhance your training. For more detailed exercises and tools, consider exploring resources online. Interval type, interval name, description, musical example, minor second, M2, half step, Jaws theme, major second M2, whole step, happy birthday, minus M3, 1.5 steps, green sleeves, major third, FM3, 2 steps, when the saints go marching in, perfect fourth, P4, 2.5 steps, here comes the bride, I tone, TT 3 steps, the Simpsons theme, perfect fifth, P5, 3.5 steps, Star Wars theme, minor sixth, M6, 4 steps, love story theme, major sixth, M6, 4.5 steps, My Way, first 2 notes, minor 7, 5 steps, Star Trek theme, major 7th, M7.5 steps, Take On Me, first 2 notes, perfect octave, P8, 6 steps, Somewhere Over the Rainbow, first interval. For additional exercises and interactive tools, websites like musictheory.net and teoria.com offer comprehensive tutorials and practice modules. The descending fifths progression, often called the circle of fifths progression, is a popular musical sequence used across various genres. This progression moves through chords whose roots are a perfect fifth apart. Below is a table explaining the progression with practical examples.
Key element. Example.
Basic concept. Chords move in intervals of a fifth downwards. Each chord's root note is a fifth lower than the previous. C to F in C major common keys, used in both major and minor keys, adaptable to any key signature. C major, C, F, B flat, E flat, jazz and pop frequently appears in jazz standards and pop songs for smooth harmonic transitions. Autumn Leaves, Fly Me to the Moon. Classical music, employed to create tension and resolution, enhancing musical narrative. Bach's chorale Wasch et auf, ruft uns die Stimme. Can be varied with sevenths, suspensions, or altered chords to add complexity. C7 to F7 to B7 in blues progressions. For further learning and detailed explanations, you might want to explore resources available through reputable music education websites or video tutorials on platforms like YouTube that specifically discuss the circle of fifths and its occasion in music composition and analysis. The jig is a lively Baroque dance that originated in the British Isles during the 17th century. Characterised by its fast tempo and complex rhythm, it is often featured as the final movement of a suite in Baroque instrumental music.
Aspects of rigging. Aspects of complex
Rhythm is in Baroque instrumental music. Origin emerged in the 17th century in the British Isles and became popular across Europe. 2 in B minor by J.S. Bach. Link in wikipedia.org. Characteristics: fast tempo, lively rhythm, and distinctive triple meter music. Often includes imitative counterpoint. English Suite Number 3 in G minor, BWV 8 by J.S. Bach. Link Britannica.com. Musical role: typically the final movement of a Baroque suite showcasing virtuosity and rhythmic complexity. Partita Number 2 in D minor, BW 1004 by JS4 by J.S. Bach. classicfm.com/discover-music/periods genres/Boris jig/. Cultural impact: influenced later musical forms and dances in classical music. French Suite Number 5 in G major, BWV 816 by J.S. Bach. Link got oxfordmusiconline.com/grovemusic. This table offers a concise overview of the jig, its characteristics, notable examples, and resources for further exploration. Here's a concise table format to teach bachata, including a brief introduction and resource suggestions. Learn bachata, the soulful dance of the Dominican Republic. Dive into the rhythmic world of bachata, a dance filled with emotion and simplicity. Originating from the Dominican Republic, bachata emphasizes smooth movements and close connection between partners. Follow this guide to begin your journey into bachata dancing. Resources: fourth and the fourth beat. Step side to side in time music. Basic steps. Bachata involves 4 simple steps with a tap on the 4th beat. Step side to side in time with the music. Tap on the 4th beat. Body view J, Vigom G, V, body movement. Focus on hip movements and natural sways to the rhythm. As you step, move your hips smoothly from side to side. YouTube.watch integrates turns for both partners, often performed on the 4th beat. Lead turns by gently guiding partner's hands. Turning takes connection, emphasis on partner connection and interpreting the music together. Maintain eye contact and sync movements with your partner. Mastering Connection, YouTube.com's watch. Explore these resources and practice regularly to master the art of bachata. Here's a concise overview of advanced blues and jazz harmonic movement, laid out in a table format with examples and resource suggestions to explore further. Exploring advanced blues and jazz harmonic movement dive into the complex world of advanced blues and jazz harmonic techniques. Enhance your musical understanding with these key movements and chord changes, perfect for refining your playing and compositional skills.
Concept set.
Resource for further learning. Resource jazz secondary dominance, adding dominant chords to lead strongly to diatonic chords. E7 in C, leading to from the Jazz Theory book by Amazon.com's Jazz Theory book, Mark Levine, T1T. Tritone substitution. Replacing a dominant chord with another dominant chord a tritone away. G7 substituted by DB7 in C, musicacademy.com / mirroring chords from parallel modes or keys to add colour. C major using Abe from C minor. LearnJazzStandards.com. Chromatic passing chords using chromaticism to transition between chords smoothly. From C major 7 to D min 7 via DB7. Jazzadvice.com. Coltrane changes, inserting a sequence of key changes rapidly for dramatic effect. Giant steps progression, Hallion.com. Each concept is a doorway to deeper jazz understanding, inviting you to experiment and integrate these ideas into your playing or compositions. Here's a concise table format that includes an introduction and sections dedicated to teaching writing for the lute, complete with examples and resources. Introduction. Writing music for the lute involves understanding its unique tuning, playing techniques and historical context. This guide provides essential tips, practical examples and valuable online resources to help you master lute composition. Learn the lute's traditional placement of notes on the fretboard. Lute tunings / tuning and basics. Learn the lute's traditional tuning and the placement of notes on the fretboard. Standard tuning G, D, C, F, A, D, G. Lute tunings s-dartmouth.edu wbc/tunings ... Understand how to write tablature specifically for lute, a notation system different from modern staff notation. Example of a simple chord progression in lute tablature. Lute tablature guide, lute group oxe.uk techniques. Familiarise with plucking and strumming techniques essential for lute playing. Instructions on thumb underplucking, typical for Renaissance lute. Lute techniques /earlymusic.com/techniques. Historical context. Study the historical use of the lute in music to enrich the compositions with authentic style. Examples from John Dowland's work, Dowland's lute song.johndondowland.com. Composing tips. Tips for creating melodies and harmonies that suit the lute's character. Harmonizing a melody with Renaissance counterpoint techniques. Composing for lute. goldbergweb.com/magazine/composers 2001/559.php. This table serves as a starting point for anyone interested in writing for the lute, providing a structured approach to learning with access to online tutorials and historical insights. Jazz and Latin music fusion overview. Jazz and Latin music fusion emerged as a dynamic blend of two rich musical traditions, combining the improvisational nature of jazz with the rhythmic complexity of Latin music. This genre was born out of collaborations between American jazz musicians and Latin American artists, incorporating elements like Afro-Cuban rhythms, bossa nova, samba and salsa into jazz compositions. Its infectious energy and intricate rhythm patterns make it a distinctive and beloved genre. Description. Examples. Description. Resources.
Foundation. Rhythmic foundation.
Latin jazz often incorporates Afro-Cuban rhythms like clave mambo and samba, providing a syncopated, danceable foundation to the improvisational structure. Manteca, Afro-Cuban jazz, all music / genre allmusic.com/jazz.
Key figures.
Artists like Dizzy Gillespie, Tito Puente, Antonio Carlos Jobim, and Chano Pozo were pioneers in blending jazz with Latin elements. Tico Tico, Tito Puente, Girl from Ipanema. The Latin Jazz Arts, lem.npr.org/cultural fusion. The fusion highlights cultural exchanges, particularly between New York jazz scenes and Cuban, Brazilian, and Caribbean influences. Spain, Caravan, Duke Ellington. History of Latin Jazz, latinjazznet.latinjazznet.com's history. Feel free to explore these links to dive deeper into jazz and Latin music fusion. Maestro, a powerful tool for workflow automation. Maestro is a comprehensive orchestration platform used to automate workflows across various systems and environments. Its primary goal is to manage complex jobs and tasks efficiently, improving both operational consistency and performance. Maestro is often used in industries like finance, telecom, and healthcare, where large-scale processing is required. It helps businesses automate repetitive tasks, schedule jobs, and monitor system performance. Aspect light. Description.
We don't have a code then show it.
Resources. Core funk flows across systems and environments of finance firms and environments. Schedule flows, alternate schedule flows, jobs, systems and environments. A finance firm using Maestro to process daily transaction records automatically. Google search Maestro workflow tool, google.com/search Maestro workflow plus tool. Job scheduling, time-based and event-driven job scheduling to manage tasks effectively. Scheduling nightly batch processing for telebilling data. Google Cloud, google.com/doc. Monitoring provides real-time job and system monitoring to ensure workflow health and performance. A healthcare system monitoring data syncing between patient records and reporting systems. Google Cloud, moncloud.google.com/integration. Easily integrates with various cloud platforms and enterprise systems for seamless workflow management, integrating with AWS for large-scale data processing pipelines. Google Cloud Integration Services, google.com's integration. Error handling, automates error detection and resolution, minimizing downtime, automatically retrying failed tasks when a server goes offline and recovers. Error of reporting and clash reporting. Here's a concise table to teach the basics of music licensing, complete with examples and recommended Google resources. This introduction and table layout should provide a clear overview for educational or reference purposes.
Introduction.
Music licensing is essential for anyone looking to use music in a commercial setting. It involves obtaining permission from the copyright holders to use their music in various forms, such as in films, TV shows, advertisements, or even as samples in other music tracks. Understanding the different types of licenses and where to obtain them can help ensure legal use and support the creators of the music. Google Resource. where to obtain a mechanical license for reproducing a song in CDs, downloads or streams, covering a Beatles song on an album. Search Harry Fox Agency Mechanical Licensing, synchronization license to use music in sync with visual media like movies or commercials, using a Taylor Swift song in a TV show episode. Search ASCAP synchronization licensing. Public performance license to play music publicly, including concerts, radio or in venues. A restaurant playing Rihanna's music. Search BMI performance licensing. Master license, needed along with a synchronization license to use a pre-recorded version of a song, using Michael Jackson's original recording in a film. Search Sony Music Master Licensing. Print rights license for printing lyrics or music notations, publishing sheet music for a Lady Gaga song. Search Hal Leonard Print Licensing. This table provides a straightforward guide to navigating the complex world of music licensing, helping creators and users respect and uphold musical copyrights. Sure. Here's how you might present an overview of exploring jazz and pop rhythms in a concise table format with a bolded introduction. Explore the rich and diverse world of jazz and pop rhythms. This guide highlights key rhythmic elements from each genre, offering examples and resources for deeper understanding. Examples, resources for further learning. For deeper understanding, Google jazz times Sigmund Duke as rhythm. Jazz, swing rhythm, syncopation, offbeat phrasing. Take 5, Dave Brubeck. Google jazz rhythm exercises times signatures, Caravan, Duke Ellington. Google understanding jazz rhythm. Pop, steady beat, simple time signatures, Billie Jean, Michael Jackson. Google pop rhythm guitar patterns. Use of syncopation but less complex than jazz. Can't Stop the Feeling, Justin Timberlake. Google pop music rhythms explained. This table introduces you to the fundamental rhythms that make jazz and pop music distinct and engaging, with easily accessible examples and resources for expanding your knowledge and skills. This structure offers a clear educational snapshot that's accessible and engaging, suitable for a diverse audience looking to learn about music rhythms. Here's a concise table layout that teaches sampling, including examples and a short introduction in bold. Sampling, a key technique in statistics for drawing insights from description. Example, teaches sampling. Simple random sampling. Each member of the population has an equal chance of being selected. Surveying 100 students randomly picked from a school. Stratified sampling. The population is divided into subgroups, strata that share similar characteristics and sampled from each stratum, dividing a population by age group and sampling from each group. Cluster sampling. The population is divided into clusters, usually geographically, and a whole cluster is randomly sampled, choosing specific towns randomly and surveying all households within them. Systematic sampling. Members of the population are selected at regular intervals, selecting every 10th visitor entering a mall. Convenient sampling. Sampling based on ease of access often leads to biases, interviewing people who are easily available, like friends or co-workers. For more detailed explanations and resources, you can explore links like sampling techniques, sampling, khanacademy.org/statistics-probability. Or understanding different types of sampling towards data science, towardsdatascience.com/understanding different sampling techniques, D9E92A7F71A.
Introduction.
Arpeggiators are powerful tools in music production that can transform simple chords into intricate melodies and rhythms, enhancing compositions across various genres. Here's how to effectively utilize arpeggiators in your music compositions, including practical examples and resources for further learning. Aspects, details, examples, resources. Here's how to effectively utilize it in your resources for further learning. Using a synth pad
To you greater.
definition and functionators automatically sequence the notes in a chord in a rhythmic pattern. Using a synth pad to create a moving texture. Music radar arpeggiator tutorial. Types of patterns: up, down, random and assigned sequences. Upward arpeggio in a lead synth for momentum. Sound on sound guide. A flash, soundsound.com, settings and controls. Control tempo, gate, swing and the order of notes. Adjust swing to sync with a jazz rhythm. Bedroom producive applications, using bass lines, melodies and to add texture. Random arpeggio in a background texture layer. Point Blank Music School resources, pointblankmusicschool.com. Software and hardware includes Ableton Live, Logic Pro. Hardware includes Korg, Moog synthesizer with built-in arpeggiator, like atva/www.land.loud.com. This table provides an overview of how arpeggiators can be employed creatively in music composition, with external resources for deep dives into specific techniques. Here's a table that includes an introduction and detailed sections explaining the concept of adagio, along with examples and resources. Section, details, introduction.
Introduction.
Adagio refers to a slow and expressive tempo or movements in music and dance, emphasizing emotion and grace. It allows performers to showcase their control and expressive capabilities. This term is commonly used in classical music and ballet. Music example. In music, adagio is often used as a tempo marking, indicating that the music should be played slowly. Example: Adagio for Strings by Samuel Barber is a famous orchestral work characterized by its slow, solemn pace. In ballet, an adagio refers to a series of exercises focusing on slow movements and transitions that emphasize balance, strength, and fluidity. Example: pas de deux in ballet often includes an adagio segment. 1. Adagio in music, overview and examples. Google search for adagio in music. 2. Understanding adagio in ballet. Search. This table provides a concise yet comprehensive overview of the concept of adagio in both music and dance contexts, alongside relevant examples and additional resources for deeper exploration. Layering sounds in music production. Layering sounds is a crucial technique in music production that involves stacking multiple sounds or instruments to create a richer, fuller audio experience. This method enhances musical elements, provides depth, and adds complexity to a track. Below is a table summarizing the concept with examples and resources for deeper exploration. Without causing muddiness or strings. Basics.
Layering
Begins with selecting sounds that complement each other without causing muddiness or distortion. Layering a piano with strings. Layering a piano with strings. soundonsound.com/techniques. Layering sounds. Techniques. Use EQ to carve out space for each layer, ensuring clarity and balance. Layering kick drums in electronic music. musictech.tutorial/layering drums guide software tools. Digital audio workstations facilitate easy layering with plugins for mixing and effects, using Ableton Live for layering synths. landard.com/blog/layering creative tips. Experiment with panning and volume to position each layer in the stereo field. Panning layered vocals in a chorus. producelikeapro.producelikeapro.com blog How to Layer Sounds. Explore these resources to enhance your skills in creating complex, captivating music productions. Introduction. Developing modal jazz represents a revolutionary approach to jazz composition and improvisation that emerged in the late 1950s. This style de-emphasizes complex chord progressions, focusing instead on modes or scales that provide a broader and more versatile framework for improvisation. Notable musicians such as Miles Davis and John Coltrane pioneered this genre, leading to timeless classics that continue to influence musicians today. Aspect description, key examples, Google resources, with the historical Google resources. Selected by Ends. Miles Davis is to the rigid structures of bebop. Modal jazz began as a response to structures of bebop, aiming for more freedom in improvisation. Miles Davis and modal jazz. www.google.search Miles Davis modal characteristics features simple, repetitive harmonic structures focusing on modal scales over long stretches. John Coltrane's My Favorite Things characteristics Google/search modal jazz characteristics. Improvisation techniques. Encourages exploration within a mode, often resulting in a more reflective, contemplative solo style. Bill Evans's modal explorations, improvisation techniques, google.com/search modal jazz improvisation plus techniques. Impact on jazz led to a shift towards a more melodic, less frenetic approach in jazz, influencing genres beyond jazz. Herbie Hancock's modal compositions, impact of modal jazz on music. This table offers a snapshot into the world of modal jazz, highlighting its fundamental aspects, iconic pieces, and additional resources for further exploration. Articulation, the clear and precise formation of speech sounds and words, is essential for effective communication. It involves the coordination of the lips, tongue, teeth, palate, and respiratory system to produce recognizable speech. Below is a table outlining the key aspects of articulation, including examples and resources for further exploration.
A-N-K-E.
Help pronunciative. Sounds produced without any appreciable constriction or blockage of air in car, E and C. Merriam-Webster.com pronunciation guide. Consonants. Sounds that occur when the flow of air is obstructed or partially blocked. B in bat. S in sun. Consonant serial. earl-dirty.com/speech therapy techniques /consonant sounds that use the vocal cords. Voice in indu.org.org/development/sounds of speech. Voiceless, sounds produced without the use of vocal cords. P in pat, F in fan. Underslim sounds, speechandlanguagekids.com, teaching voiceless /. This table provides a snapshot of articulation components, each crucial for speech clarity and effectiveness. Sure, here's a concise guide on composing for accordion, including a brief introduction and a table with further details and examples. Explore the unique world of accordion music composition. Dive into techniques, understand typical accordion structures, and access resources to refine your skills and inspire your creativity. Resources. Right hand provides bass and chord accompaniment. Basics. Understand the layout of keys and buttons and the roles of each hand. Right hand plays melody, left hand provides bass and chord accompaniment. Accordiononline.com. Techniques. Learn specific techniques like bellow shakes, tremolos and staccato. Bellow shake for dramatic emphasis, tremolo for sustained tones. accordionlife.com. Musical styles. Explore genres well suited for accordion such as polka, tango and folk. Polka fast upbeat, tango dramatic exploration. Composition tips. Focus on the instrument's strengths like rich chords and expressive dynamics. Use sustained chords for emotional pieces, quick rhythms for lively tunes. Composition, www.accordioncomposer.com. Utilize specific accordion notation symbols for bellows and articulation, bellows direction symbols, air button indication. richsheetmusicplus.com. This table should help you get started with accordion composition, from mastering basic techniques to exploring rich musical styles. Recitative is a vocal style in opera and oratorio that mimics the natural inflections of speech, allowing characters to deliver a lot of text or advance the plot. This style contrasts with more melodic and structured arias and ensembles. Recitatives are typically accompanied by a sparse keyboard or orchestral accompaniment, focusing attention on the text and its delivery. Monteverdi's Longiovanni. Types: minimal accompaniment, usually just a harpsichord or piano, accompanied fuller orchestral accompaniment. Monteverdi's L'Orfeo, accompanied Mozart's Don Giovanni. Purpose: advance the plot, introduce characters and set up scenes within operas and oratorios. Dialogue in Bach's Passions. Characteristics: mimics speech, free in rhythm, follows natural language stress, often moves quickly. Recitatives in Handel's Messiah. Performance emphasizes clear diction, expressiveness and acting skills to convey the text's meaning. Verdi's Otello, recitative scenes. For further exploration and examples, Google resources such as Classic FM's Excellent Recitative.plotscoventry.fm.com/music/periods/opera/operas recitative. And detailed analyses on sites like operawire.com/. Here's a concise table designed to teach the basics of Gregorian chant, complete with examples and resources for deeper learning. Introduction to Gregorian chant. Gregorian chant is a form of plain chant used in the Christian liturgy, primarily in the Roman Catholic Church. Named after Pope Gregory I, it's characterized by monophonic, unaccompanied vocal music sung in Latin. Explore the serene and meditative soundscapes of this medieval music through understanding its standing, its key elements and examples. And meditative soundscapes of this medieval notes. Notation uses neumes, which are precursors to neumes on 4-line staves. Chant Notation Guide.chantnotation.com. Modes: 8 modes, each creates a unique mood. Mode 3, often used for penitential texts. Gregorian modes of Gregorian.com. Text: Latin, scriptures and prayers. Pange lingua gloriosi, Latin text in chant, Latin chant text melody, free-flowing and follows the rhythm of the Latin text. Salve Regina, antiphon melodies of Gregorian chant, /w.dom. Melody says, enherposes liturgical prayers and promotes communal participation through its simplicity. purposeofchason.purposeofchant.com. These resources provide a starting point for anyone interested in learning more about the serene art of Gregorian chant. Here's a concise introduction and table explaining double stops, with examples to help you understand how to incorporate them into your playing. Double stops are a technique widely used in string playing, where two notes are played simultaneously on different strings. This technique enriches the harmony and can add a unique texture to melodies. Below, learn about different types of double stops and how they can be used in various musical contexts.
Type.
Example, key of C, resortion, example, key of C, unison, two identical notes played on different strings, creating a fuller sound. G and D string and G string, unison.example.com. Octave, two notes of the same pitch but one octave apart, often used for melodic emphasis. C on G string and G, C on E string. Octave text.example.com. Thirds, two notes that are a third are commonly used in melodies to create a harmonic effect. E on D string and G on A string. Sixths, two notes that are a sixth apart, provide a rich, full sound ideal for romantic pieces. A on G string and F on D string. Also known as power chords in modern music, giving a strong resonant effect. C on G string and G on D stops. www.example.com. These resources can help you delve deeper into each type of double stop and explore more examples and applications. Solfeggio exercises enhance vocal technique and musical understanding by practicing pitch accuracy and sight singing skills. These exercises use the movable do system, where do is the tonic of any scale. Here's a simple guide with examples to get started. Purpose, description,
Exercises my brain.
scale, basic pitch accuracy, sing up and down the major scale using solfege syllables. Re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Intervals, interval recognition, practice singing fixed intervals from a given note. Do sol, perfect fifth, do mi, major third. Triads, chord recognition and harmony, sing the three notes of a major or minor triad in sequence. Do mi sol, C major triad. Sight singing, musical notation and rhythm, read and sing a simple melody from sheet music using solfege. Sing sheet music for Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, progressions, understanding chord progressions, sing through common chord progressions using root solfege notes. Do fa la do I vu vi in progression. For more detailed exercises and resources, explore online platforms like musictheory.net or apps such as Tenuto and My Music Theory. Here's a concise table with information about segno in music, including examples and resources. Aspect, resources. Definition, often symbolized forms. Definition. Segno, often symbolized as do-re, is a musical symbol indicating a point to which a performer should return. Music Theory Academy, musictheoryacademy.com, Understanding Music, Slegno and Coda. Usage, used in directives like dal segno, ds, which instructs to repeat from the segno sign. Ds al coda directs to segno, then to coda. Hello Music Theory, hellomusictheory.com, //dal segno. Related terms.
Coda.
A separate section of a musical piece that serves as the conclusion, often reached after returning to segno. Segno sign followed by a jump to the coda. At mymusictheory.com, for students, grade DAF5, 1 in 25, the coda and codetta. Introduction. Segno in music signifies a pivotal point for navigational cues in compositions, guiding musicians on where to return during a performance. This table outlines its definition, applications, and relevant terms with helpful examples and resources. Here's a concise guide designed to help you blend jazz and blues grooves, complete with examples and resources for further exploration. This guide aims to enhance your understanding and practical skills in merging these two rich musical traditions. Description. Examples. Resources for further learning. Examples. Basic, the thrill is gone. Basic blues groove. Blues typically involves a 12-bar structure with a repetitive, swinging rhythm, emphasizing the second and fourth beats. B.B. King's The Thrill Concepts. Basic blues jazz advice blues concepts. Jazz swing feel. Jazz swing uses a triplet-based rhythm where the first and third triplets are accented, creating a swinging feel. Miles Davis's So What? Jazz Swing Rhythms. Learn jazzstandards.com/. Mixing jazz and blues. Combine the rhythmic feel of swing with the 12-bar blues structure. Use jazz chord extensions in blues progressions. Charles Mingus's Moanin'. Blending jazz and blues. freejazzlessons.com. Improvisation techniques utilize blues scales with jazz phrasing and articulation, focusing on dynamics and expressive techniques. John Coltrane's Blue Train influencing jazzadvice.com/improvisation tips. Feel free to dive deeper into the examples and resources listed to truly master the art of blending jazz and blues grooves. Chordal techniques in jazz. Jazz guitarists and pianists use various chordal techniques to create rich, complex sounds. This table outlines key methods and provides examples to help you understand and apply these techniques in your own playing. Resources. This table outlines key methods and can apply these techniques in your own playing.
Block chords!
Chords that move in locked, parallel motion, often used in big band arrangements. George Shearing style, jazz guitar, block hog, drop 2 chords. A common voicing technique where the second highest note of a chord is dropped to the bass. Wes Montgomery's playing, drop2tommyguitar.com/drop-2 chords. Quartal harmony. Chords built on intervals of fourths rather than thirds, creating a modern open sound. McCoy Tyner's approach. Quartal harmony keyboardmag.com/harmony. Tritone substitution. Replacing a dominant chord with another dominant chord, a tritone away to create tension and resolution. Giant Steps by John Soltution. Understanding jazzadvice.com/tritones. Spread voicing. Spreading the notes of a chord across a wider range to avoid muddy sounds and enhance clarity. Bill Evans techniques. Voicing to www.jazzpianosite.com/jazzpianoslessons/chords. This table should help you start exploring the depth of chordal play in jazz, enhancing both your understanding and performance skills. Here's a concise introduction and a table to help guide teaching blending jazz styles, complete with examples and resources for further exploration. Exploring the fusion of jazz styles. Dive into the rich world of jazz music by blending diverse styles. This guide provides an overview of key jazz genres, their characteristics, and examples to illustrate their unique sounds. Enhance your understanding and teaching of jazz through selected resources.
Jazz style.
Characteristics, examples, resources, relaxed tempos, lighter bit. Bebop, fast tempos, complex chords. Salt Peanuts, Dizzy B. Dudamy.jazz.org, Jazz Academy. Cool Jazz, relaxed tempos, lighter tones. Take 5, Dave Brubeck, La Lamp. Fusion, mix of jazz with rock, funk, R&B, Birdland. Weather Report, jazzw.allaboutjazz.com, modal jazz. Focus on scales rather than chord progressions. So What? Miles Davis, jazzwhyjazzwisemagazine.com. Latin Jazz, incorporation of Latin American music elements. Manteca, Dizzy Gillespie, Latin Jazznet, Latin Jazznet. Each style offers a distinct approach to jazz that can be creatively interwoven in educational settings to enrich students' musical experience. Here's a concise table that explores the concept of modulation in jazz and classical music, featuring examples and resources to deepen your understanding. Exploring modulations in jazz and classical music. Modulation, the process of changing from one key to another within a piece of music, is a powerful tool that enriches harmonic texture and enhances emotional expression. In both jazz and classical contexts, modulations can be subtle or striking, serving as pivotal moments that offer fresh perspectives on thematic material. Modulation type example, resource for further study, classical pivot chord, Beethoven Symphony No. 5, movement to C minor to C major, or stevenclassicfm.com/direct modulation. Mozart Symphony No. 40, G minor to B flat major, Naxos Direct, www.naxos.com's modal modulation, Miles Davis's So What, modal shift between D Dorian and Ib Dorian, jazz advice on modaljazzview.jazzadvice.com, jazz, secondary dominance, John Coltrane's Giant Steps, changes through multiple key centers, learn jazz standards, learnjazzstandards.com. Each example and resource listed here provides a gateway into the sophisticated use of modulation that characterizes much of the great music in these two genres. By studying these transitions, musicians and enthusiasts can gain insights into the structural and emotional complexities of compositions. Jazz and blues are foundational elements of modern music, each boasting unique forms that have evolved over decades. Below is a concise table outlining the key forms of jazz blues, including classic examples and suggested resources for deeper exploration.
Resources for learning.
Outlining the key forms, resources, deeper exploration. 12-bar AAB pattern, 12 bars, typically in 4/4 time, the backbone of blues. Sweet Home Chicago, relblajazzadvice.com/understanding the 12-bar blues form, similar to 12-bar but with minor chords giving a sadder, richer sound. Equinox, intrite.learnjazzstandards.com/mynashblues/jazzblues, an extension of the 12-bar form with added chords for harmonic variety. Tenor Madness. Jazz Blues Study jazzadvice.com/link bird blues, altered form with unique changes, named after Charlie Parker, Bird. Blues for Alice. Charlie Parker guitar, Warnock car com/bird blues. Bebop blues incorporates faster tempo and complex chord substitutions. Straight No Chaser. For bop blues but breakdown, jazzguitar.jazzguitar blog/bebop blues changes. This table provides a snapshot of jazz and blues forms, useful for both seasoned musicians and those new to the genres. For a comprehensive understanding, dive into the provided resources. Here's a concise guide to understanding swing rhythm, a fundamental element in jazz music that enhances its distinctive, lively character. Dive into the basics with examples and discover additional resources to explore this rhythmic style further. Resources. Dive into the basics with resources.
With definition.
Swing rhythm is a rhythmic pattern that emphasizes offbeats, typically by delaying the second beat in a pair of eighth notes. Walking bass in jazz. For Haven Basics, www.jazz.org/a beginner's guide to jazz rhythm and timing, written with pairs of eighth notes where the first is longer and the second is shorter. Written, that is, tips to read swing rhythm. Listening. Recognizing swing involves hearing the uneven distribution between notes. Take the A Train by Duke Ellington. Listen to Swing, www.spotify.com. Search for swing playlists. Practice by accenting the offbeats and playing with a metronome set to swing. Use a metronome with a swing feature, metronomeonline.com. Improvisation. Swing is vital in jazz improvisation, encouraging dynamic and rhythmic variations. Improvise solos in swing jazz. Techniques.learnjazzstandards.com. Explore these resources to deepen your understanding and enjoyment of swing rhythm in jazz. Here's a concise table to introduce you to the basics of electronic dance music, EDM, along with examples and resources for deeper exploration. Explore the vibrant world of electronic dance music, EM. Dive into the pulsating beats and dynamic sounds of EDM, a genre that spans a multitude of styles and influences, captivating audiences worldwide with its rhythmic diversity and technological innovation. Style, characteristics,
Popular artists.
Upbeat, further readed listenings, for further reading, or vocal samples. Levels, recommendation, upbeat, repetitive beats. 4/4 rhythm often features piano or vocal samples. Avicii, Pinky Knuckles. Techno, rhythmic, layered, minimalistic, focuses on futuristic and mechanical sounds. Carl Cox, Charles Phillips track, basic channel, resident advisor on techno. Dubstep, heavy bass and reverberant drum patterns, often includes wobbles and drops. Skrillex excision, scary monsters and nice sprites, Skrillex, dubstepwiki.org. Trance builds up emotional melodic sequences leading to a high energy release. Armin van Buuren, Tiesto. Adagio for strings.
Traveling.com bass.
Fast break beats, 60 to 180 BPM, heavy bass and sub-bass, complex rhythms, pendulum, Andy C. Witchcraft, pendulum, pendulumbeatbeat.uk, EDM trap, incorporates hip-hop elements, 808 kick drums, layered synths and cinematic strings. RL Grime, Bauer, Harlem Track, runthetrap.com. This table gives you a starting point to understand the diverse sounds and cultural impact of EDM. Explore the links to delve deeper into each style. Here's a brief guide on the fusion of jazz and Latin music, followed by a table that provides examples and resources for further exploration. Jazz and Latin music fusion blends the intricate rhythms of Latin American musical traditions with the improvisational elements of jazz, creating a vibrant and dynamic genre. This cross-cultural synthesis enhances both genres, offering rich, rhythmic complexity and a diverse range of sounds. Examples, resources for further exploration. Jazz Research Journal, Origins. Fusion began in the early 20th century as artists combined Cuban rhythms with jazz harmonies. Dizzy Gillespie's Manteca, jazzresearch.jstor.org/journal jazzresearchj. Key figures, musicians who pioneered this genre blend. Tito Puente, Stan Getz, allaboutjazz.com. Instruments. Typical instruments include saxophone, piano and congas. Use of congas in jazz bands. Smithsonian Folkways, ... Styles, Afro, Cuban, jazz, bossa nova and more. The Girl from Ipanema by Stan Getz and journal.pbs.org. Impact. How this fusion has influenced global music scenes. Spread of bossa nova worldwide. Musical Youth, www.musicalview.com/. This table offers a snapshot into the vibrant world of jazz and Latin music fusion, highlighting its historical roots, influential artists and characteristic instruments. Blues music overview. Blues is a music genre characterized by its use of specific chord progressions and a melancholic, soulful tone. Originating in the African American communities in the deep south of the United States around the end of the 19th century, blues music typically features lyrical themes of sorrow, troubles, and soul-searching. Here's a concise table that introduces key aspects of blues music, including examples and resources for deeper exploration. Details, resources developed in the southern US by African Americans, derived from southern field hollocks, origins. Developed in the southern US by African Americans, derived from spirituals, work songs, field hollers, shouts, chants, and rhymed ballads. History of blues music, britannica.com, blues music. Characteristics: features a repetitive 12-bar structure, specific chord progressions, all-4-V, and emotional vocal delivery. Blues basics, allaboutjazz.com, a basic guide to the blues by Johnny Blues. Instruments: commonly uses guitar, piano, harmonica, and later full bands, including brass and woodwinds. Instruments of the blues, /bluebluesmuseum.org/blues-education. Notable artists. Pioneers include Robert Johnson, B.B. King, and Muddy Waters. Innovators like Stevie Ray Vaughan continued the tradition. Crossroad Blues, biography.com, musicians, blues musicians. Listening. Start with classic tracks to appreciate the genre's depth and influence. The Thrill Is Gone by B. King. Blues listening. /www.udiscovermuse.com/stories essential blues-music albums. This table offers a snapshot of the blues genre, its key components, notable figures and suggestions for introductory listening and further reading. Here's a brief introduction and table format presentation of transcultural music theory. Transcultural music theory explores how music transcends cultural boundaries, incorporating diverse musical elements and traditions to create global sounds. This field examines the fusion of musical styles from different cultures, understanding their origins and how they influence each other. The theory aims to foster a deeper appreciation and comprehension of world music, breaking down barriers and highlighting the universal language of music. Description, examples, resources. Afro-Celt sounds. Hybridity, combining elements from different musical traditions. Afro-Celt sound system. Global influences, how global movements and migrations influence local music scenes. K-pop, exploring K-pop, blockbillboard.com. Cultural music as a medium for cultural dialogue and exchange. Paul Simon's Graceland on Spotify. Ethnomusicology, the study of music from the cultural and social aspects of people. Field recordings in Bali, Ethnomusicology online, Ethnomusicology. Technological impact, how technology facilitates the blending of sounds across cultures. Use of digital audio workstations in mixing global sounds. musictechnology.soundonsound.com. This table provides a compact overview of transcultural music theory, suitable for educational and quick reference purposes. Here's a concise guide on writing for the French horn, complete with a table and resources to explore further. Writing for the French horn. When composing for the French horn, it's essential to understand its capabilities and unique timbre. The French horn is known for its rich, warm sound that blends well with other instruments, making it a staple in orchestral settings. Below is a table summarizing key aspects of writing for this instrument, including range, techniques and notation tips. Aspectal examples. Range, F2 to C6. Comfortable range is F3 to F5, middle C, C4 to G, above middle C, G4. Legato, staccato, muting, stopped notes. Stop notes plus above note. Notation. Transposing instrument F sounds a fifth lower. Written C sounds like F below. Capable of wide dynamic range. Piano to fortissimo. Blends well. Capable of carrying melodies or harmonies. Solo passages or background harmonies. For further reading and resources on writing for the French horn, explore the following. French horn resources .hornmatters.com, International Horn Society .hornsociety.org, scores at IMSLP, horn parts in ensemble, amslmslp.org. Understanding these elements will enhance your ability to write effectively for the French horn, creating music that is both rich in sound and technical in execution. Sure, here's a concise guide to alternate picking designed for quick learning and reference. Learn alternate picking fast. Master the essential guitar technique of alternate picking to play faster and more efficiently. Dive into the basics, practice with examples, and explore further with these resources. Dive into the basics of description. Down-up picking basics. Definition. Alternate picking involves alternating between downstrokes and upstrokes with the pick. Down-up, picking basics. guitarworld.com/lessons. Technique. Keep the pick movements small and precise. Tilt the pick slightly for smoother action. Start on an open string. www.ultimateguitar.com/lessons/for-beginners alternate picking exercises. Starting slowly. Begin at a slow tempo to ensure accuracy before speeding up. Metronome at 60 BPM. Metronome at metronomeonline.com. Scales. Practice with scales to develop muscle memory and speed. C, me, E, F, G, A, B, C. Scale application. Apply alternate picking to solos and riffs for fluid playing. Sweet Child O' Mine intro. Songster.com. Explore these tools and refine your technique to improve both your speed and fluidity on the guitar. Here's a concise table format for teaching about conductive music interfaces, with a short, bold introduction and examples. Introduction. Conductive music interfaces are innovative tools that transform conductive materials and touch into musical control surfaces. These devices harness electrical signals generated by touch and convert them into digital audio signals, allowing users to interact with music software or hardware directly through physical touch. Examples is bass conductive material, basic concept to create, use conductive materials to create interfaces that can control music through touch. Makey touchboard. Makey.com often use capacitance sensors which detect voltage changes caused by touch. Bare Conductive Touchboard, Bare Conductive Resources by bareconductive.com. Applications used in educational tools, interactive installations and performance art. Ototo Sound Kit, MIDI Sprout, ototomusicinter.com/products. DIY kits and platforms available for personal customization and creation. DIY synth kit, Adafruit's Circuit Playground, Adafruit Learning System.adafruit.com community. Online forums, workshops and tutorials support learning and innovation in creating personal musical interfaces. Online tutorials, community forums, music interface hackathons, play.hackster.io/music projects. This table offers a clear overview of conductive music interfaces, highlighting their technology, applications, and available resources for further exploration. Introduction to counterpoint. Counterpoint is a musical technique that involves combining distinct melodic lines in a coherent way. It's a cornerstone of Western music composition used to create rich, interwoven harmonies. Here's a brief overview, including examples and resources for deeper exploration.
Alan, Roland, Zartan. Which species?
The methodical types from first note against note to fifth floor is counterpoint. Bach, The Art of Fugue, musictheory.net, Lessons, the smooth progression of individual melodic lines. Palestrina's Missa Papai Marcelli, openmusictheory.com. Imitation, repeating a melody in another part at a different pitch. Josquin Duprez, of mymusictheory.com. Inversion, playing an interval or melody upside down.
Box, Crab, Theoria.com.
/dissonance, intentional clash between notes for tension. Mozart's Dissonance Quartet to Fouquet.com. This table provides a concise look at the core elements of counterpoint, with examples from classical music and helpful online resources for further learning. Each example and resource is chosen to enhance understanding of this complex but rewarding musical art form. Explore the art of groove creation. Creating a compelling groove in music involves understanding rhythm, tempo, and the interaction of various instruments. Below is a quick guide on how to craft grooves, complete with examples and resources to get you started. Example, rhythm basics. 1. Rhythm basics. Understand the foundational rhythms that make up most grooves. A simple 4/4 drum beat, famiflostringdelabdeblo.net/lessons. 2. Instrument roles. Learn what role each instrument plays in a groove. Bass plays a repetitive riff, drums provide the backbeat. Instrument roles in grooves, sound-on-sound doc/arranging music. 3. Syncopation. Incorporate offbeat rhythms to add interest. Adding a snare hit on the offbeat in a drum pattern. Syncopation techniques, berkeley.ed-today. 4. Layering. Layer different rhythmic elements to build complexity. Layering a shaker over a basic drum groove. Layering rhythm at tacmagazine./techniques, passing notes. Experimentation. Experiment with tempos, rhythms, and textures. Changing the tempo or adding electronic effects to a groove. Add a splice blog. Start experimenting with these concepts to develop your unique sound and dive deeper with the provided resources. Here's a concise guide on vibrato, including essential tips and resources for learning. Explore the nuances of vibrato, a technique that adds expression to musical performances, enriching notes with a pulsating change of pitch. Perfecting vibrato enhances your musicality, whether you're a singer or instrumentalist. Vibrato involves a slight and rapid an emotion to the note. Definition. Vibrato involves a slight and rapid variation in pitch, which adds warmth and emotion to the note. musiciansway.com/blog TM2010/04 mastering-Brain. Different methods include arm vibrato, wrist vibrato, strings, and diaphragmatic vibrato. Learn masterclass.com/masterclasses. How to practice? Start slowly, focusing on control and consistency before speeding up. Singing. Renee Fleming, voiceteacher.com/benefits. Enhances tone quality, aids musical phrasing and emotional expression. Guitar, BB, King's Blues Lixus line.berkeley.edu/take note/vibrato-technique-in 4 steps. This table provides a snapshot of vibrato with practical examples and online resources to deepen your understanding and skill. Timbre is the unique quality of sound that allows us to distinguish different sources of sound that have the same pitch and loudness. It's often referred to as the colour or tone quality of sound. Timbre is crucial in music and sound design as it helps identify the voice of different instruments or singers even if they're playing the same note at the same volume.
Aspect, description, examples. There's loads of lens.
Voice and different instrument at the same volume.
Harmonic.
Different instruments have unique harmonic content that shapes their timbre. A violin and a flute playing the same note sound different due to their harmonic structures. Attack and decay, how sound starts and ends, impacting timbre perception. A piano note, quick attack, versus a violin bow glide, slow. Dynamic range, the range between the softest and loudest sounds. A drum has a wider dynamic range than a harp, affecting its timbre. Material and construction. The materials and build of an instrument affect its sound waves, wooden versus metal flutes, solid hollow electric guitar bodies. For more resources on understanding timbre, exploring sound samples and its applications in various fields, Google offers extensive materials. Search for timbre in music or sound quality analysis to find detailed explanations, tutorials and examples. Here's a table with a brief introduction and a detailed explanation of overdub, including examples and resources from Google. Overdub, revolutionizing sound editing. Overdub is a cutting-edge technology that allows users to edit spoken audio as easily as text. This tool has transformed podcast production, video editing, and other multimedia projects by enabling seamless modifications to audio files.
Aspect, details, resources.
Definition. Overdub lets you alter recorded speech by typing edits into a text editor. Editing a podcast to remove ums and ahs. Dasterifovertom.descript.com/overdub. Uses advanced AI algorithms to synthesize speech that matches the tone and pace of the original, creating new sentences in the voice of the original speaker. Adobe Audition, www.adobe.com/audition. Audition applications, useful in filmmaking, podcasting, and e-learning for making post-production edits to audio files, adding new dialogue to a documentary without a reshoot.
Tech click and jump tools.
Google's technology also supports similar features through its cloud-based speech services. Using Google Cloud Text-to-Speech for voice cloning, Google at Cloud Text-to-Speech/cloud.google.com/text-to-speech. This table summarizes the core aspects of overdub, along with practical examples and relevant resources to help you understand and utilize this innovative technology. Composing for animation, key elements and resources. Composing for animation involves crafting a musical score that enhances the narrative, emotions, and pacing of the animated visuals. It requires a blend of storytelling, timing, and technical skills to complement character actions, evoke emotions, and synchronize with the animation's dynamic nature. Character themes. Character themes is him. Create distinct musical themes to represent different characters and their personalities. Simba's theme in the character theme writing for animation, action sequences, samples.choreals, character theme writing, timing and synchronization. Sync music to key moments, such as character movements or emotional beats, to enhance the impact of the visuals. Action sequences in Tom and Jerry. How to sync music with animation. music.tutsplus.com/tutorials/syncing music with animation. You use instrumentation, harmony, and tempo to create moods, atmospheres that match the scene's tone, from light-hearted to intense. Dreamy atmosphere in Studio Ghibli films. Creating atmosphere with music, score.org/how create atmosphere to music, sound design, and composition. Adjust the pacing and rhythm of the score to match the animation's tempo, especially in fast-paced or comedic scenes. Fast, rhythmic shifts in Looney Tunes. Pacing and timing in animation. www.musicnotes.com/tips, the power of timing in film music, sound design integration. Balance between the score and sound effects to ensure they complement each other without overpowering the animation. Wall-E's minimalistic music approach with rich sound effects, music and sound in animation, plus filmstro.com blog The Art of Sound Designed in Animation, How to Create Audio for Animated Films. This table offers a concise overview of composing for animation with examples and links to deepen your understanding. Master Guitar Sweep Picking, quick and effective guide. Sweep picking is a guitar technique that creates fluid, fast arpeggios by smoothly moving the pick across multiple strings in a single motion. Unlike alternate picking, where each note is picked individually, sweep picking lets the pick sweep through strings in a continuous stroke. It's widely used in genres like metal, jazz, and fusion to achieve speed and precision.
Step example.
Google resources. Hold the position at a slingle. Practice downward pick strokes starting on 6th string. 1. Grip and position. Hold the pick firmly and position it at a slight angle. Practice is downward pick stroke starting on 6th string. How to hold a pick. Google./search how to hold a guitar pick. 2. Slow practice. Start slow, emphasizing smooth, even strokes. Play a 3-string arpeggio, G major 3/0 div strings. Basic sweep picking techniques. Google.com search.
3. Economy of
Minimize hand movement and avoid excessive arm motion. Focus on small wrist movements while sweeping. Economy picking search. Economy picking technique. 4. Gradual speed up. Increase speed gradually using a metronome. Sweep C major arpeggio 8755 EADs. Metronome preps Google W diff metronome plus practice tips. Keep practicing daily with patience. Composing jazz ballads. Jazz ballads are slow, soulful tunes that blend emotive melodies with rich harmonic textures. Key components include lyricism, chromaticism, and expressive phrasing. By mastering key techniques like reharmonization, tension resolution, and melodic development, musicians can craft memorable, intimate ballads. Here's a concise guide to get started. Description: example. Lyrical depth and space. Slow lyrical melodies, depth and space with emotional depth and buttery.
Right, you dresses.
Jazzadvice.com how to create jazz melodies that sound authentic. Harmony. Use of extended chords, 9ths, 11ths, 13ths. And reharmonization. Misty by Errol Garner. Jazzguitar./jazz chord progression 1. Smooth, relaxed rhythms with rubato and swung notes. Round Midnight by Thelonious Monk. LearnJazzStandards.com/blog LJS-blog/ to master swing rhythm in jazz. Tension and resolution. Build tension with chromaticism. Resolve with consonance. My Funny Valentine by Miles Davis. Jazzadvice.com/ the secret to creating musical tension in your solos. Improvisation. Focus on space, phrasing, and embellishment. Bill Evans' improvisation in Waltz for Debbie. Jazzadvice.com/ 5 simple techniques to master jazz improvisation. This table offers a quick, structured guide to composing jazz ballads, ensuring a blend of theory, practical examples, and further learning resources. Classical sonata form overview. The classical sonata form is a fundamental musical structure used in the classical period 1750 to 1820, characterized by three main sections: exposition, development, and recapitulation. Often found in the first movements of sonatas, symphonies, and concertos, it showcases thematic contrast and development. Section, description, examples. An excerpt exposition, two contrasting themes. Second theme in a related key, often separate in our theme. Exposition, two contrasting themes. First theme in tonic key. Second theme in a related key, often separated by a bridge or transition. Mozart's Piano Sonata No. 11, first movement, elaborates and transforms the themes, exploring different keys and creating tension. Modulations and variations of the themes are common. Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, first movement, recapitulation, returns to the original themes, both presented in the tonic key, resolving the tension created in the development. Haydn's Symphony No. 104, first movement.
Coda!
A concluding section that reinforces the tonic and provides a final closure to the movement. Beethoven's Sonata Pathétique, first movement, for further learning. 1. Google classical sonata form structure. google.com search classical sonata form structure. 2. Google examples of sonata form in classical music. Examples of sonata form in classical music. And exploring jazz harmonic tension and release, a key to expressive soundscapes. In jazz, harmonic tension and release are fundamental in crafting expressive music. Tension arises from dissonant or unexpected chords, creating a sense of anticipation or unease. Release occurs when these tensions resolve, often to more consonant or stable chords. This dynamic interplay between tension and resolution forms the emotional arc of jazz improvisation and composition, giving the music its characteristic fluidity and depth. Reticent anticipation or unease altered the music, its carameline G fluidity and depth. Dissonant, unresolved harmonies that create anticipation or unease. Altered dominant chords, G7 scene. jazzguitaronline.jazzguitarblog/altered scale. Release, resolution of dissonance to more stable or consonant harmonies, providing a sense of closure. VI resolution, G7 to 7. Learn jazz standards, tension and release. Chromaticism, notes or chords outside the key that create unexpected tension. Chromatic passing chords, Jazzwise Magazine Chromaticism, www.jazzwisemagazine.com/change, borrowing chords from parallels to introduce subtle tension, using BVI in a major key, C major, to add the jazz piano change at the jazzpianosite.com. Concise table designed to help you learn about playing the tabla, including examples and resources for further exploration. Learn to play the tabla. Discover the art of playing the tabla, a classical Indian drum with a rich history. Master the basic strokes and explore rhythms to enhance your musical journey. Basic concept, description. Discover the art of playing the tabla, types of drums. The tabla consists of two drums, the Dayan, right drum made of wood, and the Bayan, left drum made of metal or clay. Dayan and Bayan. Introduction to tabla, www.google.com search. Introduction, basic strokes. Learn the foundational strokes, ta, tin, tun, ti, and na. Each produces a distinct sound. Ta, tin, basic tabla strokes, search, basic rhythmic cycles. Rhythmic patterns called tals are essential. Examples include Teen Tal, 16 beats, and Dadratal, 6 beats. Teental, tablatal example, google.com search, tablatal plus examples. Techniques vary from simple to complex, involving various finger and palm placements. Tabla techniques, google.com techniques. Learning resources. Books, online courses and videos are available for learners at all levels. Learn Tabla online /www.google.com/search. This table serves as a quick guide to start your exploration and mastery of the tabla. For more detailed learning, consider online tutorials or classes led by experienced musicians. Here's a concise table to explain the overtone series with an introduction and examples. Introduction. The overtone series forms a fundamental concept in music theory, illustrating how a pitch sound consists of a fundamental frequency and a series of overtones, each at a higher frequency. These overtones shape the timbre or colour of the sound and are integral to understanding musical acoustics. Term, definition, example, Onegekingen open 10 Hz. Fundamental. The lowest frequency of a vibrating system perceived as the main pitch. On a guitar, plucking an open A string produces 110 Hz. First overtone, the second frequency, twice the fundamental frequency. For an A note, 110 Hz, the first overtone is 220 Hz A. Second overtone, third frequency, 3 times the fundamental. For an A note, the second overtone is 330 Hz. Harmonics, overtones that are whole number multiples of the fundamental frequency. On a trumpet, pressing valves changes the harmonic played. For more resources, explore Google with keywords like overtone series in music, harmonic series examples, or acoustic overtones tutorial. Extended techniques in jazz expand traditional playing methods to create novel sounds and expressions. These techniques often involve unconventional manipulations of instruments or voice to produce unique musical textures and effects. Technique. Examples, resources. Multiphonics. Producing multiple pitches simultaneously on a wind instrument. Saxophonists like Evan Parker often use this for dense, complex textures. Jazz Times Multiphonics, jazztimes.com. Dragging objects or fingers along the strings of a bass or guitar. Guitarists like Fred Frith use it for percussive, eerie effects. allaboutjazz.com. Flutter tonguing. Rolling the tongue to create a rapid fluttering sound on wind instruments. Flutists like Robert Dick incorporate this for a trembling sound.
The flute view.
Modifying a piano's sound by placing objects on or between its strings. Pianists like John Cage explore unconventional percussive sounds. Prepared piano techniques. Circular breathing. A technique allowing continuous play without interruption for breath. Wind players like Rahsaan Roland Kirk excel in seamless extended solos. Learn jazz standards, jazzstandards.com. These techniques are vital for jazz musicians looking to push the boundaries of their sound and explore new musical landscapes. Here's a concise guide on composing for a solo instrument with piano accompaniment. The table below outlines key concepts and provides practical examples and resources for further exploration. Composing for solo instruments and piano aspects. Resources. Flute Sonata by Poulenc supports melodic. Balance the melody between the solo instrument and the piano, allowing both to shine. Flute Sonata by Poulenc, harmonic support. Use the piano to provide harmonic depth and texture, supporting the solo line. Clarinet Sonata by Brahms. Rhythmic rolls. Vary rhythmic rolls, with the piano providing stability or syncopation against the soloist's melody. Violin Sonata No. 1 by Beethoven. Textural contrast. Explore textural contrasts using the piano's range from bass to treble. Cello Sonata by Debussy. Dynamic interplay. Ensure dynamic markings encourage interplay and balance between the soloist and piano. Horn Sonata in F major, Op. 17 by Beethoven, pianostreet.com. Thematic development. Develop themes collaboratively between the instruments, often introducing in the piano. Bassoon Sonata by Saint-Saëns, imslp.org/wiki category scores for scores. Use of range. Utilize the full range of the piano to complement or contrast the solo instrument's register. Oboe Sonata by Poulenc, scoreexchange.com, for experimenting with arrangements and scoring. This table provides a starting point for exploring the intricate arts of composing for a solo instrument accompanied by piano, highlighting various musical elements and suggesting resources for deeper study. Diminished chords, an essential tool for music composition. Diminished chords are a type of chord that contain a series of minor third intervals, creating a tense and unresolved sound. These chords are commonly used to enhance musical transitions and create dramatic effects in various genres. Understanding how to use them can significantly expand your compositional palette. Below is a table explaining the types of diminished chords, along with examples to help you incorporate them into your own music. Type of diminished chord. Diminished triad. Root, minor third, diminished fifth, C, E, G, G. Used to create tension, often resolves to a major or minor chord, one half step up. Half diminished chord, root, minor third, diminished fifth, minor seventh, C, ebb, boop, bum. Common in jazz, leads into other chords with smooth voice leading. Full diminished chord, root, minor third, diminished fifth, diminished seventh, C, E, B, bum, A. Creates intense suspense, often resolves to the tonic or dominant chord. For more resources and detailed lessons on how to effectively use diminished chords in your compositions, you can explore educational websites like musictheory.net, htmusictheory.net, and teoria.com and colin.teoria.com. These platforms offer interactive lessons and exercises to deepen your understanding and practice.
Mixolydian mode in jazz.
The Mixolydian mode is a staple in jazz music, offering a slightly altered bluesy feel compared to the major scale. It is the fifth mode of the major scale and is characterized by its dominant seventh chord, making it a favorite for improvisation over dominant chords in jazz. Here's a concise overview, including practical examples. Characteristics. The definition: a scale that starts on the fifth degree of the major scale. Formula: whole, whole, half, whole, half, whole. Characteristics: the B7 flat seventh gives the Mixolydian its distinctive sound. Common chords: dominant seventh chords, e.g. G7 in C Mixolydian. Jazz usage, used in funk, bluesy contexts and for creating a laid-back, unresolved sound. Example: over a G7 chord, a solo might use G Mixolydian, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. For deeper exploration and listening examples, check out resources like jazz advice like jazzadvice.com, learn jazz standards, learnjazzstandards.com, and jazzguitar.jazzguitar.be, which provide comprehensive lessons and practical applications of the Mixolydian mode in jazz improvisation. Here's a table to guide you through writing your first song on guitar, including a short and bold introduction, along with practical examples and resources. Start your musical journey, writing your first song on guitar. Embark on your songwriting adventure with these simple steps. Explore chord progressions, melody crafting, and lyrical inspiration to create your very own song. Start with a basic chord progression using common chords that sound harmonious together. G, C, D, a classic progression for many popular songs. Guitar chord, chords.org.uk. Create a melody. Hum or strum along to your chords to find a melody that fits. It should be simple and memorable. Humming over G, C, D, finding a natural tune, begin. Songwriting.net/blog/bid 207339, songwriting, understanding the most common song structures. 3. Write lyrics, focus on a theme or story. Start with one line that expresses the main idea and build around it. Walking down this lonely road, about overcoming challenges. Lyric writing basics, blog.land.com songwriting tips. 4. Structure your song. Arrange your song into sections, verse, chorus, and maybe a bridge. Each should enhance the song's flow. Verse, song structure. Seats of Songwriting Dogs 0.66/01/10 song structure tips. Refine and practice. Play through your song, making adjustments to lyrics and melody as needed. Practice until it feels right. Adjusting melodies in the chorus for practical songwriting techniques. Songwriteruniverse.com songwriting tips/123.htm. By following these steps, you'll not only enjoy creating music, but also develop your skills as a songwriter. Introduction. Geosonic installations are innovative art and architecture projects that integrate sound technology into geological and environmental settings. These installations use natural acoustics and landforms to create immersive auditory experiences, emphasizing the symbiosis between sound, nature, and technology.
Resources.
Utilizes geologicate soundscapes. Advanced sound technology utilizes geological features to create or manipulate soundscapes. Sonic Pavilion in Brazil.com technology involves advanced sound technology like geophones, which convert ground movements into audio data. Earth Harp by William Close. More, htexample.com. Installation. Typically large-scale, engaging with the surrounding environment to enhance sensory perception. Sea organ in Croatia. Explore interaction. Often interactive, allowing visitors to experience changes in sound with natural or human activity. Wave Field by Maya Lin. Objective, to promote environmental awareness and explore the relationship between earth and sound. Blackpool High Tide organ. Research, Examp.com. Each installation offers a unique way to connect with the environment through the medium of sound, providing not just an artistic experience, but also an educational one. Harmonic rhythm is a musical concept that refers to the rate at which chords change in a piece of music. It plays a crucial role in defining the feel and flow of a composition, influencing its emotional and rhythmic character. Below is a concise table explaining harmonic rhythm, supplemented with examples to illustrate different rates of chord changes. Definition. Chords change infrequently. Basic concept. Basic frequency of chord changes within a time frame. Slow harmonic rhythm. Chords change infrequently, often holding for several measures. Hallelujah by Leonard Cohen. Medium harmonic rhythm. Chords change every measure or every other measure. Let It Be by the Beatles. Fast harmonic rhythm. Chords may change every beat or even more frequently within a beat. Giant Steps by John Coltrane. Impact on mood. Slower changes tend to feel more relaxed and stable. Faster changes can add excitement. Look at sheet music or use software to see how often chords change. Use tools like Chordify or Hook Theory. For deeper learning, Google resources like scholarly articles and educational websites can provide more detailed studies on harmonic rhythm, its variations and its impact on different musical genres. Triads are the basic building blocks of harmony in Western music. Comprising 3 tones, they form the foundation of chords used in a variety of musical genres. Understanding triads and their types is crucial for any musician or composer.
Type of travels. Notes in C. Character.
Example usage in a variety of musical genres. Understanding trill for any musician or composer. Major, root, major third, perfect fifth, C, E, G, bright, stable, used in cheerful or triumphant sections, minor, minor third, perfect fifth, C, E, somber, softer, common in reflective or sad passages, diminished, root, minor third, diminished fifth, C, E, tats, tense, unstable, often used in horror scores or tense transitions, augmented, third, augmented fifth, C, E, G, F, bright, mysterious, appears in dream sequences or to create surprise. For a deeper dive into triads and practical exercises, Google offers a variety of resources. Search for music theory triads to find tutorials, videos, and interactive lessons tailored to enhance your understanding and application of musical triads. Here's a compact yet informative presentation on the dies irae in table format, complete with a short and bold introduction. Dies irae, a majestic and terrifying meditation on the day of wrath. Section, description, examples, origin. Dies irae translates to Day of Wrath in Latin. It is a medieval Latin hymn thought to be written by Thomas of Celano in the 13th century. It describes the Last Judgment and is famous for its vivid imagery of the apocalypse. Use in liturgy. Originally used in the Roman Catholic Requiem Mass, a funeral service invoking rest for the deceased. Requiem aeternam donis Domine. Musical settings. The hymn has been set to music by numerous composers, including Mozart, Verdi and Berlioz, often as part of their Requiem compositions. Mozart's Requiem in D minor.
Cultural impact.
Its dramatic text and theme have found their way into films, television scores, and even literature, highlighting the enduring influence of this powerful hymn, used in the Shining movie soundtrack. For further exploration and examples, consult resources such as Google Books, books.google.com, or the Choral Public Domain Library, cpdl.org, which provide extensive collections of musical settings and interpretations of dies irae. Here's a concise table that outlines the basics of klezmer music, along with examples and resources for further exploration. This introduction is designed to give you a quick, informative overview of this vibrant musical tradition. Explore the rich tradition of klezmer music. Klezmer is a musical tradition of the Ashkenazi Jews of Eastern Europe, featuring expressive melodies that mirror the human voice, including laughs, sobs, and wails. This lively and emotive music is often played at joyful events like weddings. The instruments commonly used in klezmer include the violin, clarinet, accordion, and trumpet.
Resources. Eastern Guide. Eastern European.
Origins. Eastern European Jewish communities. klezmerguide.com, clarinet, violin, accordion, trumpet. Klezmer Conservatory Band, klezmer-instrumental. Quotable musicians, Naftul Brandwine, Dave Tarras. Klezmer biographies, klezmershack.bands. Musical features, use of minor scales, expressive, ornamented melodies. The Klezmatics, klezmermusicfoundation./modern influence. Revival in the late 20th century, fusion with other genres like jazz. Klezmer Fusion, www.klezmerfusion.com. This table provides a snapshot of klezmer's rich history and ongoing influence, highlighting key components and offering resources for those interested in diving deeper into its captivating sound. Chromatic intervals, understanding musical pitch variation. Chromatic intervals are key to understanding how notes vary in pitch in a chromatic scale, which includes all 12 notes within an octave. These intervals, which are a semitone apart, are crucial for creating musical tension and expression. Below is a table explaining different chromatic intervals with practical examples for better understanding. Interval name, semitones, example, description. 2 second, C to E. 3 in a second, 1 C to C sharp, smallest interval, a half step up. Major second, C to D, 2 semitones, sounds whole and resolved. Minor third, C to E, 3 semitones producing a sadder sound. Through 4, C to E, bright and happy sound, 4 semitones apart. Perfect fourth, C to F, 5 semitones, sounds open and harmonious. Tritone 6, C to F sharp, mid-octave interval, tense and dissonant. Perfect fifth, 7, C to G, 7 semitones, very consonant and stable. Minus 8, C to Ab, 8 semitones, somewhat melancholic. Major sixth, 9 semitones, cheerful and pleasing. Minor 7th, 10 C to B, 10 semitones, very dramatic and deep. Major 7th, 11 C to B, 1 semitone below the octave, very tense. Octave 12 C to C, complete and harmonious closure. For further exploration of chromatic intervals and their uses in music, there are excellent resources available online that delve deeper into theory and application. Here's a concise guide to writing for the snare drum. Details. Aspect. Indic dynamics from P.
Notation.
Standard notation places snare drum notes on the C space in the treble clef. Use X note heads. Indicate dynamics from P pianissimo to fortissimo to show intensity. Use crescendos and decrescendos for gradual changes. Articulations use accents, rolls, notated with tremolos, and rim shots, notated with a circle or R above the note to vary sound. Rhythms. Incorporate various rhythms like quarter notes, 8th notes, 16th notes, and rests to create diverse patterns. Tempo. Indicate tempo at the start can be adjusted with terms like accelerando, speeding up, or ritardando, slowing down. Repetition. Use repeat signs and first-second endings for repeated sections. This saves space and clarifies structure. Google resources, snare drum basics, www.example.com, as advancedsnaretechnique.example.com, snare compositions, example.com. For more detailed resources and examples, you can explore various educational websites and music notation software tutorials online. These tools offer interactive experiences that can enhance your understanding and skills in writing for snare drum. Note, the URLs provided above are placeholders and should be replaced with actual links to resources on writing for snare drum. Here's a concise table on bossa nova rhythms, ideal for beginners looking to explore this smooth and mellow musical style that originated from Brazil. These rhythms are fundamental in creating the distinctive sound of bossa nova, characterized by its relaxed tempo and rich harmonies. Below, you'll find examples and recommended resources to deepen your understanding and improve your technique. Resource for learning. Basic pattern, a syncopated rhythm with the emphasis on the offbeat. The Girl Franova Gitarrix. Advanced pattern incorporates more syncopation and variations in tempo. Desafinado. Learn Jazz Standards. LearnJazzStandards.com. Drumming technique focuses on soft snare and brush strokes to keep the beat light and airy. Corcovado Drum Magazine Lessons, drummagazine.com's lessons. Piano Groove involves lush chord voicings and rhythmic comping that complements the guitar. Wave, wianuvbossanova.com Bossa Nova lessons. Explore these patterns and resources to master the art of bossa nova and bring the spirit of Brazilian jazz into your music. Here's a concise guide to writing hip-hop instrumentals, structured in a table format and including a bolded introduction with examples and Google resources. Learn the basics of crafting hip-hop instrumentals. Dive into the essentials of creating your own hip-hop beats. Explore examples and utilize Google resources to master the art of beat making. Revolve around a 4-form the beat. 1. Beat basics. Start with understanding the rhythm. Most hip-hop beats revolve around a 4/4 time signature with heavy emphasis on the beat. CREAIM by Wu-Tang Clan. Sick hip-hop beat patterns. 2. Drum patterns. Focus on kick, snare and hi-hat patterns. These are the backbone of your instrumental. Juicy by the Notorious B.I.G. creating hip-hop drum patterns. 3. Bassline. Add a bass line that complements your drum patterns. This provides the groove and depth. Forgot About Dre by Dr. Dre. Hip-hop bass line tutorials. 4. Melodic elements. Incorporate melodies using synthesizers, samples, or live instruments. All of the Lights by Kanye West, using synthesizers in hip-hop. Arrangement. Structure your beat into sections. Intro, verse, chorus, bridge, and outro. This keeps the listener engaged. Lose yourself in structuring hip-hop songs. 6. Mixing and mastering. Balance the levels, EQ and effects to ensure clarity and punch. Proper mixing can elevate your instrumental voice. Humble by Kendrick Lamar. Mixing and mastering hip-hop. This table should serve as a starting point for anyone looking to get into hip-hop production, offering a step-by-step approach enhanced by practical examples and further learning resources. Here's a concise guide on circular breathing, a technique that allows you to maintain a continuous tone on wind instruments without interruption for breath.
Step description.
1. Prepare. Relax and breathe normally. Focus on breathing with your diaphragm, not your chest. Sit comfortably, inhale deeply through your nose, and exhale slowly through your mouth. Practice with water. Practice blowing bubbles into a glass of water through a straw, using your cheeks to push air out while you inhale through your nose. Fill your cheeks with air and continue to blow bubbles while you sneak quick breaths in through your nose. 3. Apply to instrument. Transfer the cheek puffing technique to your instrument. Maintain air pressure with your cheeks as you breathe in through your nose. On a didgeridoo or clarinet, puff out your cheeks as you play and breathe in through your nose between notes. 4. Practice regularly. Incorporate this technique during daily practice sessions, gradually extending the time you can circular breathe. Try to circular breathe for longer stretches each day during practice sessions. For further learning, explore detailed guides and video tutorials available on platforms like YouTube or music education websites. These resources will provide visual and practical examples to enhance your understanding and skill. Here's a concise introduction to blues and jazz, followed by a table that highlights key aspects and examples of each genre. Explore the rich and soulful realms of blues and jazz music. These genres boast profound historical roots and have profoundly influenced many musical styles. Dive into their distinct sounds, notable artists, and significant examples that define and celebrate their essence. Aspect.
Blue jazz. Jazz.
Characteristics, 12-petted chords and origins. Late 19th century, deep south of the United States. Early 20th century, New Orleans. Characteristics, 12-bar structure, repetitive chords, melancholic lyrics. Improvisation, complex chords, syncopation. Instruments, guitar, harmonica, piano. Saxophone, trumpet, double bass, piano. Key artists, B.B. King, Muddy Waters, Robert Johnson. Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington, Miles Davis. Notable songs, The Thrill Is Gone, B.B. King. So What? Crossroad Blues, Robert Johnson. Take 5, Dave Brubeck. To further explore each genre, you can search for dedicated playlists and historical documentaries on streaming services like YouTube and Spotify, which offer a wealth of songs and in-depth analyses. Introduction. Video game music composition is a dynamic and creative field, pivotal in shaping a game's atmosphere and player immersion. Below is an overview of key concepts and resources to help you start your journey in composing engaging music for video games. Inscriptions. Resources. Below is an overview of key concepts to help thematic writing, creating music that conveys the game's themes and emotions. The Legend of Zelda series.com, motif development, repeating a short musical idea that represents characters or concepts. Final Fantasy series, gamemusicnet.gamemusic.net, adaptive music, music that changes based on player actions or game states. Minecraft, Journey, film notes, ADHDnotes.com, interactive audio, sound that interacts with game mechanics, often using middleware like Hammer or Wise. Celeste, Dark Souls, orchestration, the method of arranging music for various instruments. World of Warcraft, Berkeley Online, online.berkeley.edu. Technology and tools, software and tech used in composing and implementing game music. DAWs like FL Studio, Ableton Live, Sound on Sound or .soundonsound.com. This table provides a foundational understanding enriched by examples and resources to explore each concept further. Here's a concise table on rhythmic development in jazz, including examples and resources, prefaced by a brief introduction to capture the essence of this musical element. Exploring rhythmic development in jazz. Jazz, a genre rich with complexity and emotion, relies heavily on innovative rhythmic techniques to enhance musical expression. This table explores key aspects of rhythmic development in jazz, providing examples and resources for deeper understanding. Concept. Examples, consources, offbeat rhythm sung, offbeat revisit surprises. Offbeat ration, create surprise and drive in the music. Take 5. Swing rhythm. A lilting rhythm that defines the swing style, sing, sing, sing. Benny Goodman. Learn jazz standards, learnjazzstandards.com's polyrhythms, multiple rhythms played simultaneously, Afro Blue, Mongo Santa Maria. Jazzadvice.jazzadvice.com modulation. Metric, changing time signatures fluidly within a piece. Giant steps, John Coltrane, jazzadvice. Rhythmic displacement, shifting a common pattern to start on a different beat. Take the A train, All About Jazz, allaboutjazz.com. Cross rhythm, conflicting rhythms that create tension and release. Caravan, Duke Ellington, and academy.jazz.org. These elements help create the dynamic and ever-evolving sound that defines jazz, providing both musicians and listeners with a rich auditory landscape to explore. Here's a table on the topic of band, structured with an introduction, key concepts and examples. Introduction. A band typically refers to a group of musicians who perform together. Bands can vary widely in style, size and musical focus. From rock and jazz to classical and marching bands, each type brings its own unique sound and performance style. Below, we explore different types of bands, their characteristics and examples to help illustrate each category. Type, characteristics, examples. Examples, type rock band, typically consists of guitars, drums, bass and vocals. The Beatles' Nirvana, jazz band, features a variety of instruments including saxophones, trumpets. Duke Ellington Orchestra, The Comet is Coming. Marching band performs outdoors featuring brass, woodwind and percussion. Ohio State University Marching Band, pop band, focuses on mainstream music, often with electronic influences. Coldplay, Maroon 5, classical trio, small ensemble, often includes violin, cello and piano. The Zuckerman Trio. For deeper learning and more resources, you can explore these Google resources. Google Arts and Culture, artsandculture.google.com/, Google Scholar, scholar.google.com/ for academic articles on musicology, and youtube.youtube.com for live performances and tutorials. Certainly. Here's a concise guide to the Missa Mass in the format you requested. Explore the richness of the Missa, a central liturgical service in the Christian tradition. Missa, commonly known as Mass, is the central act of worship in many forms of Christianity, rooted deeply in biblical narratives and traditions. This table offers a brief overview of its parts, with examples aimed at enhancing understanding and appreciation of its profound significance and structure. Aimed at enhancing understanding. Entrance chant or hymn as the priest enters. Psalm 24:3 used during Advent. Kyrie, a prayer for mercy, typically in Greek. Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison. Gloria, a hymn of praise, often omitted during penitential seasons. Gloria in excelsis Deo. Collect opening prayer, gathering the intentions of the faithful, specific to the day's liturgy. Epistle, a reading from the New Testament epistles, Romans 12, verse 1 to 2 on ordinary time. Gospel, a reading from the Gospels, Matthew 5, 1-12 during Holy Mass. Offertory, preparation of bread and wine, offering of the gifts. Sanctus, hymn of praise, part of the Eucharistic prayer. Sanctus, Sanctus, Sanctus. Consecration, the bread and wine become the body and blood of Christ. Words of institution, this is my body. Communion, distribution of Holy Communion to the congregation. Lamb of God, you take away the sins. Dismissal, concluding rites sending the congregation to spread the word. Go forth, the Mass is ended. For deeper insights, check out resources like the Vatican's official page, vatican.va, or search Order of Mass for educational articles and liturgical texts. Introductic is the study of visible sound and vibration, a phenomenon where sound waves manifest as intricate patterns in media, such as water, sand, or other particles. This intriguing field merges science and art, enhancing live performances with visually stunning representations of sound.
Aspect resources.
Examples, resources, four sources. Concept, cymatics involves visualizing sound frequencies as they interact with different materials. Chladni plates, water sound figures. Cymatics, eaglestanford.com/slatics/applications. Used in live music installations and therapy to enhance sensory experiences. Concerts with visualprojectixsource.com. Technology tools include tone generators, speakers and digital visualization software. Cymoscope, vibroacoustic equipment, Cymoscope app.cymoscope.com/soap.performances. Artists incorporate cymatic patterns into performances, often synchronized with music. Nigel Stanford's Cymatics video, nigelstanford.com/cymatics. This table offers a concise overview of cymatics in performance, covering its key aspects and providing resources for deeper exploration. Here's a concise table to help you learn about composing funk bass lines, complete with examples and resources for further exploration. Composing funk bass lines. Funk bass lines are essential for driving the rhythmic and harmonic foundations of funk music. This guide breaks down the basics, offers tips, and provides examples to help you create your own grooves.
Aspect.
Funk bass lines are characterized by syncopation and offbeat timing, play on the E and A of each beat. Techniques, slapping and popping are prominent techniques to achieve a percussive sound. Slap on downbeats, pop on upbeats. Got less lessons. Scales, the minor pentatonic and Dorian modes are frequently used. Use E minor pentatonic over an E7 groove. .noel.com. Common patterns include repetitive notes and octaves to maintain groove. Play octaves of G on beats 1 and 3. .com. Creativity. Mix different rhythms and techniques to develop unique lines. Alternate between 16th notes and rests. .com. Each aspect is crucial for building a dynamic and engaging funk bass line. Dive into the resources for detailed tutorials and more elaborate examples. Borrowed chords and modulation techniques. Borrowed chords and modulation are key components in enhancing musical compositions. borrowed chords or modal mixture involve using chords from parallel keys or modes to add colour and contrast. Modulation, the process of changing from one key to another, creates dynamic shifts in mood and energy. Below, we explore these concepts with examples to help you understand their application in music. Example uses a chord, commingle and target keys as a borrowed chords. Chords taken from a paralleled C major using D minor chord, pivot chord modulation. Uses a chord common to both the original and target keys as a pivot to modulate. Modulating from C major to G major using D7 of G. Direct modulation, changing key without a pivot chord, often abrupt. Moving directly from C major to E major. Chromatic modulation uses chromatic alteration of one or more tones, changing F major to F sharp in a chord to move to B major. Common tone modulation uses a single note that both keys share, using note G to modulate from C major to E minor. For further reading and detailed explanations, consider exploring resources such as music theory textbooks or online courses that delve into advanced harmony and modulation techniques. Sure, here's a concise guide to some fundamental Latin jazz rhythms, complete with examples to explore further. Explore the vibrant world of Latin jazz rhythms. Dive into the rich and diverse rhythms of Latin jazz, a genre that blends the intricate patterns of Latin American music with the harmonic complexities of jazz. Below you'll find a table outlining key rhythms, their cultural origins, and iconic songs to listen to for each style.
Rhythm. Songs and
A foundational five-note pattern, typically in 3-2 or 2-3 form, driving many Afro-Cuban rhythms. Watermelon Man by Herbie Hancock. Brazil, smooth, laid-back rhythm with a steady beat, commonly uses a syncopated samba pattern. The Girl from Ipanema by Stan Getz and Joan Gilberto. Mambo, Cuba, a fast-paced rhythm characterized by strong brass sections and repetitive vocal chants. Mambo No. 5 by Cuba features congas or bongos with a slower, more complex pattern than mambo. Oye como va puente. Songa, Cuba, a modern rhythm-blending rumba, mambo and jazz elements, often incorporating drum sets. Chan Chan by Buena Vista Social Club. To learn more about these fascinating rhythms and discover additional songs, consider checking out educational resources such as the Latin Real Book or Salsa Guidebook for Piano and Ensemble by Rebecca Mauleon. Both offer in-depth explorations of these styles along with music scores and historical context. Legato technique overview. Legato is a musical technique that involves playing notes smoothly and connectedly without noticeable breaks. This technique is widely used across various instruments including guitar, piano and violin to create a fluid and expressive sound. The table below provides a brief overview of how legato is implemented on different instruments, complete with examples to illustrate its application. Examples for Gaston. Piano, depressing the leasing the previous key. Guitar uses hammer-ons, pull-offs and slides. Hammering from the 5th to the 7th fret without plucking the string. Piano, depressing the next key before releasing the previous key. Playing a C to D transition in a scale without lifting the fingers. Violin, connecting notes with a single bow stroke. Moving the bow smoothly from G to A on the same string. For more in-depth information and tutorials on mastering legato technique, you can explore resources available on websites like YouTube for video tutorials or music education sites like Berklee Online and Musicians Institute. Here's a concise table summarising basic concepts in music theory, complete with a brief introduction and suggested resources for further exploration. Explore the foundations of music theory. Dive into the basics of music theory with this quick guide. Understand key concepts and their applications, and enhance your musical skills.
Concept. Definition. Resource label. And details.
Individual pitches in music, named A, C, E, G, C, C major triad. Scales, musictheory.net/ns. Scales, a series of notes in a specific order. C major, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Moving. Chords, a group of notes played together. C major chord, C, E, G. /www.musictheory.nesson/40. Signature, symbols that define the key of the piece by showing which notes are sharp or flat. G major,
Sharp.
G key signatures, a symbol that denotes how many beats are in each measure and what note value constitutes one beat. 4/4 time, 4 beats per measure, quarter note gets 1 beat. /www.musictheory.net/lessons/15. Feel free to explore the linked resources for more in-depth explanations and practical exercises. Introduction. Plucking techniques are essential for string musicians, enhancing the expressive potential of their instruments. Here, we explore various methods with practical examples and additional resources for deeper learning. Technique description, examples, resources.
Here we explore various methods.
For deeper learning. Basic plucking techniques in plucking, using the thumb, index and middle fingers to pluck strings individually. Playing classical guitar arpeggios. ClassicalGuitarShed.com, basic plucking hand techniques. Pizzicato, plucking strings with fingers or a plectrum, commonly used in orchestras. Violinists playing staccato notes. Pizzicato explained. wstringsmagazine.com's Playing Pizzicato Beginner's Guide. Striking the string with the thumb for a percussive effect. Bass guitar in funk music. Thumb slap technique, studybass.com/slapping the view. Fingerstyle, using all fingers independently for a complex harmonic rich sound. Acoustic folk guitar pieces. Fingerstick style basics. Tapping the strings onto the fretboard with fingers, creating a light sound. Electric guitar solos. Tapping technique guide, guitarworld.com/lessons/tapping guide. These techniques open a world of possibilities, enhancing the musical texture and enabling a dynamic performance style. Explore each method through the provided resources to master the art of plucking. Introduction to music licensing. Music licensing is crucial for creators and businesses to legally share and use music. It involves obtaining permissions from copyright holders to use their work. Understanding different types of licenses and their purposes helps ensure compliance and proper compensation for artists. Type of license. Covers re-3's vinyl records. Mechanical license covers reproduction of songs on physical or digital formats. CD3's vinyl records. mp3.harryfox.com. Public performance license. Required for playing music publicly, whether live or recorded. Music at concerts, restaurants or radio. Synchronization license. For using music in sync with visual media like films, TV shows or advertisements. Background music in a TV episode. bmia.slash.got/master license. Grants rights to use a pre-recorded version of a song, use of a famous song in a movie. Music Publishers Association.mpa.org. Print rights license. Allows the printing of copyrighted music scores and lyrics. Sheet Music Plus, sheetmusicmusicplus.com. This table gives an overview of common music licenses and where to find more information. Here's a concise table that captures the essence of generative music, complete with a brief introduction and examples. Generative music, a creative exploration. Generative music employs algorithms to produce music that can vary with each playback, providing a unique auditory experience. This technique leverages computer software, mathematical models, or procedural systems to create or influence musical compositions. Resources. Music created by a system for an iteration during Brian Eno's ambient pieces. Definition. Music created by a system that can produce different iterations during each playback. Brian Eno's ambient pieces, musicColumbia.edu/cmusicandcomputers4044003.8 Take use of randomness, AI, or complex rule systems to generate music. Algorave Bloom app, Google's Magenta.tensorflow.org. Tools, software like Ableton Live, Max, Pure Data, AI frameworks like Magenta. Max for Live, Ableton Learning Synthit. Applications, used in installations, performances, soundtracks, where unique evolving soundscapes are desirable. Eno's Reflection album, GenerativeMusicOldem.com, SoundOnSound.com's Techniques, Introduction, Generative Music. Composers and technologists who explore the interaction of algorithmic processes and musical creativity. Laurie Spiegel, Terry Riley, Profiles in Generative Music, cdm.link01's Best-Generative Music playlist. Explore how algorithms can creatively shape the music we listen to, providing endless possibilities for innovation and exploration in sound. Sound object decomposition involves analyzing an audio signal to identify and separate distinct sound sources or events. This technique is crucial in fields like music production, audio forensics, and machine learning, enabling clearer audio analysis and manipulation. Aspect. Examples, resources. Aspect. Definition. Breaking down complex sound into simpler identifiable elements, separating vocals from background music. Techniques. Use of algorithms like NMF, PCA, and machine learning models. Noise reduction in recordings, explore, ieexplore.org. Applications. Audio editing, surveillance, hearing aids. Enhancing speech clarity in noisy environments. Searchgate.net. Challenges, handling overlapping sounds, varying sound qualities, differentiating multiple speakers in a discussion. Academia.dungs. Tools, software like Audacity, Adobe Audition, removing an unwanted siren sound from a live recording. Google Books, google.com. Explore these resources to dive deeper into the technical methodologies and practical applications of sound object decomposition. Here's a concise explanation of the zeitgeist in music composition, presented in a table with examples and resources for further exploration. Zeitgeist in music composition. The term zeitgeist refers to the spirit or essence of a particular period in history as captured through its cultural and artistic expressions. In music composition, zeitgeist influences the style, themes and innovations that define the music of a specific era. Composers often reflect societal changes, technological advancements and prevailing attitudes in their works, creating music that is both a product and a reflection of its time. Era zeitgeist, characteristics, examples, resources. Baroque, 1600-1750, ornamentation, religious themes. J.S. Bach, Massin Beeman, Baroque, Classical Clapham, Classic FM.com /music, period genres. Romantic, 1800 to 1910, Emotion, Individual and Symphony No. 9, NPR Music, Romantic Era, www.npr.org/series, 9862984, Classical Music /genres. Modern, 20th century, Dissonance, Innovation, Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring, Smithsonian, Modern Music, like w.si.edu, Spotlight /Music History 101. Contemporary, 21st century, Diversity, Technology, Max Richter's Sleep, BBC, 20th century music, cmtc.co.uk/programs/articles, 2LTX, B5JG, H3DGMCLF /the genres that defined the 21st century. Each era's music mirrors the cultural and social dynamics of its time, offering insights not only into the evolution of musical styles, but also into the broader human experience. Here's how you could present the concept of augmentation, including examples and Google resources, in a concise table format with a brief bolded introduction. Augmentation enhances data sets to improve model training in machine learning. It is widely applied in fields like computer vision and natural language processing to increase the diversity of training samples without collecting new data. Type description, examples, Google resources, image, rotation, flipping, scale augmentation, tensorflow.org/tutorials, image, alters visual data to prevent overfitting by transforming images, rotation, flipping, scaling. TensorFlow, image data.tensorflow.org/tutorials, images data augmentation. Modifies text data to create varied linguistic inputs. Synonym replacement, paraphrasing, m.com/smithhub.com. Audio changes audio files by adding noise or altering pitch and speed to enhance robustness of models. Background noise, speed change. Audio.master.examples, audioexample.inb. Geometric applies transformations that preserve the geometry of the data. Rotation, translation. Albumentations library, albumentations.ai, utilizes generative adversarial networks to generate new data samples from existing distributions. Synthetic image generation, TensorFlow, tensorflow.org/generative/deacon. Introduction to anacrusis. Anacrusis, or upbeat, is a crucial concept in music theory, referring to the notes that lead into the first downbeat of a measure, enhancing rhythmic flow and musical expression. Understanding anacrusis helps musicians interpret and perform pieces more dynamically.
Asperger!
Exam beat of a measure.
Definition.
An anacrusis is a pickup note or notes that occur before the first strong beat of a phrase. In Happy Birthday, the word happy is an anacrusis. Purpose sets up the rhythm and prepares the listener for the start of a new musical phrase. In Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, the opening short notes. Identification, look for notes before the first full measure. These are typically not counted in the main measure count. Amazing Grace starts with A as the anacrusis. Effect creates anticipation and leads smoothly into the main body of the music. In jazz, anacrusis is used extensively for smooth transitions. For more detailed resources on anacrusis and its applications in various musical genres, consider exploring online through reputable educational websites like musictheory.net or the Music Theory. Section on Khan Academy. These platforms offer interactive lessons and examples to enhance your understanding. Polytonality in jazz music. Polytonality, a complex musical concept, involves layering multiple keys or tonal centers simultaneously. Originating in classical music, it found expressive use in jazz, enhancing its harmonic depth and texture. Jazz musicians use polytonality to create tension, resolution, and unique soundscapes, distinguishing their compositions and improvisations with innovative sonic layers.
So,
Definition: more than one key at the same time. Definition. Polytonality in jazz involves using more than one tonal center or key at the same time, creating a multi-layered harmonic structure. Used to add complexity and color, it challenges traditional harmonic boundaries and enhances emotional expression. Central Park West by John Coltrane. Techniques. Common techniques include playing in one key on the saxophone while the piano or bass outlines chords in another key. The Rite of Spring influence on Dizzy Gillespie. Notable works. Many avant-garde jazz pieces incorporate polytonality to explore new textural possibilities and emotional effects. Charles Mingus's works. Learning more, study jazz scores, listen to recordings, and analyze how different keys interact. Online resources like jazz theory websites and YouTube tutorials can help. Google resources, jazz theory tutorials. Explore further by searching online tutorials and breakdowns of jazz compositions for a deeper understanding of polytonal techniques and their effect in jazz. Sure, here's a brief introduction and a table summarizing the glissando techniques for the piano, along with some examples and resources. Explore the expressive technique of glissando on the piano. Glissando, a continuous slide from one note to another, adds a unique touch to music. Mastering this technique involves understanding various methods and nuances to bring dramatic effects to your piano playing. Discover tips, techniques, and resources to enhance your skills below. Description. Resource. Technique. Keys glissando. White keys glissando. Slide over white keys using the thumb or back of the fingers, typically smoother and easier to perform.
Debussy's Clair de Lune. Clash.
Block. Use the nail of the thumb or fingers to slide over black keys. This offers a different sound due to the photonic scale structure. Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue. Piano Street. Mixedglissando.com. Mixed glissando combines both black and white keys. Requires adjusting the sliding technique mid-performance to accommodate the mixed key structure. Chopin's Grand Polonaise Brillante. AnnisMagazine.com. Reverse glissando. Performed by sliding from top to bottom, this technique is less common and can be executed with the back of the hand or nails, depending on the desired effect and comfort. Reverse glissando in Liszt's Hungarian Rhapsody. ClassicalPianoNews.com/. Feel free to explore these techniques and resources to enhance your piano playing. Here's a concise guide to choral arranging techniques, designed to enhance your understanding and skills in crafting vocal harmonies and textures. Below, you'll find a table summarizing key techniques, each accompanied by practical examples. For deeper exploration, consider utilizing Google resources such as scholarly articles, video tutorials, and online courses to expand your knowledge. Bach's homophony. All voices move in the same rhythm but with different notes. Amazing grace, independent melodies are sung simultaneously. Bach's fugue styles, strict imitation, one voice repeats the melody of another. Row, row, row your boat. A short melodic phrase repeated throughout a section. The bass in Pachelbel's canon. Call and response. Alternation between leader and chorus or between groups. Gospel and spiritual song Tiffany. Two halves of the choir sing in alternation. Responses in Vivaldi's Glanterpoint, combining contrasting melodic lines in a harmonious way. Sing it dem Herrn by Bach. Each technique offers unique opportunities for creativity and expression in choral music, allowing you to tailor arrangements that highlight the strengths and character of your ensemble. Field recording is a vibrant art form that captures audio from any environment to preserve or manipulate sounds, ranging from the natural world to urban environments. It involves using various recording devices and techniques to accurately capture the soundscape of a location. Here's a concise guide on how to start with field recording, including examples and resources.
Aspect, description, resources.
Zoom H4n Tascam 102. Equipment. Essential tools include portable recorders, microphones and windshields. H4n, Tascam DR100, Rode NG3, Zoom to this Tascam.com. Techniques. Techniques vary from stealthy ambient recording to capturing specific sounds. Binaural recordings, stereo field captures, field recording at fieldrecording.de, applications used in film, music production, sound design and environmental studies, wildlife documentaries, sound libraries, software. Audio editing software is crucial for refining recordings. Audacity, Adobe Audition, or Audacity team. Learning, online courses and community forums are valuable for beginners. Courses on Udemy, field recording Slack channel, slack.udemy.com. This table outlines the essentials for anyone interested in starting field recording, providing a straightforward path from equipment selection to practical application. Concise guide to jazz trombone techniques, complete with examples and resources to explore further. Explore the vibrant world of jazz trombone with these essential techniques tailored for enthusiasts keen on mastering this dynamic instrument. Delve into the examples provided and enhance your learning through recommended resources. Without breaks flow, sliding between a distinctive sound. Smooth, connected style without breaks between notes. I'm playing scales in a smooth flow. Glissando. Sliding between notes to create a distinctive sound. Sliding from C to F and back. Back. Using devices inserted into the bell to alter the trombone's tone, using a cut mute for a muffled effect, mutemagic.com. Multiphonics, producing multiple tones simultaneously by humming and playing. Hum a note, hum and playing another, multi-tone must.com. Tongue techniques. Tongue techniques, articulation methods like staccato or legato tonguing. practicing staccato on scales, articulate it, articulateit.com. Explore these techniques to enhance your jazz trombone skills, creating richer, more expressive performances. Introduction to breakbeats. Breakbeats are a rhythmic foundation in various genres like hip-hop, drum and bass, and electronic music. They are characterized by their syncopated drum patterns and are often sampled from funk or soul tracks. Below is a concise table to help you understand breakbeats, complete with examples and useful resources. Aspects. Examples. A drum pattern from funk and soul music in the 70s. Definition, as the backbone of many genres, originated from funk and soul music in the 1970s. Amen break from the Winstons, Wikipedia breakbeat, ian.wikipedia.org/breakbeat. Common features: syncopation, offbeat hi-hats, and varied kick and snare placements. Apache break from the Incredible Bongo Band. Sound on Sound, breakbeat, www.soundonsound.com. Techniques, breakbeat, genres, hip-hop, drum and bass, electronic, and more. Think Break from Kool and the Gang. YouTube breakbeat examples, YouTube results, search breakbeat examples. Production tips, layering samples, adding effects, and varying tempos. Create a unique beat by combining multiple breaks and sample packs. Sample packs. Feel free to explore these resources to deepen your understanding of breakbeats. Choral arranging techniques. This table provides an overview of essential choral arranging techniques, along with examples and helpful Google resources to enhance your understanding. Google resource. Assigning parts to voices, SATB arrangement of Amazing Grace. Google Doc search, voicing techniques in choral arranging. Counterpoint, combining independent melodies, box chorales as study material. Counterpoint bass Islam/search, counterpoint in choral music. Harmonic texture, use of chords and harmonies to create depth. Adding 7th and 9th chords, understanding harmonic texture in choral music. Dynamics, varying volume for emotional impact. Crescendo in Ode to Joannex, and that's google.search, called dynamic instrumentation, incorporating instruments for support. Piano accompaniment for a choir. Instrumentation in google.com search, instrumentation in. Explore these resources to deepen your understanding of choral arranging. Explore the vibrant world of Impressionist painting. This guide delves into key techniques used by masters like Monet and Degas, providing examples and online resources to enhance your understanding and appreciation of this revolutionary art movement. Technique, description, examples, online resources, online research, evolutionary art movement. A create Caligman. Applying colours in small strokes or dabs to create a vibrant surface where colours mix optically rather than being physically blended on the palette. Arnenscargo, arctic.edu, Farsic Artworks, /1568 Water Lillington. painting outdoors to capture the natural light and colour of the landscape. This approach emphasises immediate impressions of scene. Renoir's Luncheon of the Boating Party, the Phillips Collection, phillipscollection.org/luncheon on boating party. Brushstrokes. Leaving brushstrokes thick and visible to convey texture and the artist's emotional response to the subject. Van Gogh's Starry Night Impressionist. dovemoma.org/works/use of light, focusing on the effects of light on a subject and its environment, often highlighting changes in weather, time of day or seasons. Pissarro's boulevardmont@chicago.arctic.edu, artworks/811 and 4 Montmarch at night. Impasto, applying paint thickly so it stands out from the surface, adding texture and dimension. Monet's Impression Sunrise. Özimamatomol./n. Here's a table on the concept of form with an introduction and examples suitable for educational purposes. Understanding form, a visual and structural guide. Form is a fundamental concept in various disciplines, embodying the structure, shape and composition of objects or ideas. It's crucial in art, design, literature and science, shaping the way elements are perceived and interacted with. Mastering the understanding of form enhances both creation and analysis across fields.
Aspect exemplimen math.
Sculptures, the understanding of form. In art, form refers to the three-dimensional quality of an object, which includes volume and mass. Sculptures, 3D installations. Form in literature refers to the structure or pattern of a literary work, including genre and meter. Sonnets, haikus, novels, short stories. Music. In music, form pertains to the structure of a composition as dictated by sequences of notes and rhythms. Sonata, symphony, chorus. Architecture. Form in architecture is the shape and structure of buildings and other physical structures. Skyscrapers, bridges. Mathematics refers to the shape, visual appearance, or configuration of objects in geometry. Circles, squares, triangles. For additional resources, explore educational websites, interactive tools, and visual aids that elaborate on these examples and offer in-depth analyses of form across different fields. Here's a concise guide to fugue composition, laid out in a table format with an introduction and additional resources. Introduction. Fugues are intricate musical compositions where a single theme or subject is introduced by one part and successively taken up by others. Mastering fugue composition involves understanding counterpoint, thematic development, and the systematic interplay of voices. Aspect description. Bach's Fugue in C minor, Bach Fugue, the main theme of the fugue. The main theme of the fugue usually introduced alone. Bach's Fugue in C minor, and archkenters.com. Initial section where each voice enters is in succession with the subject or its counter subject. Mozart's Fugue K 546. Music Theory Online.musictheory.net. Development middle section where the subject appears in different keys or altered rhythmically. Beethoven's Grosse Fuge. Openmusictheory.pressbooks.pub episode. Passages that do not contain the subject, used to modulate and explore new ideas. Shostakovich's Fugue number 24. Stretto. Technique where the subject entries overlap, heightening tension. Bach's Art of Fugue Analysis, M-Web, final entries, the subject returns in the tonic, leading to the final cadence of the fugue. Handel's Fugue in E minor, Coda, concluding section, may or may not include the subject. Bach's Fugue in A minor, musictheoryme.com. This table offers a quick overview of the key components involved in writing a fugue, backed with examples and links to useful resources for in-depth learning. Here's a compact and informative table designed to teach writing for jazz piano, complete with a bold introduction and examples to illustrate key points. Below the table you'll find suggested Google resources to further your learning. Explore the art of writing for jazz piano. Dive into the intricacies of jazz composition for piano with practical examples and resources. This guide covers essential techniques and stylistic elements to enhance your musical creations. Google search for essential and depth in your compositions. Utilizing various chord structures to create texture and depth in your compositions. Use spread voicings over traditional block chords. Jazz piano chord voicings tutorial, rhythmic variation, adding complexity by varying rhythm patterns to keep the composition engaging, syncopated rhythms in the left hand. Writing rhythmic variations in jazz, harmonic progressions, crafting sequences of chords that provide a foundation for melody and improvisation, TVI progressions common in jazz standards, harmonic progressions for jazz piano. Shaping melodies that are memorable and expressive using scales and modes, melodies using the blues scale, creating melodic contours in jazz, improvisation techniques, techniques to spontaneously create music within the harmonic framework of the piece, improvise using the Dorian mode over minor chords. Jazz piano improvisation techniques. For further exploration, search these terms on Google and refine your searches using additional keywords relevant to specific areas you wish to deepen your understanding in. Here's a table that introduces and explains neurosonics concisely, complete with examples and resources for further learning. Neurosonics? The intersection of sound and neurology. Neurosonics explores how sound influences the human brain, impacting emotions, cognition, and overall health. This interdisciplinary field merges principles from neuroscience, psychology, and music theory to understand and utilize the therapeutic effects of sound. Examples is to affect behavior, binaural beats to enhance of music, musicandbrain.org. Fundamentals focuses on how sound waves interact with the nervous system to affect behavior. Binaural beats to enhance concentration, neuroscience at musicandbrain.org. Applications, uses in therapy, learning enhancement and stress reduction. Music therapy for anxiety relief, American Music Therapy Association, /www.org/technologies, tools and devices that apply sound for neurological benefit. Therapeutic ultrasound devices, neurosonictechnology.neurosonictechnology.com. Research, ongoing studies examining the specific effects of various sound frequencies. Studies on frequency impacts on memory, frontiers in neuroscience, frontiersin.org/journals/neuroscience. This concise overview provides a foundation in neurosonics, showing how sound can be a powerful tool in enhancing mental and physical well-being. Toplining is a songwriting technique where a vocal melody is crafted atop an existing instrumental or chord progression. It's a vital skill in pop, R&B, and electronic music production. Topliners focus on creating catchy hooks, memorable melodies, and lyrical concepts that resonate with listeners. This process often determines the vocal and thematic direction of the song. Here's a brief overview in table format, including examples and resources to learn more.
Aspect.
Details, resources, resources. Crafting an existing musical arrangement. Google resources. Definition. Crafting the melody and lyrics on an existing musical arrangement. Sia writing Diamonds for Rihanna. Google top-lining songwriting. Process. Start with the beat, hum melodies and attach lyrics that match the song's mood. Ed Sheeran's top line for Shape of You. YouTube tutorials on top lining. Tools. Use a digital audio workstation, microphone and possibly a MIDI keyboard. Using FL Studio or Ableton for digital top lining. Best Dobbies for top lining on music production blogs. Skills required: strong melody creation, lyrical ingenuity and understanding of current musical trends. Max Martin's work on Taylor Swift's Blank Space. Online courses in music theory and songwriting.
Collaboration.
Often involves working with producers, artists and other songwriters. Benny Blanco collaborating with Halsey and Khalid. Articles on successful songwriting collaborations. Outcome. A complete song top line that can be pitched to artists or used for personal projects. Justin Bieber's Sorry, top line by Julia Michaels. Songwriting workshops and song pitching sessions online. This table provides a snapshot of top lining, illustrating how integral the technique is to modern music creation, enhancing both melody and lyrics to captivate audiences. Here's a concise table overview of jazz harmony and rhythm, designed to provide a foundational understanding. Explore the vibrant world of jazz harmony and rhythm. Dive into the rich textures of jazz music through its harmony and rhythm. Learn how complex chords and syncopated beats create the unique sound of jazz. Below is a brief guide, including examples and resources for deeper exploration. Element.
Chord types.
Chord types. Jazz utilizes extended chords beyond triads, includes 7th, 13th, 7th, 11th, 13th. Jazz Guitar Chord Bible be.jazzguitar.blog jazz guitar. Common progressions include progressions ud EVI, I, and variations. SyncoJazzStandards.com/blogs learning jazz theory 25 EVI licks. Rhythm and syncopation, rhythmic complexity with emphasis on offbeats and syncopation. Swing rhythm in a standard like Autumn Leaves. Check this up at offbeatbros.modal jazz. Focuses on modal scales instead of chord progressions. Miles Davis' So What uses Dorian mode. Modal Jazz explained.jazzadvice.com/modal jazz essentials. Explore these elements through listening and practice to deepen your understanding of jazz music's structure and style. Introduction to orchestration techniques in jazz. Jazz orchestration involves arranging music for different instruments in an ensemble to create a rich, textured sound. It blends improvisation with structure, using techniques that highlight the unique qualities of each instrument. These techniques shape the energy, mood, and complexity of jazz compositions.
Technique is Google. Resources. Google. Yep. Google.
The arrangement of notes in chords using close voicing for on different effects. The arrangement of notes for instruments using compact or open spread voicing for different effects. Count Basie's April in Paris. Jazz Voicings Explained. learnjazzstandards.com/blog-jazz-piano/learn-jazz-piano-voicings. Alternating phrases between instruments or sections, often imitating or answering each other, rooted in African musical traditions. Duke Ellington's Cottontail. Call and response in jazzjazzfuel.com/jazz-call-and-response. Sectional writing, writing for brass, woodwinds, or rhythm sections separately, focusing on contrast or blend within each section. Gil Evans' arrangements for Miles Davis, big band section writing techniques, makemusiccom/arranging for big band -part 1. Counterpoint, combining multiple independent melodic lines to create rich textures and intricate interplay. John Coltrane's Giant Steps, counterpoint music jazz counterpoint techniques. Harmonic substitution, replacing expected chords with alternatives to create fresh harmonic movement and tension in the arrangement. Charlie Parker's Ornithology, substitution techniques, learnjazzstandards.com/playingjazz/chord substitution explained. Improvisational space in the orchestration to allow soloists to improvise, which adds spontaneity and individual expression to the performance. Miles Davis's So What? Jazz improvisation techniques, https://www.jazzadvice.com/category improvisation. These techniques collectively contribute to the dynamic and expressive nature of jazz orchestration. Writing blues grooves. Blues grooves form the foundation of many genres, blending rhythmic and harmonic elements to create soulful and emotional music. A strong blues groove is built on steady rhythms, syncopation, and the 12-bar blues progression. Whether played on guitar, bass, or piano, mastering these grooves allows musicians to express a wide range of emotions through simple yet powerful structures.
Aspect. Resources.
A 12-bar blues progression, i.e. 4v4v chords in 12-bar blues form. 12-bar. A chord progression using I4V chords in 12 measures. Standard in blues compositions. I, E, 4, IE, V, IV. I. wmusictheory.net/lessons54, a rhythmic pattern where the beat is divided into a long short swing, essential for many blues grooves. Pride and Joy by Stevie Vide. Bass walking line, continuous flowing bass notes that outline the chords and provide a strong foundation. The Thrill Is Gone by B.B. King, whatstudybass.com/lessons, blues. Syncopation, placing emphasis on offbeats or unexpected beats to add tension and interest. Blues intro in Hoochie Coochie Man by Muddy Waters. Syncopation in Blue, www.theoryacademy.com/rhythmic variation. Short, catchy melodic phrases at the end of a 12-bar cycle that lead back into the start of the form. Sweet Home Chicago by Robert Johnson. Blues turnarounds, /w.jamplay.com/article/1-introduction/fifth blues guitar. This table provides a quick overview of the essential elements in writing blues grooves, with examples and helpful resources to further your understanding. Cantabile, a singing lyrical style in music. Cantabi, from Italian meaning singable, refers to a smooth lyrical musical line that imitates the natural flow of singing, found in instrumental music, especially in romantic and baroque compositions. Cantable passages emphasize expressiveness and fluidity, often characterized by long, flowing melodies. Famous examples include Chopin's Nocturnes or the opening of Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Aspect. Example, Google resources, Chopin's churn in E-flat 9. Definition: a smooth lyrical style that mimics vocal qualities. Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, op. 9 2, in music, Cantabile music. Musical periods, common in Baroque, classical and romantic music. Mozart and Beethoven pieces often feature cantabile sections. Cantabile examples /www.google.com/search. Characteristics: smooth, flowing, expressive melodies often played legato. Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, first movement, www.google.com search. Cantabile's music definition: instruments, primarily piano, strings and wind instruments. Chopin's Preludes or Debussy's Clair de Lune, imbuing it in google.com search. Instrumental cantabile transforms technical music into expressive art, imbuing it with vocal warmth and emotion. Percussive guitar techniques, adding rhythm to your playing. Percussive guitar techniques blend melody with rhythmic elements, turning the guitar into a multi-dimensional instrument. By striking, tapping, or slapping the strings and body of the guitar, you can create dynamic grooves and beats. Here's a quick guide to the most popular techniques.
Should I Google resources?
Lightly resting your palming to dampen the sound. Metallica's Endesting Your Palm on the string to dampen the sound. Metallica's Enter Sandman. Enter Sandman. Palm muting RH01 palm muting RH01 tin high. Tapping the guitar's body to mimic a drum sound. Andy McKee's Drifting, string slapping, hitting the strings with your thumb or fingers to create a percussive slap. John Gomm's Passion Flower, custom just a guitar lesson / slapping RH so harmonic tapping over fretboard harmonics for a bell-like percussive effect. Khaki Kings, playing with Pinking Noise, songster.com /a khaki w das kings cage king penky noise pink noigatru 1528. These techniques can transform your playing by adding rhythmic depth and percussive elements. Orchestral techniques are essential for crafting complex, balanced soundscapes. Composers use these techniques to explore texture, dynamics, and instrumentation, creating rich, expressive works. This table introduces key techniques, examples, and additional resources for further study. Resources. This table introduces key resources for study. For tutti, all instruments play together, creating a full, powerful sound. Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, first movement. Strings are plucked instead of bowed, producing a lighter sound. Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake. Divi, a section splits into multiple groups playing different parts. Mahler's Symphony No. 5, Divisi explained. Collegno, strings played with the wood of the bow, producing a percussive sound. Berlioz's Symphonie Fantastique, Dream of a Witch's Sabbath. Color technique. Glissando, a continuous slide between two pitches. Ravel's Bolero. Rapid repetition of a note to create tension or excitement. Sibelius of Finlandia. Staccato, short detached notes often creating a lively or playful mood. Mozart's Eine kleine Nachtmusik. Legato, smooth connected notes to create a flowing sound. Debussy's Clair de Lune, Lega Guide, Bic harmonics, lightly touching the string to produce ethereal bell-like sounds. Bartók's music for strings, percussion and celesta, string harmonics, 46-bit. Each link provides in-depth information on the orchestral techniques listed, offering further insight and learning resources. Native American music, an ancient cultural expression. Native American music is a profound and rich tradition that has evolved over centuries. Rooted in spiritual and ceremonial practices, it is central to storytelling, healing, and community events. Indigenous music typically features drums, flutes, rattles, and vocals, often performed in circular group settings. Each tribe has its own distinct musical style, but common themes of connection to nature and ancestors persist. Below is a concise overview including examples and resources. Tidjusro and resources. At aspect examples and description. Google resources. Google resources.
Soy ash onion stone F.
Drums, symbol of heartbeat. Flutes and rattles are central and may use chants or melodies. Drums, in symbol of heartbeat. Flutes, often made from cedar, and rattles are central. Centrals are deeply expressive and may use drum songs, cedar flute melodies. NativeAmericanW.Britannica.com/arts, Native American music, Chef 74212. Music is integral to rituals like the sun dance, powwows, and healing ceremonies. These songs often invoke spiritual connectural heritage. Powwow drumming, sun dance songs. Powwow music and dance, powwows.com. Tribal variations. Each tribe has its unique sound and style. For example, Navajo songs feature chants, while the Iroquois use water drums and elaborate vocal techniques. Navajo night chant, Iroquois social songs, American music tribes, American Indian, modern adaptations. Many artists blend traditional music with modern genres like jazz, rock, or electronic music, preserving traditions while innovating soundscapes. Carlos Nakai flute, a tribe called Ray. Contemporary Native American art.smithsonianmag.com/askculture/how Native American musicians are modernizing their music, Waity 97062. This table captures the core elements of Native American music, linking past traditions with contemporary evolution. Accelerando is a musical term originating from Italian, meaning to gradually increase the tempo. It indicates a steady increase in speed during a section of a piece. Musicians use accelerando to heighten excitement or tension, often transitioning to a more energetic or dramatic passage. The speed change can be subtle or significant depending on the piece and the composer's intention. Google resources, increasing tempo in music, a Piauli slowty BPM to 120 BPM. Definition, mini sources. Definition, gradually increasing tempo in music. A piano piece shifting from 80 BPM to 100. So theory.net, music theory, Nepslasson's notation. Marked with the word accelerando or accel in sheet music. A conductor signals the orchestra to gradually speed up. Classic FM Rando, classicfm.com/discover music/repurpose creates excitement, tension, or a transition in the music. In Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, tempo increases in the final movement. BBC Bitesize, bbc.ru topic/zdj7/z-v. This table provides an easy-to-understand overview of the concept and application of accelerando in music. Advanced jazz basslines for bassists. Mastering advanced jazz basslines requires understanding complex chord progressions, syncopated rhythms, chromatic movements, and walking bass techniques. Below is a table summarizing these key concepts with examples and resources to explore further.
Concept example: Google resources.
And some Miffy Middlebury's keeping steady rhythm. Create smooth stepwise bass lines that outline the chords while keeping a steady rhythm. Over AVI progression, DGGB-FBE. Walking Bass Explained.google.com. Search Walking Blattic approach. Use half-step movements to approach chord tones, adding tension and resolution to the line. Walk from D to F using chromatic approach notes. Chromatic approach in jazz, chromatic approach. Syncopation, play off beats to create rhythmic interest, breaking up the regular pulse of walking bass lines. Syncopating the root, play CFAD instead of root-only bass lines. Syncopated bass lines, www.google.com/syncopated chord substitutions. Substitute chords like tritone substitutions to create more interesting harmonic movements. Over a G7, use dB7 to add harmonic complexity. GFBD, dB, D-heat chord substitution.
Jazz.
Advanced combined quarter, eighths and triplet notes to add groove variations and complexity to your bass line. Example, C major progression with added triplet feel. C, E, G, F, then A, B, C, triplets. Rhythmic concepts, www.google.com/Q Advanced plus Rhythm Jazz Bass. Live electronics manipulation involves real-time control and alteration of audio using electronic devices or software, often in musical performances. It allows artists to modify sound dynamically, blending pre-recorded material with live input to create immersive soundscapes. Topic, description, examples, resources. Realifying parameters, pitch, reverb or delay. MAMSP, live processing, real-time alteration of audio on parameters such as pitch, reverb or delay. Max MSP, pure data, Ableton Live. Cycling74.com, abletonlive.ableton.com. Sampling, recording audio snippets and manipulating them in real time through loops, effects, or triggers. Korg Chaos Pad, Novation Circuit, novationmusic.com, loop granular synthesis, breaking sound into small grains and reshaping them for real-time texture manipulation. Tidal cycles, VCV Rack to tidalcycles.org, VCV Rack, VCVRack.com. Feedback manipulation, using audio feedback loops and modifying them with effects in real time to generate complex textures. Behringer Feedback Destroyer, Soundtoys Echo Boy, Soundtoys, soundtoys.com. Harder with control. utilizing hardware devices for physical, hands-on manipulation of live electronic soundscapes. Korg MS-20, Roland SP404.roland.com. The table highlights core areas of live electronics manipulation, with examples of both hardware and software tools, and links to useful resources. Understanding Jazz and Pop Harmony, a quick guide. Jazz and pop harmony share a common foundation in traditional Western harmony, but jazz tends to be more complex with richer chord structures and improvisation, while pop focuses on catchy, repetitive progressions and simpler chord sequences.
Jazz harmony, pop harmony.
Simpler chord sequences. Common progressions, chord structure uses extended chords, 7th, 9th, 13th. Mostly triads and 7th chords. Jazz, C major J7, pop C, G, Am, I, Vi, V, 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 Vi, V. Jazz, D7, 7 J7, pop. Harmonic rhythm, more frequent chord changes, slower, repetitive chord changes. Jazz changes every bar, pop every 4 bars. Voicings, complex voicings, including open and closed positions, simple and block voicings, jazz, rootless voicing, pop root position, use of tensions, frequent use of tension tones, 9, 11, 13, minimal use of tensions, focuses on triads, jazz, G, pop, pop, improvisation, essential for jazz, based on chord changes, less common, more melody focused, jazz, bebop solos, pop melodic hooks. Google resources: 1. Jazz chord progressions, a beginner's guide. 2. Pop music harmony, understanding progressions. Let me know if you would like to explore any of these topics further. Song structures are the frameworks that determine how different sections of a song, verses, choruses, etc., are arranged. Understanding these common structures helps both in creating and analysing music. Here are some common structures with examples. Song structure discipline. Further reading example is description. Alternating verses and choruses with a repeating chorus between verses. Smells like Teen Spirit. smellmusicnotes.com/tips/structure. ABBBCB, pop verses and choruses alternate with a bridge C adding variation. Shape of You, Ed Sheeran. hooktheory.com's music theory for songwriters /songform. AABA, vertical, a song structure where 2 verses, A, are followed by a bridge, B, then returns to A. Over the Rainbow, judygardenstuff.com/songwriting article/songform, through composed. Each section is different, with no repeated sections. Bohemian Rhapsody, Queen, through.liveabout.com/through composed structure -2 strophic, A, the same melody repeated with different lyrics, common in folk music. Scarborough Fair, Simon and Garfunkel, strophic form over study.com/academy/lesson, strophic-form-in music, definition examples. Exploring jazz melodies, a journey of improvisation and expression. Jazz melodies stand out for their fluidity, improvisation, and expressive nature. Understanding them requires both listening to the greats and practicing improvisational techniques. Here's a concise guide to exploring jazz melodies. Topic: technique, description, example, Google resources, tools. Standard autumn leaves. Search of creating spontaneous melodies during performance. A saxophonist improvising over the standard autumn leaf search, jazz improvisation exercises. Scales in jazz melodies often use scale or the blues scale C, Eb, F, G, Burr. Search jazz scales and modes.
Call and response.
A conversational approach where one instrument mimics another, a trumpet answering a saxophone's melody line. Search jazz call and response examples. Syncopation, offbeat rhythms that create unexpected accents. Duke Ellington's It Don't Mean a Thing. Search syncopation in jazz explained, using adjacent notes for tension and resolution. Charlie Parker's use of chromatic lines in bebop. Search jazz chromaticism exercises. This table offers a structured way to dive deeper into jazz melody techniques. Here's a concise table-based guide on composing for the cello, complete with examples and resources. Composing for cello, a quick guide. Composing for cello can enrich your musical creations, leveraging the instrument's deep, resonant tones and versatile range. Below, find key considerations, examples, and resources to guide your compositions. Aspects
Are your
compositions. The cello plays from C2 to C6. Consider the middle range for richest tones. Bach's cello suites. Technique. Utilize techniques like pizzicato, legato, and vibrato to add expression. Giulio by Mark Summer. Harmony. Cellos excel in playing complex chords and double stops. Brahms' Cello Sonata No. 1. htheory.net. Exploit the cello's dynamic range from subtle pianissimo to robust fortissimo. Elgar's Cello Concerto. Timbre. Experiment with timbre through bowing techniques and contact points. Penderecki's Divertimento for solo cello. Use these guidelines as a foundation for your cello compositions, exploring the depth and breadth of this expressive instrument. Here's a concise table on Sprechgesang with an introduction and examples to help you understand this vocal technique. Sprechgesang, a unique vocal expression. Sprechgesang, or spoken singing, is a vocal technique between singing and speaking. It originated in the early 20th century, primarily used in musical compositions to create a dramatic atmosphere without the melodic commitment of sung notes. This method allows for expressive depth while adhering closely to the spoken intonation of the text. Examples, assessment for expressive depth. Definition, a vocal style that combines elements of speech and melody. Arnold Schoenberg characteristics. Rhythmic delivery, similar to speech, with controlled pitch and expressive intonation. Albanberg's Wozzeck, to convey complex emotional and textual subtleties more intimately than singing. Igor Stravinsky's The Soldier's Tale, composers Arnold Schoenberg, Albanberg, Igor Stravinsky. Kurt Weill's works, Google searches such as Sprechgesang technique, Sprechgesang in opera, Sprechgesang examples, scholarly articles and musical scores on the topic. This table gives you a snapshot of Sprechgesang, making it easier to understand and explore further through resources and listening examples. Introduction. Jazz walking bass lines provide a rhythmic and harmonic foundation by smoothly connecting chords in a jazz piece. These lines are essential for creating a steady pulse and embellishing the harmony. Here's how you can start creating your own walking bass lines, along with examples and resources for deeper learning. Description. 1. Understand chord tones. Begin by playing the root, 3rd, 5th and 7th of each chord. These are the backbone of your walking line. Overseaman C, E, G, B. Jazz Walking Bass Essential, jazzadvice.com/line. 2. Add passing tones. Use chromatic or scale notes to connect chords, tones, smooth, different, F, C, E, F. Learn jazz standards, learnjazzstandards.com/education, how to construct walking bass lines. 3. Mix rhythms. Incorporate rhythm variations like syncopation or triplets to add interest. C, E, G, B triplet on B. talkingbasslessons.net/introduction to walking bass. 4. Practice with standards. Apply your lines over jazz standards to see how they work in real musical context. Autumn Leaves Bassline, jademy.jazz.org/walking lines. Dive into these resources to refine your technique and integrate it into various jazz contexts. Here's a concise guide on creating depth with delay in audio mixing. Creating depth with delay in audio mixing. Delay is a powerful effect for adding depth and dimension to audio tracks. By adjusting delay settings, you can enhance spatial perception and bring richness to your mixes. Explore the table below for practical tips and examples. Technique. Example. Basic delay introduces a single echo to create a sense of space. Add a 250 millisecond delay to a guitar track. Feedback delay repeats the delay effect multiple times to create a cascading echo effect. Set feedback to 40% on a vocal track. Ping pong delay alternates delay between left and right speakers, enhancing stereo width. Apply a ping pong on a synth pad. Slapback delay, a short single echo delay, typically below 200 milliseconds, that adds a distinct echo. Use a 120 milliseconds of slapback on a rockabilly vocal. Filtered delay uses a high-pass or low-pass filter on the delay output to blend or isolate the effect. High-pass filter at 500 Hz on a delayed drum hit. For more detailed tips and techniques, consider exploring resources like Sound on Sound or Gearslutz forums, or checking out tutorials on YouTube. These platforms offer a wealth of information that can help you master the use of delay in your audio projects. Overblowing is a technique used by musicians to alter the pitch and timbre of wind instruments, producing higher harmonics by changing the airflow and embouchure. Exorcitains, aspect, definition, definition, higher highs, aspinishes, every definition. Overblowing involves blowing air into a wind instrument with increased intensity to access higher harmonic series. Flute, clarinet, saxophone. Learn more .musictheoryacademy.com. Technique. Players adjust their embouchure and air pressure to target specific harmonics above the fundamental note. Harmonics on brass instruments. Best saxophone website ever.
Application.
Used to play notes outside the standard range of the instruments, often in jazz and classical music. High notes in flute music. Applications in music. wikihow.com top overblow on a flute. Considerations. Requires practice to control tone quality and avoid unintentional sounds. Overtone exercises for sax. Practice guides. saxontheweb.net. This table provides a concise overview of overblowing, including practical examples and resources for further exploration. Melodic intervals refer to the pitch difference between two consecutive notes in a melody. Understanding these intervals is crucial for musicians as it helps in recognizing, performing, and composing music effectively. Minor second 1/2 step apart creates tension. C to D in Jaws theme. Major second 2 1/2 steps apart sounds bright. C to D in Happy Birthday. Minor third 3 1/2 steps apart sounds sad. C to E quart in Greensleeves. Major third 4 1/2 steps apart happy. C to E in Kumbaya. Perfect fourth 5 1/2 steps apart open sound. C to F in Here Comes the Bride. Tritone 6 1/2 steps apart creates dissonance. C to F sharp in The Simpsons theme. Perfect fifth 7 1/2 steps apart sounds powerful. C to G in Star Wars theme. Minor sixth 8 1/2 steps apart melancholic sound. C to A fart in The Entertainer. Major sixth 9 1/2 steps apart pleasant sound. C to A in My Way. Minor seventh 10 1/2 steps apart intense emotion. C to Beef in Star Trek theme. Major seventh 11 1/2 steps apart dreamy. C to B in Take on Me. Octave 12 1/2 steps apart same note higher pitch. C to C in Somewhere Over the Rainbow. For further reading and resources, you can explore online platforms like musictheory.net, musictheory.net, and teoria.com, which offer interactive lessons and exercises on intervals and other music theory fundamentals. Romantic era harmony, an exploration. Dive into the rich and expressive harmonic language of the Romantic era, where composers expanded musical boundaries to convey deep emotions and vivid storytelling. Explore the typical harmonic techniques and their examples below to understand how these innovations crafted these distinctive sound. Technique, description, example, resources to learn more. Use of notes side the traditional scale and showcases prolonged chromatic tension. Chromaticism, use of notes outside the traditional scale, creating colour and tension. Wagner's Tristan und Isolde showcases prolonged chromatic tension. Music theory Dottenschen, modulation, shifting from one key to another to express different emotional states. Schubert's Elkönig modulates frequently to enhance the narrative drama. Teoria, enharmonic modulation, shifting keys by reinterpreting a chord or note under a different enharmony. Liszt's Benediction de Dieu dans la Solitude uses enharmonic shifts for seamless key changes. My Music Theory, mymusictheory.com, augmented sixth chords, chords that create strong desire to resolve to the tonic. In Chopin's Piano Sonata No. 2, these chords intensify the prelude to the resolution. openmusictheory.com, extended chords, chords that include notes beyond the seventh, adding richness. Brahms uses 9th, 11th and 13th chords for complex sonorities in his symphonies. harmony.org voice leading slate chord. This table gives a brief look at key harmonic techniques that defined Romantic music, offering a pathway to deeper study and appreciation. Blue notes are a core element of blues music, characterized by their expressive and emotional depth. These notes, typically flattened 3rd, 5th and 7th intervals, deviate from standard pitches, imbuing the music with a distinctively soulful and melancholic feel. Aspect, description, examples, resources. samples its distinctively soulful and melancholic definition. Blue notes are musical notes that are sung or played at a slightly lower pitch than standard tuning. Flattened third, fifth and seventh notes. Understandingbloat.com. Musical impact. They convey emotion and pain, often creating a wistful or sorrowful mood in the music. Blues guitar solos, jazz saxophone phrasing, the role of blue notes in music, /www.jazzed.com/, notated with accidentals or understood contextually in performance, shown as B3, B5, B7 in sheet music, predominantly used in blues and jazz, but also in rock, funk and related genres. B.B. King, Miles Davis, genres and blue number allaboutjazz.com. This table offers an overview of blue notes, including their definition, impact on music, notation practices, and their presence in different musical genres, with examples and additional online resources for deeper exploration. Here's a concise table that explains tempo changes in music, including examples and resources for further exploration. Below is a brief introduction followed by the table. Understanding tempo changes in music. Tempo changes are an essential tool in music composition and performance, allowing artists to express emotion, signal transitions, and add variety to their pieces. This table outlines different types of tempo changes with real-world examples and provides resources for deeper learning. Description outlines different types of tempo changes with real-world examples. Ritardando, rit, gradual slowing down of the tempo. Beethoven's Symphony No. 7, sit. Accelerando, gradual speeding up of the tempo. Griegs in the Hall of the Mountain King, teoriamo.teoria.com. Rubato, flexible tempo to enhance expression with give and take. Chopin's Nocturne.com, a tempo, return to the original tempo after a deviation. Mozart's Piano Sonata No. 11. Tempo primo, return to the first or primary tempo of the piece. Verdi's La Traviata, hellomusictheory.com, theory.com. These resources offer detailed explanations and practical examples, helping both beginners and advanced musicians understand and apply these tempo changes effectively in their work. Here's a concise guide on teaching rhythm dictation, presented in a table format with a brief introduction. Rhythm dictation, a core skill for musicians. Rhythm dictation helps musicians develop oral skills by transcribing rhythms they hear. It enhances timing, listening abilities, and musical notation skills. Below is a quick guide to teaching this useful musical technique. Step. Example, resources. 1. Start simple. Introduce basic rhythms using quarter notes and rests. Play a rhythm, then have students write it down.
Tata rest.
Musictheory.net lessons on it/lessons. 2. Add variety. Include different note values like half notes, eighth notes, and rests. Teoria.com/enrich. 3. Practice regularly. Daily practice sessions with increasing complexity. Use clapping and speaking the rhythms aloud. Clap and count 1, 2, and 3, 4, 4, 4. 4. Incorporate dictation tools. Use software that plays rhythms for students to transcribe. Interactive dictation, rhythms played by software, www.risingsoftware.com. 5. Assess progress. Give quizzes and use recordings to assess accuracy in dictation. Students should identify errors and correct them. Recorded rhythm quiz. My Music Theory exercises /w.mymusictheory.com. This table provides an overview of steps, descriptions, examples, and resources to effectively teach rhythm dictation. Choosing the right guitar for your style. When selecting a guitar, it's crucial to match the instrument to your musical style. This ensures comfort, ease of play, and the best sound quality for your genre. Below is a guide to help you find the perfect guitar tailored to various musical styles, including examples and resources for further exploration.
Guitar type. Example models. Resources.
Rock, electric, solid body, Versatile, Gibson Les Paul, Fender Stratocaster, blues, acoustic, Orwell.com, blues, acoustic or electric, warm tones, comfortable neck, Fender Telecaster, Martin 00, ultimatealttutor.com, jazz, hollow body electric, warm, smooth tones, large body, Gibson ES175 Ibanez Art Core, wjazzguitar.beige, classical nylon string acoustic, wide neck, soft tone, Yamaha C40, Cordoba C5, classical guitar magazine, classicalguitarmagazine.com, folk, steel string acoustic, rich sound, good resonance, Taylor 8/4cc, Martin D28, metal, electric, heavy distortion, fast neck, Ibanez RG series, ESP Ltd, loudersound.com/m. This table serves as a starting point. Visit the provided links for deeper insights and more comprehensive reviews tailored to your musical aspirations. The zither is a versatile string instrument with a rich history, celebrated for its melodious tones and used in a variety of musical genres. Here's a concise guide to understanding, playing and appreciating the zither. Aspect, details, examples, resources is melodious tones in phrases.
I've done history. History.
Originated in Europe and Asia, with variations used across many cultures. Example, Austrian alpine zither types. Several types including concert, alpine and chord zithers. Resource, visit here for more at example.com. Playing technique, played by strumming or plucking the strings, often with a pick. Video, learned. Musical range typically has 30 to 42 strings, offering a wide tonal range. Example, the Third Man theme by Notation and Tuning uses a specific tablature and tuning varies by type. Guide, tuning your zither, tuningexample.com. Learning resources, books, online tutorials and community workshops. Resource, zither lessons, example.com. This table introduces key aspects of the zither, guiding beginners through its history, types and playing techniques, enriched with practical examples and helpful online resources. Introduction. Jazz improvisation is an art form that allows musicians to express themselves in the moment. By mastering certain tools and techniques, players can navigate through chords and melodies in a way that is both creative and coherent. Below, you'll find a concise guide to some fundamental jazz improvisation tools and techniques, complete with examples to help you explore and enhance your musical expression.
Description Emperor!
Mixolydian scales form the foundation for melodic implodic improvisation. Mixolydian scale over dominant seventh chords. Arpeggios, playing the notes of a chord sequentially, helps outline the harmony. Major seventh arpeggio for major seventh chords. Chromaticism, adding notes not in the scale for tension and release, using a chromatic run to approach target notes in a melody. Motivic development, repeating and modifying a musical idea throughout a solo, taking a short riff and altering its rhythm or pitch each repetition. Call and response, a conversational improvisation technique where phrases are echoed or answered, playing a phrase and responding with a contrasting musical statement.
Rhythmic variation,
Changing the rhythm of phrases to create interest, playing a melody with syncopation or altering note durations. Quoting, integrating well-known melodies into solos for familiarity and surprise. Incorporating a line from another song or a standard within a solo. For further exploration and resources, you can search on platforms like Google for tutorials, instructional videos and articles that delve deeper into these techniques. This can greatly enhance your understanding and skill in jazz improvisation. Rhythmic variations overview. Rhythmic variations involve altering the pattern, duration or emphasis of musical notes to create interest and dynamics in a piece. These variations are widely used in classical and contemporary music to add complexity, texture and emotional depth to a composition. Syncoversion. Emphasizing weak beats or off beats, playing the main melody on the offbeat instead of the downbeat. Syncopation in musicmusic.theory.net/lessons/rhythm, combining two or more contrasting rhythms, playing triplets against eighth notes. Polyrhythm explained, teoria.com/tutorials, rhythm/10 polyrhythms. Dotted rhythms, extending a note by half its original value, a dotted quarter note followed by an eighth note. Duets, www.com/theory/dividing beats into irregular subdivisions, playing 5 notes in the space of 4 beats, quintuplets. Understanding tuplets, musictheoryacademy.com, understanding rhythmic divisions. Ostinato, repeating a rhythmic pattern consistently, a repeated bass line in a dance track. For teachervision.com, music/stinato. This table gives an overview of common rhythmic variations with practical examples and links for further learning. Orchestral arranging techniques. Orchestral arranging involves combining different instruments of the orchestra to create a cohesive musical work. Understanding how to distribute melodies, harmonies, and textures across various sections, strings, brass, woodwinds and percussion is key to achieving a rich orchestral sound. Technique, description, example, Google resources. Doubling. Assigning the same melody and multiple instruments to enhancedness and volume. Doubling. Assigning the same melody or harmonic line to instruments to enhance richness and volume. Violins and flutes playing the same melody in unison. Orchestration doubling techniques. Contrapuntal writing, independent melodies played simultaneously, creating a complex texture. Clarinet and oboe playing intertwining lines. Counterpoint in orchestral music, chord voicing, distributing chord notes across different instruments for balance and colour, dividing the notes of a chord among strings and brass sections. Chord voicing in orchestration. Tessitura. Choosing the range where each instrument plays to achieve clarity and avoid overcrowding. Using cellos in their upper register to complement violas in the middle range. Tessitura in orchestration. Texture, varying the density and transparency of the orchestral sound by adding or removing layers of instruments. starting with strings only, then gradually adding woodwinds and brass. Orchestral texture techniques. Articulation techniques, using different articulations, e.g. staccato, legato, to create contrasting sounds and emotions. Staccato strings alongside legato woodwinds. Orchestral articulation explained. Glitch art soundscapes combine digital disruption with audio to create a unique, often distorted auditory experience. This genre explores the aesthetic potential of malfunctioning sounds, combining glitch visuals with experimental sound design. The result is immersive, abstract soundscapes influenced by errors, noise, and digital fragmentation.
Aspect. Example. Resource.
Definition: art soundscapes that incorporate glitches. Definition: glitch art soundskins that incorporate digital errors, glitches and noise to create abstract, atmospheric sound environments. Example: Amon Tobin's Isom album featuring glitch-based audio experimentation. Techniques: uses techniques like data bending, circuit bending and sound fragmentation. Resource: glitch art techniques / google.com/search glitch art techniques. Tools: software. Common tools include Audacity, Max MSP and Ableton Live. Resource: Audacity glitch tutorial, Google.search Audacity plus glitch clutch sound tutorial. Pioneering artists include Oval, Ryoji Ikeda and Alva Noto. Example: Alva Noto Xerox series that mixes glitch with ambient soundscapes. Popular genres: often overlaps with ambient noise music and experimental electronic genres. Resource: glitch ambient music, glitch google.com/search glitch ambient music. Understanding mixing in audio production. Mixing is the process of blending individual tracks into a final stereo output, balancing volume, frequencies and spatial placement to create a cohesive sound. It's an essential stage in audio production where different elements like vocals, instruments and effects are polished and made to sound harmonious. Adjusting nothing overpowers or gets lost in the mix. Lowering, bevel balancing, adjusting the volume of each track to ensure nothing overpowers or gets lost in the mim. Lowering background instruments to emphasize vocals. www.com/search Q=level plus balancing audio, EQ equalization, shaping frequencies to remove unwanted noise and enhance clarity, boosting treble in vocals for cutting low hums in bass lines. For beginners, how to use EQ plus in mixing, positioning sounds in the stereo field left or right to create space and clarity, placing drums slightly left, guitars right to avoid overlap. Panning and mixing, google.com/search. Q audio panning techniques. Compression, reducing the dynamic range to ensure consistency in loudness across the track. Compressing drums to keep them punchy but controlled. Compression techniques, thlashigu.com/search Q to use compression mixing. Adding depth and space by simulating real or artificial environments. Adding reverb to vocals for a roomy sound. google.com/search how to add reverb plus in mixing. Automation, automating volume pan or effects changes throughout a song for dynamic transitions, increasing vocal volume in the chorus for impact. Victims automate automation to help use automation plus in plus audio mixing. This table gives a quick overview of key mixing concepts and provides resources to dive deeper into each topic. Introduction. 20th century music saw immense innovation, breaking from tradition through the use of new tonalities, structures and technologies. Composers experimented with rhythm, harmony and sound, reflecting the dynamic shifts of modern society. Below is a brief overview of key movements, composers and resources.
Movement style to key composers. Examples. Resources.
Impressionism. Atmosphere, subtle colour rather than strict form, influenced by visual art. Impressionism. Focus on atmosphere, subtle colour and mood, rather than strict form, influenced by Debussy, Maurice Ravel.
Impressive!
www.google.com/search Q Impressionisms in music. Dark, emotional, dissonant music, often atonal and rejecting traditional harmony. Arnold Schoenberg. Expressionism in music. Expressionism. Neoclassicism. A return to classical forms with modern twists. Igor Stravinsky, Sergei Prokofiev. Stravinsky Pulcinella, Neoclassicism in music. www.google.com/search Neoclassicism in music. Serialism, a technique where all 12 notes of the chromatic scale are treated equally, avoiding traditional tonal hierarchy. Arnold Schoenberg, 12 tone variations. Serialism, search serialism plus music. Minimalism, music characterized by repetitive patterns and gradual changes. Steve Reich, Philip Gleich, Music for 18 Musicians. Minimalism in music.google.com/search Minimalism in music. Electronic music, exploration of sound using electronic technology, synthesized sounds and recording manipulation. Karl-Heinz Stockhausen, Edgar Varese. Electronic search. A jazz and blues influence, a fusion of African rhythms, blues and improvisation, leading to new forms like bebop and jazz fusion. Duke Ellington, Miles Davis. Jazzfluence on modern music, fathergoogle.com/search Jazz plus influence on modern music. This table highlights key 20th century music trends, showing their vast diversity and influence. Understanding chord progressions in guitar, a quick guide. Chord progressions are sequences of chords that form the foundation of most songs. By mastering progressions, you'll unlock the ability to play countless tunes and even compose your own. Common chord progressions often follow specific patterns based on scales and harmonies. Understanding these patterns is key to creating a smooth musical flow in your playing. Famous songs. Famous songs. Famous song. I Fought V. Basic, popular in rock blues. Root I, 4th, 5th, V. CFG, C major. Twist and Shout, The Beatles. Common in jazz, creates tension and resolution. Dem G, C. Autumn Leaves. I, Vi, 4. Classic in pop and rock, C, F, G in C major. Stand By Me. Repeating progression for blues based on I, 4, V. EAB, Good. Chuck Berry, Vivek's extremely popular in modern pop. C, G, F, Let It Be, The Beatles. Resources, basic chord progressions, justinguitar.com, learn chord progressions, ultimateguitar.com. Jazz harmony in brief. Jazz harmony revolves around complex chord progressions, improvisation and rich voicings. Understanding intervals, chord extensions and substitutions are key to mastering it. Below is a concise guide to essential jazz harmony concepts with examples. Explanation. Wisdom. Google
Ration.
Aces.
Ideas.
With examples. Seventh chords. Basic jazz chords formed by adding a seventh to triads. C, G, B, G7, E, E, G, B, G, B, D, F. Google.com/search. Chord extensions. Adding notes beyond the 7th, 9th, 11th, 13th for richer sounds. C9, C, E, G, B, D, F13, F-A-C search. Jazz substitutions. Replacing standard chords with related ones for variety. Tritone sub. G7, DB7, tritone substitution. Pete to Google.com search. Jazz chord substitution. Common jazz progression. Moving from minor to dominant to tonic. M7, G7, Google's IIVI plus progression. Altered chords. Modify chord tones for tension. Sharp, flat ninths. G7F5, G7B9, C7EG plus chords, search, keywords altered plus chords in jazz. Cantata overview. A cantata is a vocal composition with instrumental accompaniment, typically in several movements, often featuring soloists, a choir and an orchestra. Originating in the Baroque period, cantatas were used in both religious, sacred cantatas, and secular, non-religious contexts. Johann Sebastian Bach is one of the most well-known composers of cantatas.
Description. Google resources.
Definition: a multi-movement from choruses. A multi-movement vocal composition, often including arias, recitatives and choruses. Bach's Cantata BDV 104, Handel's Assis and Galatea. Cantata over and Wikipedia or /cantata. Origins: Baroque era, 17th century, mainly in Italy and Germany, later expanding to other countries. Works by composers such as Monteverdi, Bach and Scarlatti. Google Scholar, Cantata in Baroque, scholar.google.com. Types: sacred for church use and secular for non-religious purposes. Bach's Coffee Cantata, secular. Bach's Christmas Oratorio, sacred. Bach Cantatas website, bach.com. Structure: recitatives, arias, choruses and orchestral interludes. Monteverdi's Il Combattimento di Tancredi e Clorinda. YouTube www.com/results. This provides an efficient overview, helping you explore cantatas through historical context, examples and online resources. Youth music movements influencing culture and society. Youth music movements have consistently been a vehicle for self-expression, rebellion and cultural change. From punk rock to hip-hop, these movements often reflect societal issues and give voice to the younger generation's desires and struggles. Here's a brief overview of notable youth music movements. Music movement, period, key characteristics. Notable examples.
Sources.
Elvish conservative norms. Rock and roll 1950s, 60s, blend of rhythm and blues, country, challenged conservative norms. Elvis Presley, Chuck Berry, rock halt, rock history. Punk rock 1970s, anti-establishment, DIY ethos, aggressive sound. The Ramones, Sex Pistols, punkrockacademy.com. Hip hop 1980s now, street culture, rap, DJing, breakdancing, voice for marginalized communities. Grandmaster Flash, Tupac Shakur, Hop of Evolution, the Hip Hop DX. Grunge, 1990s, raw sound, rejection of mainstream, flannel fashion, Nirvana, Pearl Jam. Grunge music, allmusic.com/grunge, MAs are all for Cape now. high energy pop, synchronized choreography, global appeal, BTS, blackcare.com/. Zydeco music, a blend of Creole blues and Cajun traditions. Zydeco is a genre that originated in Louisiana's Creole communities, combining French, African, Caribbean and blues influences. Known for its lively rhythms and accordion-driven sound, Zydeco evolved from la-la music, often played at house dances. The genre emphasizes fast tempos and syncopated beats, perfect for dancing. Aspect description, examples, resources.
Origins?
Rooted in Creole culture of Louisiana, blending French folk with African-American blues traditions. Clifton Chenier, the king of Zydeco, popularized the genre in the 1950s. zylhistoryin.wikipedia.org/Zydeco. Instruments. Accordion and washboard frottoir are the key instruments, alongside guitar, drums and bass. Buckwheat Zydeco's use of accordion in Hey Good Lookins, www./Zydeco Instruments. Notable artists, Clifton Chenier, Queen Ida, Buckwheat Zydeco, Rockin' Sydney. Clifton Chenier, famous guy hand check. Modern influence. Zydeco has influenced mainstream genres, including rock, R&B and pop. Rockin' Sydney's My Toot Toot crossed into pop charts. Com search. This table helps break down the essentials of Zydeco music into digestible segments. Here's a concise table about chorales, including examples and resources, preceded by a bolded introduction. Introduction. A chorale is a melody to which a hymn is sung by a congregation in a German Protestant church service. Originating in the early 16th century during the Reformation, chorales are simple and syllabic in form, designed to be sung by congregations. They are characterized by their harmonized settings, which were famously developed by composers like Johann Sebastian Bach. Explore the fundamental aspects of chorales through examples and helpful resources. Aspect-tion, resources like Johann Sebastian Bach. Explore the fundamental aspects of chorales, example source, helpful resources. Origin developed during the Lutheran Reformation in the 16th century to involve lay people in worship. Ein fester Berg ist unser Gott by Martin Luther. Visit dir.bachbandhaus.com musical form. Typically 4-part harmony, often used in Protestant church services. Wacket auf, ruft uns die Stimme by J.S. Bach, classfm.com. Purpose. Designed to be sung by congregations, they emphasize clear, easily understandable text. Jesus meine Freude, CPDL harmony, characterized by homophonic texture. The soprano carries the melody with alto, tenor and bass harmonizing. Nun komm der Heiden Heiland, my choral coach, usage used in church services, religious celebrations and personal devotion. Herzlich tut mich verlangen.org. This table provides a snapshot of the key elements of chorales, offering both historical context and practical applications, supported by external resources for deeper exploration. Jazz modulation, the art of key change, is a dynamic technique in orchestral writing that enhances musical expression and depth. Here, we explore essential modulation techniques with examples designed to inspire and instruct composers in integrating jazz elements into orchestral contexts. Technique, example, resource, designed into orchestral contexts. moving from C May D7 chord.
Pivot chord.
Uses a chord common to both the original and the target key as a pivot, moving from C major to G major using the D7 chord. Modal interchange. Borrow chords from parallel modes for smooth transitions, from C major to C minor using EB major chord. Jazz advice. Chromatic mediant modulates through chromatically altered mediant relationships. C major to E major using G sharp chord as a bridge. Music.com sequential modulation repeats a sequence at different pitch levels to change keys. Sequence in C major repeated in A major. The jazz piano site, the jazz piano site. Direct modulation, abrupt key change without preparatory chords, bold and dramatic. Jump from C major directly to F sharp major. jazztheoryexplained.jazztheoryexplained.com. This table offers a gateway to mastering jazz modulation in orchestral writing, fostering richer and more varied musical landscapes. Introduction. Writing lyrics as a guitarist can enhance your musical expression, allowing you to blend meaningful words with melodious guitar playing. Below is a concise guide on crafting guitar lyrics, complete with examples and resources for further exploration. Step example. Resources. Find your theme. Start with a central theme or emotion to guide your lyrics. This becomes the foundation of your song. Love, loss, joy, or personal growth. Songwriting.net/blog/27339/songwriting tip, understanding the most common song structures. Create a hook. Develop a catchy and memorable hook that encapsulates your main idea. This often becomes the chorus. Let It Be, The Beatles. WriteSecretsSongwriting.com//23 writing hook/verses and bridge. Build verses around your theme and a bridge to add contrast before the final chorus. Verse, narrative detail. Bridge, reflective or contrasting. Tips, lumpblog.landart.com/10 simple steps. Writing. Match lyrics to melody. Tailor your lyrics to fit the melody, rhythm of your guitar playing. Ensure the words flow naturally with the chords. Sync lyrics rhythmically with chord progressions. www.soundonsound.com/techniques arranging your song melodies-b lyrics. For further guidance and deeper insights into lyric writing for guitarists, explore online forums, songwriting workshops, and instructional books tailored to musicians. Here's a concise teaching resource on plagal cadences structured as requested.
Plagal cadence overview.
A plagal cadence, often termed the amen cadence, is a harmonic progression where the subdominant resolves to the tonic I chord. This cadence provides a warm, conclusive sound, frequently used to evoke a feeling of closure or resolution in Western music. It's common in hymns and classical music to underline a serene ending. Examples Google resource. Google cadence involves moving the subdominant chord. Dagal cadence some source. F to say. Definition: plagal cadence involves moving plagal cadence to the I tonic chord. C major, understanding F to C. musictheoryacademy.com/understanding-music/plagal cadence/ characteristics provides a softer resolution, compare the more definitive authentic cadence, V to I. G major, C to G, plagal cadence, libertyparkmusic.com/usage, commonly used at the end of hymns to accompany the word amen, also prevalent in classical music. A major, D to A, usage in music, www.classicfm.com/discover-music/music theories. What is a cadence? Samples. helpful to listen for real-world applications in various musical contexts. Amazing Grace, end of verses. Playgoplos plus youtube.com/watch. This table offers a clear breakdown of the plagal cadence, providing insights into its definition, characteristics, typical usage, and where to find audio examples. Juxtaposition in sound art. Juxtaposition in sound art involves placing distinct or contrasting sound elements together to create a unique auditory experience. This technique can highlight differences, create unexpected harmonies, or provoke thought through contrasting auditory elements. Aspect.
Examples.
Exafinition.
Definition.
Juxtaposition in sound art refers to the contrast or interaction between differing sound elements to emphasize their unique characteristics or create new meanings. Playing a recording of busy city traffic over a serene nature soundtrack, used to enhance artistic expression, evoke emotions, or convey complex concepts through sound. Merging classical music with electronic beats to challenge traditional music norms. Techniques: layering sounds, contrasting themes, mixing genres, or temporal juxtaposition, contrasting sounds over time, combining whispers and shouts in a sound installation to explore dynamics of power. Resources: explore more about sound art juxtaposition, my course at ocwe.edu, ubwebsound, slightlyview.com, Sonic Field, sonicfield.org, learn from sound artists and access diverse sound art pieces. This table provides a concise overview of how juxtaposition functions in sound art, highlighting its purposes, techniques, and where to find more information and examples. Advanced mastering, depth and colour. Dive into the world of advanced blues piano voicings to enrich your musical expressions. Explore the table below for essential voicings, voicings and practical whispers to elevate your blues performance. Example voicing.
Drop two voicing.
Drop the second highest note of a chord an octave lower for a fuller sound. C7, C, E, B. D becomes C, E, G, B, D. Don't get employed at jazzpianoschool.com to actually use drop two voicings, built from fourths rather than thirds, giving a modern open sound. F, B, E, E, A comp keyboard voicings for jazz planed. Cluster voicings. Close intervals create a dense, tension-filled sound. C7, C, E, F sharp, G. LearnJazzStandards.com//ins jazz piano cluster voicings. Omit the root to allow bass instruments space, focusing on third and seventh. apianogroove.com/piano-lessons rootless voicings. These voicings add a layer of sophistication to standard blues progressions and can be applied in both solo and ensemble settings. Experiment to find your unique sound. Composing for piano in film involves creating evocative piano scores that enhance the emotional and narrative aspects of a movie. This art form combines elements of classical piano composition with modern film scoring techniques to support the storytelling process. Here's a brief overview with examples and resources to explore further.
Aspect. Resources.
To represent characters or emotions. So, themes. Composers create recurring musical themes using the piano to represent characters or emotions. Schindler's List, John Williams. Schindler's List, johnfilmtracks.com. Texture, the use of solo piano or piano with other instruments to build the film's atmosphere. The Hours, Philip Glass. Soundtrack.net, short, memorable piano sequences that evoke specific feelings or ideas. Amelie, Jan Thyssen, AllMusic. Dynamics, manipulating the loudness of the piano to reflect changes in the film's mood. Inception, Hans Zimmer, with pianoselp.imselp.org or for classical harmony, using chords and harmonic progressions to enhance the emotional depth. La 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 Land, Justin Hurwitz,
YouTube.com.
These elements work together to create a rich, emotive piano score that complements the visual and narrative elements of the film. The flute has a range from middle C, C4 to C7, though some advanced players can extend slightly beyond this range. In Mozart's Flute Concerto No. 2, the high C7 is showcased. Google Flute Range Mozart for specific excerpts and analysis. Flute tone can vary from bright and piercing to soft and mellow. Composers can utilize this by specifying breathy or clear tones. Debussy Syrinx uses varied breath techniques for different timbres. Search flute tone colour in Debussy Syrinx for insights. The flute can play a wide range of dynamics, but extreme soft dynamics are challenging in the lower register. Dynamics in Poulenc's Flute Sonata highlight expressive possibilities. Look up dynamic range in Poulenc Flute Sonata for detailed examples. Techniques. Common techniques include flutter tonguing, multiphonics, and glissando. Multiphonics are used in Varèse's Density 21.5. Explore advanced flute techniques in Varèse for technique explanations and scores. Articulation. Flutes articulate notes through tonguing methods, single, double, triple. Bach's Partita in a minor for solo flute exhibits exquisite articulation. Google articulation in Bach Partita for flute for performance tips and sheet music. This table provides a foundational understanding for writing effectively for the flute, with pointers to further explore each aspect through Google searches. Soca music is a vibrant and rhythmic genre of Caribbean music that originated in Trinidad and Tobago in the late 1970s. It evolved from calypso music, incorporating Indian musical instruments and elements to create a more danceable sound. Soca is characterized by its upbeat tempo, energetic percussion, and catchy melodies, making it a popular choice for Caribbean festivals like Carnival.
Examples.
Google Resort and Tobago in My Lord Shorty. Endless Vibrations by Lord Shorty. And Origins, developed in Trinidad and Tobago in the 1970s by Lord Shorty. A blend of soul of calypso and Indian rhythms. Endless Vibrations, like google.search. History of soca music. Primarily uses steel drums, electric and bass guitars, and Indian instruments like dholak and tabla. Steel drums in soca music. Type into Google search soca music instruments. Notable artists: Lord Shorty, Michelle Montano, Bungie Garlin, and Kess the Band. Like Our Boss by Michelle Montano. Link to artists. Search notable soca art characteristics. Fast-paced. Usually between 120 to 160 BPM. Lyrics focus on themes of joy, festivity, and social commentary. Differentology by Blink to Characteristics, carbobble.google, characteristics of plus soca apply music. Cultural impact, central to carnival celebrations in the Caribbean, reflecting themes of resistance, resilience, and community celebration. Carnival scenes with soca music, linked to cultural impact. .goo.com.com Soca plus music cultural impact. This table provides an overview of soca music, highlighting its origins, instruments, key artists, defining characteristics, and cultural significance. Explore Explore the links to dive deeper into each aspect of this exuberant musical genre. Heterophony is a musical texture involving the simultaneous variation of a single melodic line. This technique, prevalent in many world music cultures, enriches a melody by having multiple performers play the same melody differently at the same time. Description. Examples, examping multi differently at the same time.
Definition.
Definition. A texture where multiple voices play a single melodic line, but with variations in timing, rhythm, or embellishment. Common in non-Western music, especially in Asian, Middle Eastern and Eastern European traditions, traditional Japanese music, Indonesian gamelan. Western music, less common but appears in improvised forms such as jazz or folk music. Jazz solos, where musicians might embellish a tune differently. Characteristics can create a rich, dense sound or a complex woven texture, depending on the degree of variation between the parts. Eastern European folk dances. Cultural significance reflects community and individual expression within a cohesive performance. Middle Eastern taksim, where a soloist improvises around a known melody. For further reading and audio examples, consider exploring resources like Google Scholar or music-focused educational websites, which often provide detailed analyses and examples of heterophony in various cultural contexts. Sure, here's a table-based guide to layering instrument parts in music production, providing a concise overview of the process, along with examples and resources to explore further. Introduction to layering instrument parts. Layering instrument parts is a fundamental technique in music production used to enhance the texture and depth of a track. By stacking different sounds playing the same or complementary melodies and rhythms, producers can create rich, full-bodied musical arrangements. This table breaks down key aspects of layering, including practical examples and additional resources for further learning. Aspect. Build rhythm foundation. Layering a live drum kit with beat basics. Drum layering basics, soundonsound.com/lat bass. Add depth and warmth. Combining a synth bass with an electric bass guitar. Music Tech guide www.musictech.net/guides/essential guide. Create harmonic richness using strings and piano to play the same melody. Point Blank Music School, voxmusicschool.com, blog/melody-layering in music production. Harmonic, enhanced chord progressions, stacking pads with acoustic guitar chords. productionmusiclive.productionmusiclive.com, blog/news/layering in music and vocal tracks. Doubling lead vocals, adding harmonies. Isotope vocal layering technique, isotope.com/learn/7 vocal layering tips. This table serves as a quick reference to understand the strategic layering of different instruments, aiding in creating a dynamic and immersive musical experience. Monophony refers to music composed of a single melodic line without any harmonic support or accompaniment. It is the simplest form of musical texture and has been a foundational element in various musical traditions around the world. Monophonic music can be purely vocal, instrumental, or a combination of both, where each participant sings or plays the same melody. Here's an overview of monophony, including notable examples.
Aspect.
Music with a single melodic cadence, features a single unaccompanied note or instrumental. Definition: music with a single melodic line without accompaniment. Characteristics: features a single unaccompanied melody line, can be vocal or instrumental. Native American flute music. Historical use, predominant in early Western music and various folk traditions. Byzantine chant, modern examples still used in religious rituals, folk music, and for educational purposes in teaching basic melodies. Are you sleeping, Brother John? Cultural significance represents the purest form of melody, highlighting the importance of individual melodic expression. Indian classical music, solo performances on instruments like sitar. For further exploration, Google resources such as Introduction to Monophony, Monophonic Texture in Music, or visit scholarly articles for a deeper understanding of its historical and cultural significance. Explore the classical sonata form, a gateway to structured musical beauty. Sonata form, a cornerstone of classical music composition, provides a dynamic architecture for developing musical ideas. It's primarily divided into three main sections: exposition, development, and recapitulation, allowing composers to present, dissect, and revisit themes, creating an engaging auditory journey.
Section example.
Introduce stage for the musical narrative.
For you.
Exposition introduces main themes, usually two contrasting in key and character, setting the stage for the musical narrative. Mozart's Symphony No. 40 explores and manipulates the themes, often venturing through various keys, adding tension and complexity. Beethoven's Symphony No. 5 Recapitulation returns to the main themes, but usually stays in the home key, providing resolution and cohesion. Haydn's Symphony No. 94, for a deeper understanding, explore resources like Khan Academy's music tutorials at slavos.org/humanities or Open Music Theory's online textbook, openmusictheory.com. These platforms offer detailed insights and further examples of sonata form in action. Here's a concise guide on writing blues grooves in a tabular format, complete with examples and online resources to explore. The introduction is crafted to be engaging and informative. Unleash your inner blues musician, mastering blues grooves. Dive into the soulful world of blues music. Learn how to craft compelling blues grooves with this simple guide featuring easy-to-understand examples and valuable online resources. Perfect your skills and express your musical emotions effectively.
Element description. Example. 12-bar structure. Standard blues
Structure. Standard blues progression in 12 bars, forming the backbone of the groove. C7, C7, C, C7, F7, F7, C7, F7, C7, G7. /advised comms, learning the 12-bar blues progression. Shuffle rhythm, characterized by a long short pattern, giving the blues its distinctive swing feel. Bassline C, E, G, A, G, E. Blues shuffle off habit.com. To play a blues shuffle.
shuffle.
A scale that includes flat, third, fifth, and seventh notes for emotional depth. C, E flat, F, G flat, G, B splendid, splendid, slassen. A musical conversation where a statement by one musician is responded to or echoed by another. Guitar plays a riff answered by a bass fill. Call and response www.libertyparkmusic.com/call and response. Dynamic variations, playing them in an intensity to enhance the emotional expression of the blues. Start soft and gradually build up intensity. Dynamics in music. .musicnotes.com/now/tips/how to dynamically express yourself through music. Explore these elements and examples to start creating your own blues grooves that resonate with classic vibes and personal expression. Here's a concise overview of tactile sound systems, structured with an introduction and a table containing examples and resources. Tactile sound systems utilize vibrations to deliver sound through physical contact, enabling users, particularly those who are deaf or hard of hearing, to experience sound through touch. These systems convert audio signals into vibrations, enhancing accessibility in various applications, from personal entertainment to safety. Disruption, for example, the buttkicker products. Transducers, devices that convert audio signals to vibrations. Buttkicker, bass shaker, the buttkicker products. Vest, wearable that provides immersive sound through touch. Subpack, Wooja.com. Chairs and couches equipped with vibration systems, immersive vibes, link immersive.coms. Flooring, platforms that vibrate according to the audio played, Clark Synthesis tactile sound floor, link cps.clarksynthesis.com. Safety systems, tactile alarms for alerting through touch, silent call off. This table should help you understand the basic components and applications of tactile sound systems, along with links to further explore each product. Here's a concise table summarizing deep listening practices, complete with a short, bold introduction and examples. Below, I'll also provide some recommended resources you can check out for further learning. Enhance your communication and understanding. Iction. Echo back what you heard to confirm understanding and show empathy. What I'm hearing is that right? Allow pauses for reflection and to give space to thoughts and feelings. Taking a pause after response instead of immediately talking. Open-ended questions. Ask questions that promote discussion rather than simple yes-no answers. How did that experience feel to you? Inquire for more details or clarification to better understand the speaker. Can you explain what you mean by? Summarizing, restate key points at the end of a conversation to ensure mutual understanding. So, to summarize, your main points were: for deeper exploration into deep listening, Google has several resources. Search for deep listening exercises to find interactive guides and workshops. Look up Deep Listening Pauline Oliveros to learn about the philosophy from its pioneer. Google Deep Listening Podcast for episodic insights on the practice. Polyrhythms are a sophisticated musical technique where two or more conflicting rhythms are played simultaneously. They enrich compositions by adding complexity and depth, often creating a captivating, syncopated sound. Mastering polyrhythms can transform your musical pieces into intriguing and dynamically rich creations.
Aspect.
Can transform your musical pieces. Definition: polyrhythms occur when two or more rhythms with different beats are combined. 3 against 2, 4 against 3, used to create texture and tension in music. Stravinsky's Writer's composition tips. Start simple, practice slowly, gradually layer more rhythms. Begin with a 3-2 ratio, then explore more complex ratios like 5-4. Listening. Develop an ear for polyrhythms by listening to diverse musical genres. African drumming, jazz improvisations, tools and software. Use metronomes and software like Ableton or Logic Pro for practice and creation. For further study and resources on polyrhythms, explore materials and tutorials on websites like net/musictheory.net or drumio.com. These sites offer interactive lessons and exercises to help you master polyrhythmic composition.
Here's a concise breakdown of Lasso, least absolute shrinkage and selection operator, in a tabular format with a bold introduction, followed by some additional resources you can explore. Lasso is a regression analysis method that performs both variable selection and regularization to enhance the prediction accuracy and interpretability of the statistical model it produces to prevent significant variables, helps in finders in large data sets. Method. Purpose, to prevent overfitting and select significant variables, helps in finding the best subset of predictors in large data sets. Method. Adds a penalty equivalent to the absolute value of the magnitude of coefficients. Minimizes the residual sum of squares subject to the sum of the absolute value of coefficients. Benefits. Reduces model complexity and prevents multicollinearity by shrinking coefficients. Simplifies models in high-dimensional data. Implementation. Often used in scenarios where the number of predictors exceeds the number of observations. Common in genomic data or image processing where features far outnumber samples. Implemented in many statistical software packages like R, GLMNet, Python, scikit-learn, etc. Use Python's scikit-learn library from sklearn.linearmodel, import Lasso. For further learning, Google resources like Kaggle tutorials for hands-on practice. Statistical learning MOOCs from platforms like Coursera or edX, often including practical applications of Lasso. YouTube explanatory videos, which visually break down how Lasso works, suitable for all learning levels.
Here's a concise table with a brief introduction on lead sheets, including examples and resource links for further exploration. Lead Sheets Simplified, a musician's roadmap. Lead sheets are essential tools for musicians, providing the basic elements of a song, melody, lyrics, and harmony, typically shown with chord symbols. These sheets allow performers to interpret the song with their own style and arrangement. Element, description sample, resources, written as the main tune the singer or instrument plays. Written as musical notes on a staff, it outlines the main tune the singer or instrument plays. Single musical staff showing the song's main tune. Reading musictheory.net lessons. Words of the song placed under the melody notes they correspond to. Text under notes indicating when each syllable is sung. Lyric writing tips, Sats of songwriting.com. Chords. Symbols above the staff indicating the harmonic structure. Musicians use these to accompany the melody. Chord symbols like C major 7, G7 written above the staff. Chordsymbolsguide.com/jazzpianolessons/chord symbols rhythm. Often not fully notated in a lead sheet, the rhythm is implied by the melody and lyrics. Rhythmic indications may be sparse or based on standard patterns. Rhythm Basics for deconservatoire.org's topic Getting Started-Rhythm. This table should help you grasp the basics of reading and creating lead sheets. Explore the resources for a deeper understanding and practical examples.
Understanding dominant traits, key concepts, and examples. Examples. Further reading. Google resources, and often masks the recessive allele. Dominant trait. A trait that expresses itself even if only one allele gene variant is present and often masks the recessive allele. Brown eye color over blue eyes. Understanding dominance, genome.gov/genetics-glossary, dominance. Complete dominance. When the phenotype of the heterozygote is the same as the phenotype of one of the homozygotes. Purple flowers in peas, Mendel's experiments. Complete dominance, www.nature.com/scitable, topic page, Mendel law of segregation. Incomplete dominance. Neither allele is completely dominant over the other. The heterozygote shows a blend of both parental traits. Red and white flowers producing pink offspring. Incomplete dominance, /genome.org/fact/what is incomplete dominance? Codominance. Both alleles in the heterozygote are fully expressed, showing both traits without blending. Blood type AB showing both A and B antigens. Codominance.khanacademy.org/science/AP biology/classical genetics, non-Mendelian genetics /A codominance and incomplete dominance. This table gives a brief overview of different types of dominance in genetics, providing definitions, examples, and links to further reading to explore each concept in detail.
Here is a concise overview of Native American music presented in a table format, featuring an introduction and examples. The table format is tailored to provide a structured yet informative snapshot of the musical traditions among Native American cultures. Introduction to Native American music. Native American music encompasses the diverse and rich musical practices of hundreds of indigenous tribes across North America. This music is deeply intertwined with cultural rituals, ceremonies, and storytelling, reflecting the distinct social and spiritual dimensions of each tribe. Aspect. Examples. With social rituals, ceremonies, ceremony. Ceremonial music in rituals and healing ceremonies. Drum-based songs, flutes. Social music. Played during social gatherings and dances. Stomp dances, social powwows. Instruments, unique instruments crafted from natural materials. Drums, flutes, rattles, and shell shakers. Vocal style. Dominated by vocables and unique vocal techniques. Call and response songs, solo performances. Notable influences from surrounding environments and tribal history, animal sounds, natural soundscapes. Contemporary music, modern interpretations and fusion genres. Rock, hip-hop and electronic music adaptations. For more resources and deeper exploration into the music of specific tribes, online platforms like the Smithsonian's National Museum of the American Indian provide extensive collections and recordings. Additionally, platforms like YouTube and Spotify offer accessible examples of both traditional and contemporary Native American music.
Here's a brief and informative table on the Mass in music, including examples and additional resources for further exploration. Understanding the Mass in music. The Mass is a form of sacred musical composition that sets the liturgy of the Eucharist, predominantly seen in the Roman Catholic Church, to music. Over centuries, it has also been adopted and adapted in Anglican, Lutheran, and other Christian denominations. This musical form has been a central theme of many major composers' works, showcasing various musical styles and periods. This musical form has been a central theme of many major composers' works. Kyrie, a prayer for mercy, often lyrical. Mozart's Mass in C minor, Kyrie. Linkus plus Mozart Mass in C minor, Kyrie, a joyful hymn of praise. Beethoven's Missa Solemnis, Gloria. Link /google.com/search Beethoven Missa Solemnis Gloria. Credo, Affirmation of Christian Faith. Bach's Mass in B minor, Credo. Search Bach Mass in B plus minor Credo. Sanctus hails God's holiness. Schubert's Mass number 6 in E flat major, Sanctus. Search Schubert Mass note 6 in E flat major, Sanctus. Agnus Dei, a plea for peace and mercy. Palestrina's Missa pa Marcelli, Agnus Dei. Link /google.com/search Palestrina Missa Papae Marcelli Agnus Dei. This table offers a snapshot into the rich field of Mass compositions, providing a pathway to deeper understanding and appreciation of this profound musical tradition.
Sure. Here's a concise table to help you get started with a cappella singing, including some examples and resources to explore further. Introduction. A cappella singing involves vocal music performed without instrumental accompaniment. This musical form spans various styles and can include elements like harmonies, vocal percussion, and overlapping melodies. It's a versatile and expressive way to make music using only the human voice. Below, you'll find key points to understand the basics of a cappella, along with examples and resources for further learning. Aspect. Exorces. Understand the basics of a cappella with basics. A cappella involves group singing without instrumental backing. Pentatonics, home free, pre, acathe, cappella basics. www.o.uk/blog. What is a cappella? Singers perform different notes that sound pleasing together. The real group. Harmony tips, thewikihow.com. Arrangement. How parts are distributed among singers to create a song. Take 6. Arranging guide.org, casa.org. Vocal percussion. Imitating drum sounds with mouth, often called beatboxing. Kevin Olusola. /dub.humanbeatbox.com. Presentation and staging of the music, including choreography. Naturally 7. Performance class /capella.org. Blogged performance-tips for singers. This table serves as a starting point to explore and practice the art of a cappella singing, encouraging a deeper dive into each aspect through the provided resources.
Fusion of jazz and Latin music. The blending of jazz and Latin music creates a vibrant genre that integrates complex rhythms and melodies from Latin American traditions with the improvisational elements of jazz. This fusion highlights the rich harmonies and rhythmic intricacies of both styles, producing a dynamic and culturally rich musical experience.
Aspect, examples, resources.
Incorporates Latin rhythms like claves and tempos and syncopations. Lenctica. Rhythmic structure incorporates Latin rhythms and tumbao into jazz's varied tempos and syncopations. Mantica. Dizzy Gillespie. Harmony and melody. Harmony Bilal uses modal harmonies and complex chord progressions typical of jazz, infused with Latin melodic lines. Spain. Explore more, allmusic.com. Instrumentation. Combines traditional jazz instruments with Latin percussion like congas and bongos. Oye Como Va, TitoPuente.com. Cultural impact. Reflects the cultural interchange between North and South American musicians, influencing global music. Watermelon Man. Cultural insights. /npr.org/sections/alt-Latino. This table gives an overview of the key elements that characterize the fusion of jazz and Latin music, showcasing examples and resources to delve deeper into this enriching musical blend.
Here's a table with an introduction and examples to help teach Satz in German. Understanding the structure of German sentences, Satz. In German, the structure of sentences, Satz, varies depending on their type. Here, we'll explore different types of sentences and their components to help you build and understand German sentences effectively. Sentence type, components, example, Hauptsatz main clause, a complete sentence that can stand alone. Subject, predicate, object, optional. Ich lese ein Buch, I am reading a book. Nebensatz, a sentence that depends on the main clause and usually starts with a conjunction. Conjunction, subject, predicate. Weil ich ein Buch lese, because I am reading a book. Fragesatz, interrogative sentence, a sentence structured to ask a question. Interrogative word, verb, subject, other elements. Was liest du? What are you reading? Befehlssatz, commands or requests. Verb in imperative form, subject, often omitted in the second person. Lies das Buch, read the book. For further reading and resources on German sentence structure, consider exploring websites like deutschewelle.dw.com/learngerman/2469 or godi.dn/ems/html. These platforms offer comprehensive materials tailored to learners of all levels.
Unlock your guitar potential by mastering these essential strumming patterns. Here's a quick guide to get you strumming smoothly and confidently. Whether you're a beginner or looking to enhance your rhythm technique, these patterns will add variety and expression to your playing. Check out the table below for a breakdown of each pattern and explore further with additional resources. Count. Resource link. Downstrokes only, downstrokes only. Strum down at each beat. Simple and great for beginners. 1, 2, 3, 4, Wonderwall by Oasis. Lecom/Babe, my. Down up strum. Alternate between down and up strums. Start slowly and increase speed. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and Riptide by Vance Joy. Bass strum. Hit the bass note of the chord, followed by a down strum. 1, 2, 3, 4. Country Roads by John Denver. Lingyoutube.com/watch Vika Chuck Strum. Incorporate a muted strum for a percussive effect. 1, 2, and 3, 4, and Treasure by Bruno Mars. Folk strum. Combine down and up strums with accents on certain beats. 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Fast Car by Tracy Chapman. www.watch and explore these patterns through the provided links to enhance your understanding and practical skills. Practice with consistency and listen to the examples to grasp the nuances of each pattern.
Explore the vibrant world of jazz and African music fusion. Jazz and African music fusion combines the improvisational elements of jazz with the rich rhythms and melodies of African music. This genre creates a unique sound that celebrates cultural diversity and musical innovation. Here's a table to help you explore key aspects and examples of this fusion. Aspect, description, resources for further exploration. Rhythmic structures with the syncopation and swing of jazz. Afrobeat structure. Integrates complex African rhythms with the syncopation and swing of jazz. Fela Kuti's Afrobeat works. Afrobeat. Fela and the Imagined Continent. Spotify playlist. Instrumentation. Combines traditional African instruments like the djembe and kora with jazz instruments. Toumani Diabate's collaborations, YouTube, Toumani Diabate and Symmetric Orchestra. Harmonics mixes jazz's harmonic complexity with African modal scales and vocal styles. Hugh Masekela's jazz trumpeting. Google Arts and Culture, the jazz genius of Hugh Masekela. Improvisation emphasizes spontaneous musical creation, a hallmark of both jazz and many African music traditions. Richard Bona's performances. The African Jazz of Richard Bona, Apple Music playlist. Cultural exchange reflects the ongoing exchange between African and American musicians and audiences. Randy Weston's African Rhythms. Book, African Rhythms, the autobiography of Randy Weston. These resources provide a doorway into understanding the dynamic and collaborative nature of jazz and African music fusion. Explore, listen, and immerse yourself in the innovation of these two rich musical traditions converging.
Explore the rich interplay of jazz counterpoint. Jazz counterpoint is a sophisticated musical technique where multiple independent melodies intertwine harmoniously. Delve into this intricate world, where the interaction between lines creates a dynamic and texturally rich sound, quintessential to jazz's expressive depth. Aspect. Example. Resample. Jazz's expressive depth, voicing techniques. Balancing melody and harmony by assigning different roles to instruments. Miles Davis's So What shows distinct bass and trumpet lines. Linear counterpoint emphasizes linear movement between notes, vital in improvisation. Bill Evans's solo works, where right and left hands act independently. Imitative counterpoint. One instrument or voice imitates another, often staggered by a few beats. John Coltrane's Giant Steps, where saxophone and piano echo motifs. Contrapuntal techniques. Use of inversion, retrograde and augmentation in jazz compositions. Thelonious Monk's Round Midnight employs retrograde motion. Each resource linked offers a deep dive into the corresponding technique, enhancing understanding and appreciation of jazz counterpoint.
Here's a concise table to use voice leading in 4-part writing, including examples and a brief introduction. You can use this table as a quick guide when composing or analyzing music. Introduction. Voice leading is the art of smoothly transitioning between chords in 4-part harmony. It involves careful consideration of each voice's movement to create a coherent and pleasing sound. Mastering voice leading enhances musical texture and emotional impact. Parallel motions between reduced harmonic independence. From C, E, G, C to A, C, F. Parallel motion. Avoid parallel fifths and octaves between any two parts as they reduce harmonic independence. From C, E, G, C to F, A, C, F. No parallels. Voice independence. Maintain independence between voices by using contrary and oblique motion where possible. Bass descends from C to A, soprano ascends from E to F. Leading tone resolution. The leading tone 7th degree of the scale should resolve to the tonic in an authentic cadence. In C major, B resolves to C. Soprano and bass interaction. Soprano and bass lines should be melodically interesting and contain the main melodic content. Bass, C, G, A, F. Soprano, E, D, C, C. Keep common tones. Retain common tones between chords when possible and move other parts by step or small leaps. C major to A minor. Keep the C and E. Move G to A. Spacing. No more than an octave between adjacent parts except between tenor and bass. Alto not more than an octave above tenor. Movement. Try to move voices by steps. If leaps are necessary, balance them with stepwise motion. Leap in alto from C to A, balance by moving from A to B. For more detailed study, consider exploring resources like music theory textbooks or online courses that delve deeper into the principles of 4-part writing. Here's a concise guide to advanced modal jazz, including key examples and helpful resources. Explore the depths of advanced modal jazz, a guide for musicians and enthusiasts. Dive into the complexities of advanced modal jazz, a genre that revolutionized jazz with its emphasis on modal scales over traditional chord progressions. Explore the techniques, listen to iconic performances, and utilize online resources to master this sophisticated style. Resource for further learning. User for further learning. What? Modal framework. Modal framework. Instead of relying on chord changes, modal jazz use musical modes as the harmonic framework. So what? Miles Davis. ujazz.org.jazz.org/Miles Davis and Modal Jazz Explore New Spaces /explore how different modes interact with each solo, providing a unique color and mood to each piece. Impressions. John Coltrane. Modal Jazz Theory Analysis.com. Modal Jazz. Improvisation techniques. Focus on creativity within the scale, using the mode's notes to develop melodies. Flamel Sketches. Jazz. BelvosAdvice.com. Modal Jazz Improvisation emphasizes less on harmonic guidance, allowing more expressive freedom in phrasing and dynamics. Maiden Voyage. Herbie Hancock. Herbie Hancock's Masterclass.com /Herbie Hancock teaches jazz. These resources and tracks are just the starting point for a deep and rewarding journey into the world of advanced modal jazz.
Introduction to Baroque. Baroque is a highly ornate and often extravagant style of architecture, art and music that flourished in Europe from the early 17th to the mid-18th century. Characterized by dramatic expressions, deep color and intense light and shadow, Baroque emerged as a means to impress visitors and express triumph, power and control. Aspect. Features Peter's Basilica, Versailles Palace. Architecture features grandiose scale, dynamic shapes and rich surface treatments. St. Peter's Basilica, Versailles Palace. Art emphasizes drama and movement with a strong use of chiaroscuro, contrast between light and dark. Caravaggio's The Colling of St. Matthew. Characterized by elaborate ornamentation and contrast between solo and ensemble. Vivaldi's Four Seasons. Baroque literature often mirrored the complexity and grandeur of Baroque art and architecture. John Milton's Paradise Lost, influence, extended beyond Europe, influencing the arts in colonies and becoming a foundational style in new regions. Spanish colonial churches in the Americas. For further exploration, search Google for Baroque art. Baroque music examples, or Baroque architecture characteristics, to find detailed articles, images and discussions on this grandiose style. Here's a concise table to introduce and teach the concept of concertino in music, along with examples and suggested resources for further exploration. Concertino, an essential element in Baroque concertos. A concertino is a small group of solo instruments featured in a concerto grosso, a popular form in Baroque music. This group contrasts with the larger ensemble, known as the ripieno or tutti. The interplay between the concertino and the ripieno forms the dynamic core of the concerto grosso, showcasing intricate musical dialogues. Resources. Definition. Small group of soloists in a concerto grosso. Accarelli, concerto grosso. 6. Number 8. Google Arts and Culture, artsandculture.google.com. Contrasts with the ripieno, showcases virtuosity. Johann Sebastian Bach, Brandenburg Concertos, google.com/search. Composition typically involves 2 to 4 players, often with strings and continuo. Antonio Vivaldi, L'Estro Armonico, Villestro Armonico on www.google.com, the Estro Armonico. Flourished local context, flourished during the Baroque period, 1600 to 1750, as part of the Concerto Grosso form. George Frederick Grossi. Handel's Concerti Grossi, overviews city, w.google.com/search, Handel Concerti Grossi, Op+6. This table outlines the key characteristics of concertino, providing a foundation for understanding its role and significance in Baroque music, supported by specific examples and additional online resources for deepened learning.
Pivot chord modulation is a musical technique used to transition smoothly between 2 keys, utilizing a chord common to both the original and target keys. This method creates a seamless shift in tonality, often used to add variety and emotional effect in compositions. Elements from which the music modulates to the new. Definition. Pivot chord modulation involves changing from one key to another using a chord both keys share. This chord serves as a pivot from which the music modulates to the new key, modulating from C major to G major using the G chord. Process. 1. Identify a chord common to both the original and target keys. 2. Use this chord in a progression that initially fits the old key. 3. Resolve the chord into the new key. In C major CFG, use AM to pivot to A minor. Why use it? Pivot chord modulation provides a smooth transition between keys, maintaining musical coherence and enhancing expressive depth. Listening examples: Beethoven's Sonata Pathétique, Chopin's Prelude in E minor. For further exploration, Google pivot chord modulation examples and how to identify pivot chords in modulation for practical guides and more detailed explanations.
Understanding triple stops. Triple stops are a technique used in string instruments where you play 3 notes simultaneously. They add a rich, full sound to the music. Resources. Definition. Definition. Playing 3 strings at once. G major triad, G, B, D. triplesteps.musicalchairs.info/triple stops. Technique. Use a bowing technique that ensures all 3 strings are touched evenly. Example, GBD, Open Violin Masterclass, masterclass.com. Practice tip, practice slowly, focusing on even sound and clear intonation. Start with simple triads. String teaching, common usage. Found in orchestral and solo pieces to enhance texture and harmony. Bach's Brandenburg Concerto, youtube.com. Feel free to explore these resources to delve deeper into triple stops and refine your technique.
Triads are the fundamental building blocks of harmony in Western music. They consist of 3 notes, the root, third, and fifth. Understanding triads is essential for anyone studying music theory or learning an instrument. Example in C. Prut, major third. Proof, Fee, E, C, E, G. Bright and happy sound forms the basis of major chords. Minor root, minor third, perfect fifth, C, E flat, G. Softer and sadder sound, basis of minor chords. Diminished root third, diminished fifth, C, E flat. Tense and unstable sound, often used in tension building. Augmented, root major third, augmented fifth, G-shat, bright but tense sound, less common in traditional harmony. For more detailed resources and learning materials on triads, a good starting point can be found by searching Music Theory Triads on Google, which offers a variety of educational websites and video tutorials.